On August the 30th, 2022, Ruby Franke was arrested after the Santa Clara Evans Safety Department received a call alarming them about a who appeared to be and malnourished and duct tape around the... Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a situation that I imagine you have all seen over the last few weeks on YouTube, and if you're watching this video in around a year time, well, you've probably seen this situation in the past, because right now, on YouTube, this very headline and multiple other headlines surrounding it is absolutely gripping the YouTube community, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most horrific stories I think I've ever seen. But personally, I really don't even know where to begin. And honestly, I'm not just saying that because I can't think of a way to start this video, but it's mainly because I've been doing research for the last month into this situation, and ladies and gentlemen, this headline is simply the tip of the iceberg. There is so much information out there right now which I don't think that you personally know all about. I think that there are so many pieces to the puzzle in this situation that have not been put together collectively in one place. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to attempt to tell the entire story of everything in this scandal. And my friends, this isn't just like any other situation. Of course, you could sometimes see a headline like this and you would think to yourself, oh, well, that is absolutely horrific, but there's nothing I can really do about this and I'm going to move on with my day. Usually, when there is a headline like that, you would think these things, but this situation is different. After all of the research that I have done, I want to come at this video from the approach of everything in this situation could have been prevented, not just last week or last month or even last year, but this whole thing could have been prevented over 3 years ago. And whilst we will be going through the main parts of this story, which I am sure that you guys have heard about, there are some things that I have found whilst doing digging on the internet to show that places of concern surrounding today's topic actually goes all the way back to the year 2015. Yes, this is an 8-year-long situation, and I think people really don't understand how disturbing this story truly is. Now, you may be thinking, well, I know the little details here and there, I know the main part of this story, of course, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that there is something in this video which will shock you that you did not know about. And before we go into any of that, I obviously should just give you guys a warning to say, of course, we are going to be dealing with some of the most sensitive topics possible here. So if you are, you know, a little bit squeamish when it comes to things like this, like that headline I read before, then just, you know, be prepared for some very sensitive things to be spoken about in this video. I will try and censor things here and there, and I will not be showing the photos of the children involved in this situation. I will attempt to blur them out in every single video that I show you, but of course this is going to be quite a dark video, so I understand if a few of you may click off now, and I feel like it's appropriate that I give you this warning before we get into everything. But yes, now you've got your warning and now you understand that this is going to be a big descent into a pit of internet hell, I think it's time we actually start to begin this story, and I think it's very crucial to establish what is actually going on here, and to do that we need to enter the genre of family YouTubers. So it may sound like a bit of an obvious question, but what actually is a family YouTuber? Well, obviously, it's a YouTube channel ran by, well, families, shockingly enough. And traditionally, in most cases, these channels are ran by the parents of the children in the family. The mother or the father will record their children's day-to-day lives, capturing the most funniest and epic moments on camera, then editing up the clips and, you know, posting them on YouTube for millions of people to consume. It's a process which, for the most part, isn't exactly the end of the world. Obviously, there are some good family channels out there, but obviously, this immediately runs into the first roadblock in this story. Because yes, at the face value, family channels are usually some very innocent and sweet things. I'm not going to come on here and say that every single family channel is a demon that needs to be stopped. No, I'm not saying that, but But obviously at the heart of all family channels, there is an ethical debate which has been going on throughout the YouTube community for years now. Because over the last decade on YouTube, there has been a history of a multitude of family channels facing large and disgusting and despicable controversies, resulting in some situations where children are even taken away from the family, channels have been deleted, the authorities got involved, and just so much horrible stuff that it led to a constant growing conversation surrounding the genre of family channels, which now in today of 2023 is at the absolute peak of its conversation. And personally, I'm somebody that has regularly spoken about family YouTube channels, family TikTok channels. I've always really been pretty much against the genre, and again, I should reiterate my thoughts in saying I don't think every single family YouTuber is an absolute demon. I think that there are probably some absolutely lovely people out there running these channels, but the problem is ladies and gentlemen, I am a YouTuber, and that may be a problem for a different reason for you, but it's a problem in the sense of I know how the YouTube brain works. I understand that YouTubers will do absolutely anything to get views, and personally this is my full-time job, but I remember at one point of time there was a little baby inabber with a terrible haircut, and you're not even seeing my hair right now, so it may be terrible again, but believe me when I say this man had a terrible haircut, and there was a point of time where he wasn't a full-time YouTuber. But then, one miraculous day, he got a video that started to get views. It was a euphoric experience. I was thinking, wow, this could be a career. I could do something with this. I'm just going to kill myself. But then you obviously have to start to think, well, how do I get that feeling again? How do I get another YouTube video to climb in views the same way that that last video did? And naturally, for the most part on YouTube, this is a very healthy process. It's just trying to work out how to make your YouTube channel grow and become a full-time YouTuber. And I promise you, I'm not becoming one of those terrible Twitter accounts where they try to give YouTube advice to everybody. I'm not doing that. I am going somewhere with this, because pretty much with my channel, I think it's perfectly fine to think like that. With Mr. Beast's channel, it's perfectly fine to think like that. With a gaming Fortnite YouTube channel, it's perfectly fine to think like that. But family YouTubers thinking about it, in my opinion, then leads to some dark places. Because on these family YouTube channels, of course, the main pinnacle part of their content is, of course, the children. And when your views are coming from those children and you want to get even more views, say they had the feeling that I had when a video banged, they're then going to start to think, how can I get that feeling again? How can I get even more views on the next video where the center point of that content is the children? And naturally, I think that is a pretty unethical situation to be in, because these children, for the most part, I don't believe are really planning or choosing to be on YouTube. It's just a case of their parents one day started to record them on their Canon 80D. So for one, we have the argument that a lot of these children cannot actually consent to being on camera, especially young ones which actually can't speak English yet, or any other language. I'm mainly speaking about, you know, American and English YouTube here, but it applies to all languages. So that's the first issue. But the second issue is, of course, the parents are going to do anything for content. And we have seen over the years, whether it's the Ace family, whether it's the LeBron family, whether it's this terrible family, which we will not name, if there's anything to take from them is sometimes the thumbnails, the titles, the content itself has obviously gone over the line. And I personally believe that most of these situations, for the most part, comes from the pursuit of views and staying relevant in the YouTube algorithm. Their content was surrounded by their children. They had to make crazier and more wacky content, more crazy thumbnails and titles, so they were willing to do anything, even if that involved exploiting their own child. Because this is where we're getting to here. There is kind of like a pipeline when it comes to the family channels, the innocent starting all the way to the child exploitation point of their YouTube channel, and it keeps on happening throughout the YouTube community. And in today's topic, it's that but a million other things. There are the normal ethical issues of children not being able to consent when being on camera, but there also are the issues of course, the exploitation of the children when the parent of the YouTube channel wants to go and get more and more views, and it leads to them exploiting their children further and further to absolutely outrageous points. But then we mix it in with the issues of actually having bad people involved, because of course I don't think every single person that has been involved in a controversy with a family channel starts out to be a bad person, but from what I have seen in today's topic and video is that the main parents involved in this situation are genuinely not very good people, and when you mix this all together you get the 8 Passengers YouTube channel. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, now we've established the main ethical issues surrounding the genre of family channel content, we now move into, obviously, the main part of today's story. The 8 Passengers YouTube channel. One of the biggest, if not the most biggest at one point family channel on YouTube. A channel which absolutely inspired the family channel genre. There is no coincidence that when this channel was getting popular, more and more family channels started to pop up around the YouTube community with familiar titles, familiar thumbnails, and familiar styles of content. The 8 Passengers were truly at one point of time a bit of a revelation when it comes to this genre of YouTube, whether that was for the good or the absolute possible worst. But to actually get into the main story, I think the most important thing that we currently need to do in this video is actually establish who are the 8 Passengers, who actually is in this family. And that takes us back to the headline that I read you at the beginning of this video, which involves the individual known as Ruby Franke. Now my friends, whilst there are plenty of main characters to speak about in this story, Ruby is definitely the main individual in this story that we are going to be speaking about the most today. Yes, there are people that we will be speaking about a lot as well, but Ruby is the main person in this story because, well, she's not only the one that's done seemingly the most terrible things here and been caught on camera doing a lot of these terrible things, but also Ruby Franke is of course the mother of the 8 Passengers family and the individual who created, sorry, I need to stop mispronouncing that word. I can't speak English. Created? I know a lot of people complain about my pronunciation of created, but yes, she created the 8 Passengers YouTube channel. Which, yes, is the family channel that I just mentioned to you, which is one of the most revolutionary channels in the family channel genre. In 2019, the 8 Passengers had 2.5 million subscribers, and this channel wasn't just a regular YouTube channel like mine, but it was actually an absolute empire. Aside from the millions of subscribers that the 8 Passengers had, her children had YouTube channels, her friend had channels, her family had channels. Everybody in the 8 Passengers sphere seemingly was involved and wanted a slice of the big old pie. And this channel actually ended up making Ruby Franke into a millionaire in just a short span of a few years. But what is strange about this is the 8 Passengers YouTube channel no longer exists. It's not on YouTube, and in fact, it's not been on YouTube for at least a couple years now, which for the YouTube community is a very, very strange thing. Why would this YouTube channel, which was seemingly a massive empire, get deleted? What actually happened here, and where do we begin? Well, I think we should start with the actual members of the 8 Passengers, because if you haven't worked it out yet, 8 Passengers obviously means that there are 8 passengers on this YouTube channel. Now, we've established one of them, the creator of this YouTube channel, but I think it's time to actually look at the children and the other, I guess, co-creator kind of member of this YouTube channel. And the best place to kind of establish all of these individuals is on my favorite YouTube website, Famous Birthdays, because yes, I also have a famous birthdays, and I promise you, I've never mentioned that before, and I'm never going to mention it again. But you know, I am, you know, the 12,680th most popular person on that website, baby. So some could say I am now big time. But But yeah, let's actually get into the members of the 8 Passengers family. Starting off, of course, with number 1, Ruby Franke. Let's read what Famous Birthdays have to tell us about Ruby Franke. Matriarch of the YouTube famous family, seen on the channel 8 Passengers, which has amassed over 2.2 million subscribers. In August 2023, she was arrested and charged with aggravated child abuse. Hey, that's a story for later on. They were getting a bit ahead of themselves there. Let's just leave that there and move on to the next member. The next most popular person on the list, according to Famous Birthdays, is Chad Franke, one of the 6 children that is featured on the YouTube channel 8 Passengers, alongside his parents Kevin and Ruby, who run the channel. And obviously, yes, that does give away who the next member is going to be, which is, of course, big old Kev. That makes me sound like I like him. I don't like this individual, but alas, here is Kevin Franke. Kevin Franke, yes, the husband to Ruby Franke and one of the main members of 8 Passengers, and I kind of dubbed this guy as some form of a co-creator because, you know, he is the husband of Ruby Franke. They do have involvement. He is the father to the children, and this guy, in this situation, I think should be taking equal responsibility for everything that we have gone through. People may argue against that, but as you can see, this man was very much involved in the 8 Passengers channel, and with that we then should look at his description, which does actually say he was an assistant professor of civil engineering at Brigham Young University, who also is the patriarch of the Franke family YouTube channel, featured on the once popular YouTube channel 8 Passengers. Now, the one thing that does kind of confuse me about this is this guy was clearly quite successful. Like, he was a professor at a university. And where did that take him? To the 8 Passengers music video. I don't know who this was for. I don't know why this has millions of views, but if you are one of the individuals that at the time of release consumed that content and you enjoyed it, you're a sick little man. Get off my YouTube channel, because I don't want you here. But if you didn't do that, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I forget to ask you guys to do this. I forgot in my last 4-hour videos, but please subscribe to the YouTube channel because this video is going to take a very long time for me to make, and I would very much appreciate it if you not only subscribed and help me get closer to 2 mil, which is going to take like 10 years, but also like the video, comment beans, and all that good stuff. But yes, let's move into the other members of the 8 Passengers family. So of course we have Shari Franke, that is the oldest sibling featuring on the 8 Passengers YouTube channel, and then you have Russell Franke, who is 12 years old, and Abby Franke, who is 16 years old, then Eve Franke, who's 10 years old, and Julie Franke, who is 14 years old. But I think these ages are quite misleading when you look at them in 2023, because I think it is essential to realize that the absolute peak of the 8 Passengers YouTube channel seemingly does come between the years of the 2015 and 2019, and during that era all of these kids would be between the ages of around 10 to 16 on the average, which of course, before we go into any of the controversies, takes us back to the ethical issues that I established previously in this video of, yes, when something is your main thing on YouTube, you are going to be doing that main thing and doing it crazier and bigger every single time to get even more views. And that thing is, of course, recording her children doing wacky and crazy things and making thumbnails and titles like these. Now, of course, these things right here aren't the worst thing in the world, but the problem is when you do content like that every single day, you are shoving a camera in your child's face, which in my opinion isn't exactly good for the development of a child. A child should be privileged to a private life. Children shouldn't have to think that they're going to be on camera every single day being exposed to millions of people, because that will affect a child's, mental health. That will affect a child's development, and just in general, to me personally, it is a little bit weird. I understand that child actors are a thing, but I think that's very different. Children are being paid, but also children and acting, it's very different to you're going to be in my vlog every single day. But even then, there are a lot of ethical issues with children actors in Hollywood. I don't think actors in Hollywood at young ages are protected enough, just like I don't think children in the family channel genre are protected enough, and this story is an example of this. But yes, according to multiple sources, Ruby Franke was of course the main individual that ran this YouTube channel. This was her full-time job, this is how she made income, and seemingly she ran everything behind the scenes. The husband was involved, but apparently for a large period of time during the 8 Passengers, he was still a professor. That doesn't exempt him from some of the things that we will go through today, but of course, Ruby Franke seemingly is the main part of this story. But yes, now we've established who the 8 passengers are, what the style of content is, and who is actually in this family, I think it's actually time we get into the real timeline of everything that has happened in this story. And for the most part, when it comes to YouTube and the coverage of the 8 passengers family, it would be a common belief that everything in terms of controversy surrounding the 8 passengers actually began in 2020. And yes, for the most part, when it came to the 8 passengers facing scrutiny, it all began only a few years ago. But after doing a bit of digging, after doing a little bit more research, I've actually found that the 8 Passengers YouTube channel and family have been facing scrutiny not since 2020, but since the very beginning of the YouTube channel's creation. In 2015, I have found forums of people airing their genuine concern about this YouTube channel, the treatment of the children, and Ruby Franke's increasingly concerning behavior. And I don't think this is something that has actually been covered in a lot of YouTube videos, and I'm not just patting myself on the back here, but I think this is very, very vital information for you to consume and look into, because it all comes under the thing that I started this video with, and I want to establish throughout the entire thing of all of this could have been prevented. So yes, everybody, 2015, the year of where I started university, and just in general the year where I started to develop severe anxiety, but also the year of where the documentation of the 8 Passengers family began. Because yes, as I said, there were plenty of forums out there which spoke about the 8 Passengers during 2015 and 2019, and the reason I think that this is important to establish is to show that people have been concerned for a very long time. People have been just in general worried that something wasn't right when it came to the 8 Passengers. When you look into these forums, yes, not everything is absolutely major here, but it's clear that there were warning signs. It's clear that people from the very beginning knew something was up. This wasn't just a regular controversial family channel like the Ace family. This was something very, very different. But before we go into that, I should just say that there is something very annoying about this, and that is a lot of the 8 Passengers content has been pretty much just purged from the internet, deleted. Of course, their YouTube channel was removed, but with that, there was plenty of videos beforehand that were unlisted and privated, and I think for good reason too. So when it comes to these forums, obviously, we're just gonna have to take it as it is, read them, and see what people's initial reactions were all the way back in 2015 and 2016. Of course, these forums are going to be very opinionated and not really based on too much factual stuff, but I think it is very interesting to see a lot of people's opinions back then in comparison to now, because back in 2015, these people didn't really have much to gain from speaking and gossiping about the 8 Passengers. It's not like they were gaining millions of pounds from YouTube channels where they speak about this stuff on a day-to-day basis. No, this was just people in forums genuinely airing their concern, and I think that we should start, yes, with 2015. And it all starts on September the 30th in a forum called 8 Passengers Part 1. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is seemingly the first very thing that I could find when it came to the 8 Passengers. I couldn't actually find any other documentation to do with the 8 Passengers before then. So seemingly this is the first ever documentation when it came to controversy surrounding them. And it was Sarah saying, "I think they're a little strange. I liked some of their earlier videos better, seemed more real. Now they're disjointed and kind of forced." Now, ladies and gentlemen, at face value, of course, this isn't exactly anything criminal. Forcing content is something that happens to a lot of YouTubers. You get in a specific niche and, you put out videos here and there, which you don't exactly enjoy, but you know that it will do well in the YouTube algorithm. But, of course, with the 8 Passengers family, that is a little bit different when the content is, again, surrounding the children of the family. When you start to force content involving children, it can obviously lead to some areas where it isn't necessarily good. I don't think that kids should be the forefront of the content, and this is a big reason to why. Because as I explained earlier, you as the YouTuber want to do everything you can to constantly propel your channel. And when it comes to these family YouTube channels, you usually do find that most of these family channels go down the route of outrageous things, outrageous thumbnails, outrageous titles. When somebody gets hurt, I've seen examples on other family channels of where people just pull out the camera and start recording, like the Ace family, for example. It obviously isn't exactly the worst thing, but given that this was right at the beginning of the channel in 2015, the fact that this concern already existed then is obviously a bit of a telling of what is going to happen in the future of the 8 Passengers YouTube channel. And my friends, it wasn't like there was just one post calling out Ruby Franke. No, it actually seemed that based on this forum, there was actually quite a few people noticing this change of behavior with Ruby only a few months into this channel. Ruby drives me nuts. I feel like there is a lot of dead time, and I hate how she embarrasses her kids on camera. Again, this comes down to the root of how do these people get views on their channel? Well, from exploiting their children. I know that might sound absolutely like a bit of a big claim to make. I mean, you know, given everything, it's actually not. But, you know, I think when it comes to the family channel genre, the whole aspect of what brings content is overall a form of exploitation of younger children. It might sound outrageous, but I think we've seen now, given so many times of where something bad has happened with a family channel, that this very much just is the pinnacle of most of that content. And there are also even further people commenting about how they had problems with Ruby and how she just in general handles her children. It very much seems that from the early days, people started to notice that this person was not exactly a good parent. This was somebody that obviously started to prioritize profit over parenting at a very, very early stage into the history of the 8 Passengers. But you know, I should be fair and say this entire forum wasn't necessarily just dedicated to hating on the 8 Passengers from the very get-go. It was more of like a 50-50 split. There were some people concerned, but there were some people who were dedicated to the 8 Passengers to a very weird extent, where they knew the absolute ins and outs of everything from a very, very early stage of the channel. But over time, it definitely seemed that the more negative comments were becoming increasingly more common. As I scroll through this forum right now, I can find so many more negative comments as the years go by. But of course, we are in the early stages of 2015 and 2016, and another issue a lot of people started to notice wasn't just the handling of the children, but also the handling of pets. I just watched the Meet Our Dog snippet. I hate they keep Gnarly outdoors. I love that they gave her surgeries that saved her life rather than just euthanize her, but I really, really hate that their solution to pay for the surgeries was to make her have puppies and sell them. A pet is a family member, not just one thing that you own. I really like Ruby, but this makes me see people differently. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very subjective argument here. Of course, people do have their issues when it comes to breeding dogs, puppy farms, and stuff like that. And personally, I think it's very understandable to get upset when somebody is mass breeding dogs to sell them for profit. But of course, in this situation, there was a certain scenario which maybe some people could look past. Yes, farming puppies can come under a lot of ethical dilemmas, but of course, they needed to pay for surgery for their dog. Now, I'm not going to go into the big depths of this certain situation, but I will just say that the main reason I'm reading this to you right now is because, once again, from the very early stages of this YouTube channel, there were clearly a lot of debates when it came to a lot of ethical issues, such as the overall parenting of the children, the exploitation of the children in the pursuit of views, but also other minor ethical issues, even to do with pets and money. And it very much seemed that the situation and developing controversy around the 8 Passengers was snowballing every single day and gradually getting bigger and bigger, and more negative comments would continuously come in throughout this forum, and more people would have debates. Now, of course, these debates mainly are at this point just gossip. There wasn't exactly anything to really prove that Ruby Franke was an absolutely terrible parent, and the same goes for the father in this situation. But of course, I think that there are some red flags that we can take from these comments so far. But as we progress out of 2015 in these forums and move into 2016, it seemed that this snowball surrounding the 8 Passengers really only started to get bigger and bigger. More people were discussing every aspect of their lives, the children, the family, and everybody else featured in the 8 Passengers empire. People were more and more regularly listing their issues with this wholesome family channel, and with that, of course, comes more public controversy. Because at this point in the timeline in 2016, it very much just seemed that this this was a corner of the internet. This was a bit of an echo chamber where the same group of people would join together and just shout into the void. Nobody was really necessarily paying attention to it, and in fact, I feel like nobody has properly paid attention to these forums until this video. And I'm not trying to big myself up being like, oh, I'm the first person that's ever acknowledged this. But I do feel like this is something that hasn't actually been spoken about, and I think it is very interesting to look at, because obviously when we look at these forums, we can see a lot of absolutely mental people who definitely need to do better things with their time, but also in the finer details of everything in these forums, there are things that kind of came to fruition in 2023 and 2022. A lot of concerns very much were valid and were very much a representation of a constant ongoing problem that lied in the very center point of the 8 passengers family. Ruby is 33, I think, but she seems like she's 45. Something about her rubs me the wrong way. Like she's that super sweet church lady, but tries to convert you, and behind your back, she judges you for not being a perfect Mormon. I think Ruby parented the first 4 children far better than the last 2. She's overwhelmed now, and she just doesn't have her head in the game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, without knowing the context about Ruby Franke and everything that she has done and everything that she represents, you would see a comment like this and think, wow, that's incredibly rude, because, I mean, yeah, it probably did seem very, very rude at the time, but I think, again, it represents that a lot of people, even in the early days, saw that there was just something wrong. There was just something not quite right about this family, and it always seemed to center on this individual, Ruby Franke. But there isn't really many significant posts to go through in 2016. It is more of the same with 2015, people merely speculating about certain things, people airing their issues, and yes, some people here and there saying that they do love the 8 passengers and all that good stuff, but mainly it started to get more and more negative as the time continued, and by 2017, it very much just seemed that this forum was absolutely dedicated to a lot of people mainly just airing their issues. No praise, no fandom. It seemed that whatever fandom was there has now converted to being an anti-fandom. I felt so uncomfortable watching Ruby cry and throw a mini tantrum because she didn't get a screenshot. I thought she was joking at first, but obviously she wasn't. And ladies and gentlemen, you may be wondering what is actually being referred to here. Well, like the good old YouTuber I am, I actually did a little bit of research, and I found out that what this is referring to is basically the 8 passengers family hit 1 million subscribers in 2017, and she wanted to get a screenshot of that big old 1 million number. You know, the number that I just recently hit. Well, recently, like a couple months ago. But I hit it, and I'm in the cool club now. Ooh, is the cool club that cool when these people are in it? Probably not, but yeah, they hit 1 million subscribers, and Ruby was just desperate to get a screenshot of the million number thing, and she didn't, and she had a bit of a breakdown and started crying and getting, I guess, very angry and dramatic about it, and honestly, I don't really know why. You could just go into the HTML editor and just edit it to say 1 million. Or you could just look at your plaque, which you will eventually get, and cut to my plaque right now. Look at this beautiful thing. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, it's not so lovely knowing that the 8 passengers have one as well. But you could have just, you know, looked at that and thought, oh, that's really cool. But no, she had a bit of a breakdown about it. And obviously everybody can have bad moments, but it very much is seeming that the weird behavior and different behavior to what she portrayed at the beginning of the channel had slowly started to get worse and worse. And people were starting to think, this isn't the same person from 2 years ago. Once what was a regular human being is now somebody having breakdowns because they can't get content for their YouTube channel. And a lot of comments after this were basically saying that this is the strangest they've ever seen Ruby, and something seems very, very wrong. And with these developments, people basically started to go full on Shane Dawson and tried to diagnose Ruby Franke as I guess a narcissist or something around that category. And basically that tiny snowball that I keep on mentioning is becoming now the size of a football and getting bigger as the days go by. And I understand a lot of people will be thinking, well, what about the father? Well, at this point of the YouTube channel, Ruby pretty much was the main center point of the channel. Yes, he appeared throughout it every now and again, but it very much seemed that Ruby was the leader of the operation, the brains behind everything, and I guess that is why there is a reason to put her as the center point. And again, it wasn't like these concerns all came from nothing and were just pure gossip. No, there were also accusations of outright irresponsible driving with children involved, and obviously that can actually lead to some very, very serious and dangerous situations, and it only goes even further into this kind of carefree, lack of responsibility feeling that Ruby Franke was having towards the 8 passengers. As long as she could get content, that was all that mattered. And bearing in mind, we are not even close to getting into these serious accusations. This right now is just an individual who clearly was absolutely obsessed with getting the highest possible numbers and most possible monetization that she possibly could on her YouTube channel. And look, I'm a big fan of the bag. I like to make a little bit of money, you know. Everybody likes to make a bit of money in this capitalist hellscape. But if I had a kid, I'm not posting that guy online. I don't know why it would be a guy. Maybe it's just my toxic man brain assuming that it's going to be a guy. But I wouldn't post the baby, and I wouldn't make content out of it. And I certainly wouldn't drive irresponsibly on camera for content, and I certainly wouldn't have many breakdowns when I can't get certain content, and I certainly wouldn't disregard my children in the name of getting more and more content. You get what I'm saying here? Basically, I'd be a regular, normal human parent. And again, as much as we can focus on Ruby Franke, I feel like Kevin Franke also should take a lot of criticism, because in the early days, it was very, very clear that there were a lot of concerns, but Kevin just sat in the background and happily allowed the mother of his children to do everything that she was doing on this channel. And obviously, yes, nothing criminal had seemingly happened publicly, but with all these people concerned, why did nobody step in and say, hey, I'm at least a little bit worried? Why did nobody do that even in the early days? Why did nobody just say, hey, I think maybe you're going a little bit too far to get content? Because now we are coming up to 2019. Between 2010 and 2018, it was just a constantly growing snowball. But in 2019, that is where the concerns became a terrifying reality. 8 passengers, controlling mothers aren't powerful. 8 passengers do not obey, and they send you away. These are 2 threads that were made on the same website that we've been going through, and these were threads where pretty much people's fears had very much became true. Rather than just 3 or 4 years of speculation, no, this was people airing their concern over some of the things that the parents of the 8 passengers actually admitted to in their videos. It wasn't like people were just saying, oh, they may have done this, they may have done that, this thing concerned me. No, this was people responding to what Kevin and Ruby Franke had said in their own YouTube videos. Now, the first thread, called Controlling Mothers Aren't Powerful, is a thread where Ruby Franke is being called out for her manipulative behavior, and just in general, people saying that some of the things that she did in certain videos is not good parenting. People were concerned about the children's eating habits, things to do with calories and watching their weight being taught to them at very, very young ages, and even weird stuff that there being taped lines to where food was placed, children not eating at the right times, and once again, just in general, the children of the 8 passengers not being treated well. Now, of course, when it comes to things like nutritional value of food, I of all people very much understand that I think it is a very essential thing to speak about and teach your children. Now, the reason that I say that I know about these things is because, I mean, if you followed me for a long time, you probably know that I have gone through a big weight gain part of my life and a big weight loss part of my life, and I definitely know the ins and outs of what it comes to when it means nutritional value in food, and I also know the bad side of weight loss and the bad side of weight gain, and I think it is very essential that we teach the children of this world the right ways to eat food and, enjoy food. Don't see food as this problem, but see it as, it's a gift. It's something that well, not just a gift, it's something that we need, something that we should enjoy, and we should, treat as something which is good, but also, yeah, there are some things that we need to know, that too much food and too much of one bad thing can lead to issues. But of course, these are just kids. I feel like when they're at a very young age, you, the parent, should be the one to distribute specific foods to them that are nutritionally good for them, and also just not teaching the overly crazy diet culture to your children. There is no need whatsoever for a child to know about the keto diet or calorie counting and stuff like that. I personally don't think that this is something that a 9-year-old child really needs to know about. And of course, when I say keto, I'm not saying that they absolutely taught the kids the keto diet. I'm just thinking of the first diet that's on the top of my head. Now, of course, when you are an adult, these are things that you can teach yourselves and look into and learn about, and that's absolutely fine. It's your body, you do as you please. But when it comes to children, I think children don't need to know the ins and outs of diet culture. And naturally, a lot of people were just concerned seeing some of how the young children on this channel were speaking about their eating habits and what the parents had been installing on them. And this led to a lot of further discussion about this, which we're not going to go into the depths of again. We're just saying that this is where people started to really notice a lot of severe problems based on people's own admissions in the 8 Passengers videos. But this, of course, leads us into the biggest problem yet. The problem which led to the first public debate about the 8 Passengers. This thing that we're about to now discuss was the very first moment that this forum became not just this big echo chamber on the internet where everybody was shouting in the void. No, this became the moment where this actually was now a public situation and a story that was debated throughout YouTube. Which is, of course, 8 passengers do not obey and they send you away. Now, firstly, we will be going into this more extensively later in the video, so I am just going to give a bit of a brief explanation to what this means. And ladies and gentlemen, personally for me, as somebody that has looked into the thing that we're now about to discuss, this is arguably one of the most disturbing things that I think the 8 passengers have done. Now, some may disagree with me, some may say I'm reaching, but just let me explain to you what this means. Basically, due to quote-unquote disciplinary reasons, Ruby and Kevin sent their 14-year-old son, Chad, away to a camp for troubled teens. Now, I'm going to go a little bit off script here, and I'm just going to say, firstly, this I don't believe is exactly a very common thing when it comes to the UK, but seemingly, this is a bit of a popular thing that happens in the United States of America. Now, maybe it's not popular, but I seem to just hear about it more from the US. And I just want to say, these camps for troubled teens, to me, seem more of a bit of an excuse for terrible parents that don't know actually how to parent their child. I don't understand why so many people seem to think that this is a good thing. Oh, you know, the child that I brought into this world isn't exactly acting in the traditional, conventional way of a good child. How do I deal with this? Do I actually have a one-on-one conversation, try to get through to them on a level playing field, or do I send them to a camp? Huh? I just don't understand this whole thing. I really think it's one of the most insane possible things, and also one of the most backward possible things. This seems like something from like the 1800s. I just don't get it. It is just bad parents continuously being bad parents. Look, as somebody that was kicked out of the house at 16 years old, I can confirm that when something like that happens to you, when you are removed from your own home, it doesn't make you a better child. It makes you even worse. Because why would it make you better? It's like all of your bad thoughts about your family and your parents in your mind has actually just been, well, it's just been justified because you've been removed from the home. These people that brought you into this world, the people that are meant to be your guardians, have removed you because they don't want to deal with you anymore. They don't want to deal with the consequences of their own terrible actions and terrible parenting, so they just shove you away. It's absolutely pathetic, and it is exactly what the 8 passengers did with their son Chad. But as I said, I don't want to go through this situation fully yet, because the weird thing is this happened in 2019, as I said, but it wasn't actually discussed on a public scale until around a year later. Now, it did become obviously a massive controversy in the 8 passengers community throughout these forums. People were speaking about it. It was like wildfire there, spreading to every sector of that fan base. but it really didn't become a public thing until only a year later. And I know you may be thinking, well, Fraser, you just said that it became public. Yes, I meant a year later, and that is why we are going to delay speaking about that in depth, because of course it is a massive part to this story, but we're going through this timeline chronologically. You probably are wondering, what did Chad do? Why did they send him here? Was he truly an absolute demon of a child? But even if he was, it would justify it. But I am going to say, hold your horses. We will get into that later in the video. But let's continue with 2019 and the genuine concerns on this forum. Because now, obviously, people had even more reason to get angry. Their anger over the last few years has now been justified. They have a prime example of why Ruby and Kevin Franke are absolutely terrible parents, and this whole facade that they've been putting on for around 4 years now is completely fake and in the name of profit. And I think a big thing to what a lot of people started to notice is pretty much everything was becoming content, because you may be wondering, well, how did we all find out that one of the children was sent to some form of troubled teens camp? Well, it's because they admitted to it on their YouTube channel. They seem to make absolutely everything content, and I mean some of the things that just do not need to be public, do not need to be recorded and put onto a video sharing website to millions of people. Because reminder, at this point of time, the 8 Passengers had around 2 million subscribers. And what were these subscribers getting presented to them on a week-to-week basis? This. I honestly don't know how much Ruby can exploit her children's puberty. This is getting worse than the Tannerites. I don't know who that is, but I guess it's another family channel, who did every second vlog about their daughter's period pains. Now, the problem is with these forums, and the problem is with the 8 Passengers YouTube channel, is that yes, the 8 Passengers has been purged, as I said, and a lot of these forums have also been purged. Accounts have been deleted, posts have been deleted, but obviously it comes from a case of, well, why would they make this up randomly in 2019? There was no there was no reasoning. They weren't getting financially compensated for this. They weren't making a YouTube video speaking about this. They were clearly referring to a YouTube video where Ruby or Kevin Franke used their children's development for content. Now, personally, I think this is obviously absolutely weird. Why is this content? Who feels the need to record their child speaking about these things and putting it onto the internet? I don't know. I think it is just it can only be described as absolutely weird. Now, some may argue that, oh, well, they did it for educational purposes. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Like, stop being an idiot. Like, stop it. I've seen some comments like this on that forum or like in other forums, and I'm just like, no, they we need to put this out of our minds. They don't care about educating children. They don't care about educating parents. And if there was going to be anybody to educate parents about puberty, maybe it should be actual, like, people who work in that field, adults who have actual real understanding about these things. Maybe they're the ones that should be explaining this stuff, not actual children just experiencing these things for the first time in their lives. I think that's a very, very private thing that should stay private between the children and the parents. But of course, this does just show once again that the whole thing of everything is content for them was only progressively getting worse and worse. Even things like hygiene related issues were now becoming things being spoken about on these forums. People were basically saying that the children were not getting cleaned and the mother was being called out for this once again, and people were just in general arguing that this sort of thing could actually lead to the children getting sick, and people were just concerned for the well-being of the children of the 8 Passengers. It just seems to me that progressively over the years the issues constantly expanded, mainly because Ruby almost became disinterested with her children from what I can see, and based on everything that we can now see in 2023. Of course, hindsight is a wonderful thing, but when you attach hindsight to these forums, and that's why I think it's important to look at these forums, it really does just show as the channel got bigger, she felt more comfortable just putting anything on the channel, even admitting to doing bad things, even smaller things like the children not having the right school equipment. It just seemed that because she was doing so well financially, I think she thought she could just get away with absolutely everything. Because as I said, the 8 Passengers at this point had become a bit of an empire. Look at the video views, look at the amount of channels there were. These people didn't care, mainly because this situation right now, in 2019 to 2015, as I said, was a bit of an echo chamber. They probably knew that people had concerns. They definitely knew. There's no way that they didn't see their community being concerned, but they didn't care, because people like me, people like you, we didn't know about these things because most of us probably didn't even know who this family was at the time. So they just continued what they were doing as there were no consequences. And the next chapter, we will be getting into those eventual consequences, but I think before we do that, I just want to read you a few other titles from some of the posts in these forums, which really give a representation of this wasn't just a 2020 to 2023 thing. This was a from the very get-go thing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's always been problems with the 8 passengers, even before the YouTube channel was even created. Private schools and public humiliations, feeding your kids leftovers and emotions, spreading a disease whilst doing as I please, emotional abuse galore, and making kids sleep on the floor, no bed, no food, but mum loves motherhood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, based on some of the names of those forum posts, I understand that a few of you will probably know what some of those posts are referring to because of recent developing events and recent deep dives into that family, but of course, I think that it does just once again show that all of this could have been prevented before 2023, before 2022, and before 2021. Now, I'm not blaming you and I'm not blaming me, because how were we meant to see this part of the internet in the first place? The internet is a very big thing. There are always dramas happening, there are always controversies happening, and at the time of 2019, where we are at right now in the timeline, of course, there were a lot of big things. Dramageddon, James Charles, Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star. It wasn't likely that we were all going to see this, and in fact, when it came to family channel drama, it mainly always used to surround the Ace family. These were the guys who were the pinnacle of family channel drama, as well as the LeBrant family, so the 8 passengers kind of just continued their shady business in the shadows. So why do I say this could have been prevented? Well, I think the family, not Ruby Franke, but people who operated around the family could have done more. Kevin Franke, for example. It seems that throughout the whole recent developments of the 8 passengers, this man has kind of tried to paint himself of an innocent bystander, but to me personally, he is just as responsible as Ruby Franke. I feel like people must have known about some of the things going on, given how much documentation there was over the first 4 years of their channel. Now, I understand that some people may have not been close to them, so they couldn't have really done something, but as we go through this entire story, you will start to see that there definitely have been moments where people, certain sectors of certain services, could have gotten involved, but they absolutely chose not to the detriment and safety of the children of the 8 passengers family, and that does lead us in to 2020. These forums have been a very interesting thing to look back on because they are absolutely historic and now represent everything that has come out in the last few months, but I think we now need to move into when the first real public controversy started to happen with the 8 passengers, and yeah, that is the year of 2020. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you've made it to 2020, the year of...
It's rewind time.
Yeah, it wasn't really, wasn't a good year, was it? But it was the year of where the traditional story with the 8 passengers family begins, pretty much. This is where a lot of you would be actually hoping my video begins, because none of you actually would have known about anything between the years of 2015 and 2020, because you don't do your research. Well, that's a bit too mean, to be fair. None of you actually, you've got better things to be doing with your lives. You don't have the time to just be sat on the internet, going through the internet archives of just stupid things. But for me, that's my job. So yeah, let's actually get into everything. Because so far we've established who the 8 passengers are, their empire, and the murmurs throughout their community between the yesteryears. And if there is one thing that we have established, is that those yesteryears were not peaceful. They weren't years of nostalgia and years of where only good things happen. No, no, no. They were years of nothing but controversy, but only in a big old echo chamber. And with that, allow me to introduce to you the drama The community. Yes, the community of people who speak about other people for a living. Drama community, everybody. So pretty much around the month of June 2020, the antics of Ruby Franke, Kevin Franke, and everything happening in the 8 Passengers community started to actually get into the scope of the YouTube drama community. And with that, it of course led to videos being created by a multitude of YouTubers speaking about the ongoing issues with the 8 Passengers YouTube empire. And ladies and gentlemen, you may be wondering, well, what were the things being discussed in these videos? Well, pretty much everything that I have actually said to you so far, everything that was documented in those forums finally started to go public. People started to fully realize that this family channel of 2 million subscribers was far more sinister than they originally thought. Because in 2019, 2020, I had a little bit of an understanding of who the 8 Passengers were. You know, you see the occasional family channel, you don't actually watch it, you just see, oh, they've got 1 million subs, you look away, you move on with your day. But then people started to notice something was wrong. And for me personally, the day of my realization of that was actually on the 8th of June 2020, because on that day, T-Spill, yes, your favorite tea-spilling channel, uploaded a video titled 8 Passengers Called Out by Fans. ... Shocking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that this video is the first video to ever cover the 8 Passengers family, but I definitely do think that this is the first video about the 8 Passengers controversies that actually started to get real traction, real attention, and started to spark up a conversation. Because the video currently stands at 1.5 million views, and these are viewers who would typically not be a consumer from the content of the 8 Passengers. This would be people who are taking in content regularly about Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star, James Charles, because, I don't know, he's a nonce or something. You know, they consume the content in that stratosphere, the weird community of beauty YouTubers and stuff like that. They don't usually consume content from family channels, so when something like this is thrown onto our doorsteps, everybody just stops and says, hold up. This is really weird. But I understand what a few of you will be saying now. Well, actually, what was discussed in this YouTube video and why did it cause so much uproar? Well, my friends, it actually goes back to somebody that we mentioned earlier, one of the sons of the 8 Passengers, Chad, because pretty much it came out that Ruby had been forcing her son Chad to sleep on a beanbag chair for 6 months. Now, firstly, I feel like I should just say, you know, there is actually no justifiable reason to take a bed away from a child. Just to take a bed away from anybody, real. I mean, okay, some people don't deserve beds, you know, like... Shut up, man. Look, there was probably nobody on screen there because I don't really want to get into a legal battle over defamation, but basically, people who message kids, I'll just say that, somebody like that, they probably don't deserve a bed. I don't know what I'm saying. Pretty much, just regular human beings that haven't done absolutely atrocities, they don't deserve to have their bed taken away from them. No matter who they piss off, no matter who they upset, no matter what law. Okay, no. Okay, you know what? Basically, just don't take a bed away as a punishment for a child, because that is exactly what happened with Chad. Chad had his bedroom taken away from him because he pulled a few cruel jokes on his siblings.
That I woke Russell up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, Russell, he was like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on. And I was like, we're not going to Disneyland. And he started crying and hitting me. And then he went back to bed in tears and then...
So that was not the reason you lost your room, but that was
all the reason is because I pointed a BB gun at his face.
Pointed a BB gun at his face and hung him on the basketball.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, these pranks, they're obviously, well, they're harmless. I mean, they're not exactly like the nicest possible thing to do, but I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. Now, maybe people will be like, well, you're just installing toxic traits if you're okay with this stuff. I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, my brother has probably played familiar. This is when you will realize that I have 4 brothers. I have 4 brothers, and I've had the worst of the worst pranks pulled on me. Well, not the worst of the worst, but I've had like BB guns like shot into me and stuff like that. Like it's not very nice, but like I wouldn't want my brother's bedroom taken away for 6 months. Like my sister used to poke me in the eye and shit for a joke. Obviously, it's a bad thing, and my parents used to say, "Stop doing that." But they never took her bedroom away from her, because that would obviously be an absolutely cruel thing to do. So to take the bedroom away from Chad for 6 months because of those pranks, to me personally, it's not just cruel, but it's honestly just absolutely insane parenting. And it's even more insane when you get into some of the things that we previously mentioned, but we are getting ahead of ourselves there. So let's continue with Ruby speaking about this.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
Now, there are 2 things here that we can take. Firstly, she obviously knew in that moment, oh my god, you should not have said that on camera. She knew in that moment that that is something that the viewers absolutely should not really know, because she knows that taking the bed away from a child is obviously a bad thing, especially making them sleep on a beanbag bed chair thing. I mean, beanbags for the most part aren't very comfortable, so it's not a good sleeping arrangement, especially for a growing boy. But number 2, she still put this on her YouTube channel. Visibly in the moment, she knew that that was a bad thing for the public to know, but Ruby still uploaded this onto her channel. And I think that goes back to what I mentioned in the previous chapter of Ruby at this point of time basically thought that she could get away with absolutely anything and make absolutely anything publishable content. And for the most part, she was right, because as I said, we're now in 2020. These controversies happened in 2019, and it took a whole year for the public to actually know about them. So in a way, I can kind of understand in the most messed up form of thinking possible why Ruby would think that, oh, I'll publish this for content. But honestly, it only just gets worse and worse after you listen to Ruby progressively speak about this, because, I mean, she clearly thinks in a way what she is doing is right, but she also knows in the back of her mind it is wrong after seeing her initial reaction, but she still tries to go on and justify it pretty much.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
Chad showed that he was not able to manage himself sharing a bedroom with Russell.
So when we moved, the bigger room in the basement was automatically his, and I didn't have a room.
So a lot of you are like, hey, that's not fair, because Chad got the lesser bedroom and Russell got the bigger bedroom. Russell got the big bedroom and Chad got the smaller bedroom. And Russell's bigger bedroom also had a bathroom. But what you guys didn't know was Chad didn't get any room. He didn't get anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room.
Now this is obviously just unbelievably messed up. I mean, taking away your bed is just such a horrific punishment for a child. Like, these children are growing, they're developing, they need sleep. Everybody needs sleep, but especially children. And I don't understand how anybody can claim to love their children, but to punish their children in ways like this. Especially considering what the kid did was just, honestly, I mean, pretty regular sibling behavior. Whether you agree with it or not, siblings fight, siblings do bad things. Now, we don't have to justify it, but we can just say it is not exactly out of the ordinary behavior between siblings. And immediately after people were exposed to this in T-Spill's video, it caused more and more people to make videos, start having a conversation about the 8 Passengers family, and ultimately the scope of observation went from this tiny little forum to the entire internet were now looking at this family. They saw this weird thing and thought something is very, very wrong here, and naturally the 8 Passengers received a lot of criticism. And the thing is, when it comes to controversy on the internet, this might sound a little bit surprising, but I actually think the internet can be quite forgiving. I think if Ruby came out and said, you know what, you are all right, my rules of punishment, it's wrong, and I'm sorry to my kids, and I won't do it again. Now, that wouldn't exactly fix everything, but I think if she did that, it may have just left it there. They could have moved on. She could have been continuously getting more and more millions, but no. Because as you're going to learn throughout this video, Ruby doesn't really ever say sorry. In fact, Ruby always does the opposite and just seems to just outright try to justify her actions in almost every single scenario.
I didn't anticipate all the upset. However, listening to all of your comments and your feedback, I think I understand where some people are coming from. They're like, oh, the parents don't give their kids beds. And I totally agree with that. I know there are lots of children out there whose parents are neglectful. We got accused of child abuse when we sent Chad to Anasazi. Guess what? The first thing that they did was take a bed away. They don't have beds. So Chad slept on the hard ground for months, and it's run by psychologists and therapists, and if not having a bed was psychologically damaging, then they wouldn't have suggested that.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are two things that we can take from this response. Now, number one, I would just love to know, who is the psychologist recommending taking a bed away from a child? Because if they are a psychologist, I feel like they need their license revoked. And I don't really think I need to actually explain that. I think if you're just a regular human being with a regular functioning brain, you most likely will agree with me on that point. But number two, Ruby let slip a little bit of information in that video which was available publicly at that point, but again, only in the fandom, in the forums. Because what did she refer to at the end of that clip?
We sent Chad to Anasazi.
Yes, she mentioned sending away Chad. Now, at this point of time of the controversy, most people were just concerned about the exploitation of children on the channel in terms of the kids were just constantly being recorded, everything. There were outrageous thumbnails, outrageous titles. There was a kid being made to sleep on a beanbag bed for 6 months. But a lot of people weren't at this point aware that Ruby and Kevin had also sent Chad away to a camp for troubled teens. And naturally, this response to something else brought on an even bigger controversy, which I mentioned previously, because these troubled teen camps have always faced scrutiny. Despite there is a weird level of popularity around them and people using them as some terrible method of parenting, people have always looked down on these things, especially when it comes to the drama community, because I feel like this is a community of where, the whole point of it is you have to be doing the right things. There's a lot of, there is a lot of, I don't really know what the word is, but I feel like if you're going to make these type of videos that I make, you usually do come from a moralistic standpoint of this is right and this is wrong. And I feel like most people from those perspectives will say that a troubled teen camp is never going to fix your child, and it is only an indictment on the parents for being terrible. And yeah, that's pretty much exactly what happened on the internet, because right now we have parents that are sending their kids away to camps, taking away their beds and making them sleep on awful conditions. It's really not looking good, especially given the fact that this channel tries to portray itself, or tried to portray itself, as this wholesome, wonderful channel of this lovely nuclear family that are doing all the right things, when the reality is there is something extremely sinister going on here. And when it comes to Chad being sent to these troubled teen camp getaway things, it's obviously absolutely horrific. There's not really much we can say in terms of detail, but I'll go back to my rant earlier. I think if you do things like that, it does just show that you have no comprehension when it comes to parenting. And I'm not a parent, but I know sending somebody away as some form of discipline is never going to help. You should approach your children with love, with communication. You should allow your children to think that they can actually speak their mind to you. They shouldn't feel like you're looking down on them. They should be able to have effective communication so they can communicate why they may be acting out in certain ways which you don't believe is the right way to act. And maybe from that, you can actually work on these things together. But you can't work on things together when you've sent that kid hundreds of miles away into the desert. That's not how it works. And if Chad was a terrible child who did all the wrong things, I really can't blame the kid, because he's being punished for some of the most minute things in the most extreme ways possible. He plays a prank on his brother, has his whole bedroom taken away from him. He acts out in a way that they don't agree with, gets sent away. But it's not just this. There are also other disciplinary actions that they take on their children, which to me are just personally quite cruel.
In this same video, she talks about other forms of punishment that she's given to her kids, such as taking away their phones and iPad and never giving them back, leaving them without communication with their friends. In the video, her kids look extremely upset and uncomfortable with the whole situation. They even admit that they both have no friends at all and can't even make plans with them because their phones have been taken away for so long. Since the family just moved into a new house and live over an hour away from school, it's not like they can just run across the street to meet their friends from school.
Now, some people may agree with what I'm about to say, but it's not 2006 anymore. It's not 1984 anymore. I think it is quite essential for children to have a mobile phone, at least a phone where they can just directly contact their parents or the emergency services, especially when they are an hour away from home. You don't have to necessarily get them an internet connection so they can scroll through TikTok and Twitter all day, but at least give them this thing which allows them to have some level of contact, especially if they're regularly going to be away from home. And it's clear that Kevin and Ruby disagreed with that, and I think that is absolutely terrible parenting. It's a dangerous world that we live in, and I think this is incredibly irresponsible, but yet again, another representation of just, in general, the terrible normalization of terrible parenting on the 8 Passengers Family YouTube channel. This was their content. I will continue to remind you this. This was what they were posting. Them being terrible parents got them millions of views every single day, earned them a lovely lifestyle of where they got paid millions every year, all because they treated their kids in nasty ways and used them for clickbait on a day-to-day basis. Now, when it comes to me discussing topics like this on the internet, I usually do like to use the phrase cultivate when somebody, you know, they have an audience and they almost make it into like this cult-like thing where the audience will believe absolutely everything that they do and just go with it, no matter what, no matter how controversial it is, no matter how wrong it is, they will just follow it. And I do believe that the 8 Passengers almost seem to be cultivating an audience where that audience would believe that doing horrible things like sending your child to a desert was, well, now a normal thing, according to Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke.
And the guy says, oh, you don't need to bring anything except 36 pair of underwear. When Chad heard it, he was like, I really am going to go live in the desert in my underwear.
Chad today has just entered the Anasazi Foundation Wilderness Therapy Program, where he's going to spend the next 8 to 10 weeks living in the
Anasazi Desert.
Yeah, the desert mountains of Arizona.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, personally, I feel like the most interesting part of this is the fact that they willingly admitted this in a YouTube video. It was like it was a private leaked Instagram live or something. No, this was something that they uploaded onto their YouTube channel, getting millions of views. And at the time, people were like, oh, this is amazing. This is fantastic. What lovely parents. It's easy to look back on and be like, oh yeah, this is terrible. But the fact of the matter is, when these guys spoke about this for the first time in their YouTube channel, people thought that this was a good thing. Of course, we can go back to the forums and look at the people that were enraged about this originally, but for the most part, the 8 Passengers got away with this for a very long time until, you know, normal, sane human beings like me and like you saw this and thought, oh yeah, this is absolutely terrible. As I said, this controversy only became a real controversy around a year after it even happened, because the actual 8 Passengers community pretty much thought that this was a very, very normal thing, and they were just absolutely accepting of this. But not just with that, but with plenty of other situations and weird clips that we will go through. And yeah, again, this comes from the fact that the 8 Passengers community is indeed absolutely, or certainly was, a cult. But I think before we go even further into discussing the 8 Passengers community and how progressively insane it gets with the 8 Passengers themselves, I think we actually need to take a look into the camp that Chad was sent to, because ladies and gentlemen, that itself is a rabbit hole where, honestly, you're going to discover some very dark and disturbing things. The Anasazi Foundation Wilderness Therapy Program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have been doing some digging into this, and well, yeah, as I just said, it is a very, very disturbing thing what is going on here. And the thing that I find quite amazing about these therapy programs is that they like to present themselves as these wonderful things that absolutely change the lives and courses of the children of America, but usually they have a very dark past that most of them are hiding, which if you do a little bit of research for longer than, 20 seconds, like any responsible parent should, you'll find out the well, the truth behind these therapy programs. But yeah, when you look at the Anasazi Foundation Wilderness Therapy Programs website, you can see that it's absolutely advertised as this incredible place that changes the lives of young people. Walk the path to peace. We help young people and parents find the way forward. On paper, to the average idiotic parent, this would look like an amazing thing. You think, oh wow, you know, I don't actually have to do the thing that I brought this child into the world for. Parenting! Instead, I can pay some random person to do it for me in the middle of the desert. Actually, hold up, that doesn't sound very productive whatsoever. No, what does that sound like? Oh yeah, it sounds absolutely insane. Have parents of America not just thought to, you know, have a conversation with their child? Has anybody thought of that? Because mine didn't. State-of-the-art wilderness therapy. Respected 49 minimum day program. That's pretty long. 49 days. Let's think about that for a second, ladies and gentlemen. That is over a month. You are sending your child away into the wilderness. That is honestly quite an insane thing. Especially when the next part says, for young people aged 12 to 17. Now, I don't know if I'm just a part of a new generation of people that are absolutely lazy and don't like any work whatsoever, but I just don't think it's very productive to send a 12-year-old into the wilderness for 49 days minimum. Strength-based positive psychology. I mean, Could you not just take your kid to the gym with you if you wanted to improve their strength? Just go and get the gains just go get some gains at the gym. You don't need to go to the wilderness for 49 days. And the next part is the best part, where it says helpful for depression, anxiety, conflict, substance use, and emotional/behavioral concerns. Wow. We all need to be sent to this place, clearly, because it's clearly such a life-changing thing. And whenever I see anything like this, I always think to myself, wow, if it is truly this wonderful, then why does not everyone just go to the wilderness, go to a desert or somewhere where there's just nothing but bears, and I know bears aren't in the desert, camels, and just live there for 40 days? Why don't we do that? Because Jesus did that, and it wasn't very enjoyable for the bloke, so I don't think that I'm going to personally do it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it looks great, it sounds wonderful, but the fact of the matter is, if you do just one Google search, you will quickly find out that it isn't exactly advertised as what it is described to be. You can look at a few Google reviews, you can look at a few articles, and you can discover that this whole thing is just an excuse for parents being terrible. For example, here are some testimonies where people are giving their personal experiences about the bullying and infighting endured at the camp, things about children having their food stolen and other horrible stuff, and the workers basically doing absolutely nothing about it. If there was anything that I really noticed about people's experiences with this camp and similar camps, is that pretty much the environment is terrible, and it almost just seems like a school playground. You've got the bullies, and then you've got the people that get bullied, and the teachers don't really do anything. It really doesn't seem anything unique at all. It does just seem that you're basically sending your kids to a school in the desert for 49 days. It isn't really productive in my opinion. It doesn't seem like a really positive thing, and honestly, it's just manual labor. And yeah, you can be disciplined when people are taking away your bed from you and forcing you to do things. So, you know, if you don't do those things, you actually don't get fed, or you don't have a bed to sleep in. Obviously, that's gonna force somebody into acting in a certain way, but it's not like you're doing it in a productive manner, a way to healthily install certain levels of discipline in a child's mind. This is just honestly, in my opinion, and I have to stress this, in my opinion, a form of abuse. But then there are also other concerning testimonies, such as people basically begging people to not send their children to this camp for all of these reasons that we've just gone through, and so many other reviews speaking about, just in general, the darker parts of these behavioral camps. Now, I would be being very disingenuous if I didn't report the fact that, for the most part, there is a majority positive score in reviews when it comes to these places, but I don't really think that ignores the fact that there are a large amount of reviews of people saying absolutely horrible things. For me personally, when you have at least more than one of these horrible reviews, I think it is a thing that we should pay attention to and be very concerned about, especially when there are also older articles out there with things like this about these camps. I think this is very concerning, and as I said, this isn't just with the Anasazi one, this is with plenty of others out there. I think just in general, the idea of wilderness therapy for 12-year-olds going away for 50 days or 49 days, I just don't think it's a very good thing, and I think it's pretty much a tragic form of parenting. I think it shows a parent that has clearly given up and is not willing to actually put in the effort to helping their child. I understand I may have somebody watching this right now thinking, oh, I went to these camps and I'm great, that's fantastic, but you can't ignore the fact that there are children that have gone to these places in a lot of cases, and it's not gone well for them, and in fact it's gone terribly in some cases. Not with this one in particular, but there are other cases, ones involving some places where people from Dr. Phil were sent to and horrible things happened there. This is obviously a recurring pattern, and I think it's very concerning that parents are genuinely still sending their kids here with confidence that what they're doing is a right thing. And I think it is even more worrying that, as I said, the community of the 8 Passengers family also thought that this was a good thing. Yes, as I said, there was a vocal minority in that community, but for the most part, people sat by idle and thought this was a great thing, and even said that they would do the same with their kids. And ultimately, I think the main thing to take from this is that these Wilderness Foundation therapy programs, they're not there to help kids. These things are a business. They are designed to solely generate profits off children who are in unfortunate situations of where their parents simply refuse to parent them. These places offer all of these things for a specific high price. Now, I couldn't find the specific price that this wilderness therapy program offer, but based on a few reports, apparently it could be around $40,000 for 49 days to be at one of these programs. These things are designed to exploit people in tough situations and make it even worse for them. Obviously, they will refute that, and I should say that this is my personal opinion, but when I see these high fees being charged, I think it is just a representation of what these camps are all about. They don't care, in my opinion, about helping children. They care about profiteering off of children. Just look at some of these headlines out there about these places. It feels like abuse. You are on guard at all time. And even right now, there are celebrities actively campaigning against these types of places. I seriously don't understand how in 2023, even in 2018 and 2019, when the 8 Passengers did this, they genuinely believed that this was a good and right and justified thing. And not only that, but they then even confidently spoke about it in YouTube videos and Instagram stories. I mean, going back to the clip that we spoke about earlier, they're practically joking about this whole thing, and to me, it's incredibly disturbing, especially seeing the treatment that Chad himself has received over this period of time. I just think the whole thing is truly depressing and a great representation. I say great, not in a good way, but a major representation of where things are starting to turn with the 8 Passengers family in this timeline. But ladies and gentlemen, because of the situation getting spoken about more in 2020 with Chad, obviously now people were really starting to look at the 8 Passengers, and because of that, people started to go through the backlogs of their content, and people started to find even more worrying things to do with the children of the 8 Passengers. For example, people noticed after Chad came back from his wilderness retreat, it seemed that the parents had removed the door on the bathroom that Chad and the other children were supposed to use. So now not only has Chad been forced to sleep in a beanbag, had his bedroom taken away from him, and also been sent to a wilderness retreat camp, he also had no privacy when he went to the toilets. And I feel like you just have to start to ask the question of, when does this, it might sound like I'm reaching here, but when does this genuinely start to become some level of human rights violations? And I know that might sound like genuinely quite wild, but I mean, kids deserve the right to a bed, a right to privacy, especially when they're going to the toilet. And these kids are having it taken away from them because the parents seem to think that they have the divine right to control these basic human rights that the kids should have. And I think it's incredibly worrying that for years this stuff was looked past and just, people thought, oh, Ruby's a strict parent, she's just doing what she thinks best and they're not my kids, so I'm not going to get involved. No, I am going to get involved, and I think it's a massive shame that nobody got involved a very, very long time ago. Nobody being a lot of the people that actually knew the 8 passengers. But of course, everything that we've been going through right now is mainly to do with one of the kids, Chad. But the reality is every single kid in the 8 passengers has felt pain and suffering during this whole saga of this channel just simply existing, or just in general for their entire childhood, because another resurfaced clip came about involving Ruby speaking to her 6-year-old child Eve, because pretty much Eve went to school that day, and basically Ruby says that she received a call from one of Eve's teachers, and the teacher was saying that Eve was hungry because Eve had come to school with no lunch. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I was now going to be like, oh, well, hypothetically, mistakes can happen, you could accidentally send your child to school with no food that... You just can't. You just can't do that. I'm sorry, but there are some things where I feel like a mistake isn't allowed in that situation, and sending your kid to school with no food is obviously a terrible thing to do. And how do we all believe that Ruby Franke tried to rectify the situation or respond to this situation? Because once again, ladies and gentlemen, think about this. Ruby is on camera. It's not like this is all leaked information that came out in 2023 with everything that happened. No. It's none of that. This was recorded in 2019, put onto the internet for our viewing pleasure. So surely, with that, you think she is going to say something that makes her look good. I would love to know what you think Ruby did in response to being told that her child is starving at school and has no money or no lunch with her. Comment down below and we'll just play the clip to see what Ruby is truly going to do to rectify this situation.
Her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch, and it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning.
I feel like I should give a reminder right now. This is a 6-year-old child that we're speaking about right now. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's continue with the clip.
Lunches in the morning, so the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like the only thing that I can describe this as is genuinely evil. This is evil behavior. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if anybody thinks that's a reach. I understand giving your children responsibilities so they grow up and they learn to act in certain responsible ways. It's all a part of learning and stuff like that. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge as human beings we all make mistakes, especially when we are children, especially when we are 6 years old. So if the 6-year-old calls little mummy and says,
"Oh, I forgot any food,"
I feel like the parent should then be like,
"Okay, I understand, I gave you that responsibility, and it's fine that you haven't done it because,
you're 6 years old." Like, personally, I feel like 6-year-olds shouldn't be packing their lunch. I feel like that is still the age where your parents should be packing your lunch. But even if you're gonna do that, just bring the lunch to school. But it's the fact that she also says that she hopes nobody gives her food. I mean, it's just utterly sick and twisted and messed up. But again, back in the day of like 3-4 years ago, people saw this and thought, oh yeah, a responsible parent teaching their kids lessons. What's the lesson? Dying from starvation? But yes, with more and more controversy appearing throughout 2020 with the 8 passengers, it just led to people bringing up things such as the general titles of the content being posted on the 8 passengers YouTube channel. For example, a big issue a lot of people had when it came to the videos that they were posting was actually the monetization of their children's puberty. Now, I know that sounds like an insane sentence, but it is a genre of content on the 8 passengers family that they very much became known for. As you can see here, there are videos of where they are speaking to their children about puberty and their children going through these stages of development in their life. And of course, we all go through these stages, but I think me and you can all agree that if we were to have those uncomfortable conversations with our parents and they were to be recorded and published on the internet to millions of people whilst being monetized, I feel like we would all be made increasingly more uncomfortable. These types of videos, in my opinion, are things that should be private between the parents and the children. There is a level of trust there that I think should never be exploited, and of course it has in this situation. The kids at the time may have seemed comfortable with it, but obviously we now know, given some of the things that has happened recently, that this entire channel was all about exploiting the children at every single opportunity. And in my opinion, these videos right here are some of the absolute worst examples of it. This should not be content. This should be personal conversations between the parent and the child. But not just for ethical reasons, such as I don't think this should be content that's recorded, monetized, and published on the internet, but also for a big reason that I think we haven't actually spoken about yet, and that of course is bullying. Look, we've all gone to school for the most part. We all know how kids work, and we all know that if somebody is recorded and posted on the internet, it usually is going to kick up a conversation. From my experience, there was always some kid at school that was desperately trying to become a YouTuber, whether it was a KSI clone or somebody just trying to be a vlogger like Zoella or Ralphie Days. These people existed, and the one thing that they always faced was, sadly, bullying. And with this style of content that the 8 passengers' parents, Ruby and Kevin, are posting, I feel like it puts their children at far more risk than the people that were just willingly posting content of them playing FIFA or vlogging their day-to-day life. No child should have to deal with the unfortunate thing of somebody pulling up a video with them speaking about puberty with their parents. And you may say, well, there should be no bullying. Kids shouldn't be doing that. I'm sorry, we all know how kids work. Saying that bullying shouldn't exist is just ignoring the issue that of course bullying exists and it's always going to exist. And with this level of content, I just feel honestly bad for the children, not just because it's been published, but probably because going to things like school would be made a much more difficult thing for them. But then you have to also counter in the previous issues of the children aren't even eating when they go to school, and now they're most likely being put at risk of being bullied for the content that their mother and father is publishing of them on the internet. It's just a constant circle of negativity, and I really don't think that this is good for the children. And in fact, my theory is really only backed when you do a little bit more digging and you find out that these kids, they don't even have, or they didn't even have friends.
You can play with friends.
No, like I don't have friends.
I don't have friends either.
I literally like told my friends I'm not hanging out with them anymore because they say some pretty messed up stuff.
You'd feel like at this point the mother, Ruby, would be like, oh, maybe I should, stop doing the things that I do, because it's very clear that the impact that this channel is having on their lives. You can say that they don't directly say that, but just listen to the negative voice that they are giving their mother. They clearly are upset with the situation they are in, and also the son here says that they were saying some pretty messed up stuff. I don't really know what was being said, but I can make my own assumptions, and I'm sure that you can make your assumptions as well. I would not be shocked if the people that they went to school with saw the 8 Passengers channel and dubbed it what we all currently dub it as extremely weird. But another thing to take from this is, once again, this was content published on the 8 Passengers family channel. This was an honest conversation between the children of the 8 passengers and Ruby, the mother, the person running the channel, of where they air their issues of they don't have friends, and Ruby thought this would be a good thing to publish on the YouTube channel. Not everything needs to be public, but obviously to Ruby, any form of traumatic experience of her children, any form of issue that they're having, anything that would get views is obviously monetizable content. And ladies and gentlemen, the clips that I've played you so far is realistically just the tip of the iceberg. I understand that I'm probably going to get a lot of complaints being like, you missed this, you missed that, and you missed this. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't cover every single clip because there are just so many uncomfortable moments with the 8 passengers, which I can play you some right now, but realistically, every clip is just the same. It is just the children being in very uncomfortable situations and the mother either not realizing or just not caring. But yeah, here are a few other moments of uncomfortable things that people brought up with the 8 passengers in 2020. Starting off pretty strong with this clip right here, where pretty much the mother, Ruby, is speaking about how it's not her responsibility to pretty much look after her own children.
It's important to remember that I, the parent, am not responsible for how my child feels. If my child feels sad, that is my child's emotion, and it's not my job to make her feel better.
I'd argue that's pretty much one of the only jobs, well, okay, I say the only job, but one of the main jobs that a parent has to do when it comes to their children. If your child is sad, you should try and help them find out and understand why they're feeling sad. And I feel it's very strange that me, the man with no children, knows this, but the woman with multiple children doesn't understand this. And the fact of the matter is she is once again recording herself and uploading this to a YouTube channel and kind of expecting people to just think, oh, what a wonderful person she is. She is the ideal parent. But it only gets worse because this type of mentality which she is displaying here clearly shows that there is a lot of behind the scenes issues that we don't even know about. And I think that's shown even further in another clip that Ruby recorded of her child saying that he is constantly worried that Ruby and Kevin are going to get a divorce.
Worry if Dad and I are gonna get divorced? You do? I did not know you worried about that. How often do you worry about that?
Probably when I go to sleep.
When you're at the most tired, and then your mind starts going to extreme cases. Oh, well, do you hear Dad and I yell and fight a lot? You're supposed to say no. You're not supposed to say yes.
Now obviously there's a lot of fun, happy music playing in the background, she's laughing and smiling, but to be honest with you, I think it's again really strange that this is being recorded and put on camera. I genuinely don't understand how anybody would think this is the right thing to do, even if it wasn't Ruby or Kevin's fault that the kid was feeling this way. You know, he might be a little bit anxious, one of his friends' parents might have broken up. I just feel like this is a personal thing that shouldn't be on camera, especially when he clearly acknowledges that his parents shout and fight a lot. I feel like these things are things that should stay off camera and for private discussions to kind of understand why the kid is feeling this way. But obviously, Ruby doesn't care about these children. I think if there's one thing we can establish throughout this video so far is Ruby only cares about herself and cares about getting as much content on camera as possible. And that moves us into the next clip of where Ruby pretty much records her kids crying as they're in a river, because pretty much Ruby and the family go to some day out at a river, and the kids don't enjoy it. They're crying, they're upset, they're scared of the river, and this is how it goes.
You're gonna thank me for it. You're having so much fun. I know.
Your girls have my respect forever. I probably could not have done what they just did.
Abby, are you crying? Are you guys crying?
Yeah.
Get in your boats. We're not done yet. You girls are doing great. I'm proud of you. You can't get out right here though. We have to go back. I used to do this kind of stuff all the time growing up. And my girls, they need a little bit tougher skin. This is going to be good for them. They're safe, but This is good to be scared of a little river and to be cold.
Again, I feel like this is once more another uncomfortable thing that shouldn't be on camera but weirdly is on camera. I understand that people have fears and, you know, as a child you're meant to conquer some of those fears, but I just think that when your child is trying to conquer those fears and they're crying, I feel like the best thing as a parent you can do is maybe just be there with them, make sure that they know they're okay and comfortable, rather than just recording them being like, oh, they need thicker skin. This is not good parenting. This is just honestly a clout-hungry leech who is just being unbelievably terrible in pretty much every single scenario that they are in. But again, it only continues to get worse and worse throughout these clips, and I really don't understand how there is just so much. I'm only showing a very minute amount of clips, but there are so many.
Is realizing he's short on clothes and he wants more clothes. It's become more important to him. We are also working on responsibility. I'm working on holding boundaries. Chad's working on taking personal accountability for his choices. And I thought this is the perfect circumstance.
No. I still think you should pay for it.
Now in this clip you can't really see Chad's face, blurred it out, but pretty much he looks very uncomfortable. He's looking away from the camera for the most part, and when he does look at the camera, he looks incredibly annoyed. And the context of this is pretty much the other kids in the family all have uniforms to wear to school, and apparently Chad wore normal clothes to school every single day, and just in general it seemed that Chad didn't have as much clothes as the kid. And as somebody that comes from a family with lots of siblings, I can understand how this feels. It can be very aggravating, it can be very annoying, and I think this is something that Chad has fairly brought up. Yet once again, Ruby has pulled out the camera. She is blatantly shaming her own child for simply having these thoughts and just basically saying, hey, my kid has no forms of responsibility. Here he is on camera again, and here I am mocking him for millions of people to see. It's embarrassing, but this is an increasingly common thing that I've noticed throughout these videos of where Ruby shames Chad so many times, or just tries to make him look bad and pans the camera on him when he is visibly upset, just like in this next clip here.
So you're all like, what? I have your attention now? Is that it? You're all gonna listen? If you have something in the bag that you would like out, you can pay cash for it. So you learn the value of your items. Or you can give what? Dad, I'll let you take the conversation from here.
You can do an equivalent value chore to get it back.
What's it?
And whatever isn't claimed by the end of the day goes in the garbage.
Now, because this video has now been removed, it's hard to work out what the exact context of this is, but because of some videos that were made about this specific clip at the time, I've kind of determined that what's going on here is pretty much the kids' items were taken away from them and they could earn some of those items back in very specific ways. But obviously, from what you've heard, it's a very weird situation. I really don't understand how this teaches responsibility, and in the clip, Chad looks visibly distraught to what is going on. And once again, it's just another clip where you have to say to yourself, why is this on camera? Why are they even doing this form of parenting? And it does just seem that every kid in this situation was visibly upset and uncomfortable, but the parents obviously don't care. As long as they've got content, their kid could be screaming and crying and they would record that and post that. And hey, I've literally got a clip of that exact thing happening.
Oh my gosh, this makes me so sentimental. Abby, you're the one who needs to watch where you're going. You're older. Go tell her you're sorry.
Now, you can't exactly see what happens here, again, because of the blurring it, because most people in these clips are very young, but the bikes crash into each other, somebody gets hurt, and crying and tears start to happen, and I feel like at that exact moment, Ruby should put down the camera, but no, what she resorts to is once again shaming the children involved, blaming them, having a go at them, and even if you are going to criticize your children, just put down the camera. This doesn't need to be put on the internet for millions of people to see. see, and I will keep on reiterating that because it's the same thing for every single clip. It's genuinely shocking to me that Ruby Franke got away with this for so unbelievably long, but also take into context, it's not just Ruby, but it's Kevin as well, who is very much enabling this behavior and participating in all of the things that happens in these clips. Now yes, there is obviously a lot of things here, and once again there will probably be things that have been missed out, but obviously what you can take from this is that this is no doubt an extremely uncomfortable situation, and you have to bear in mind this is realistically the first public scandal that the 8 passengers have actually been involved in. When we look away from the forums and the posts we went through earlier, this was the first moment where they were truly in the limelight, and there was just so much. And because of this, so many more videos were made about the 8 passengers in 2020, and just in general, it became a bit of a trend to speak about this family and the ongoings of every single little thing that happened on this YouTube channel. And honestly, in some situations where this happens, it can be deemed as nitpicking. People are just in general going over the top, but when it came to this family, it was different. Every single clip were these 2 parents weirdly installing their values onto their children, but not positive values, not doing it in a positive way, but just extremely negative and creepy and weird and disturbing things happening throughout all of these videos. And with this, it obviously leads to the question, with all of the scrutiny and everything that was happening in 2020, how did the 8 passengers, i.e. Kevin Franke and Ruby Franke, respond to all of this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, just like most parts of this situation, it is in the most vindictive and cruel and manipulative way possible, because no, Kevin Franke, did he respond? Obviously not. Did Ruby Franke respond? Obviously not. Instead, the people to mainly respond to the situation was actually the children. And when I say the children, I mean big old Rubes has actually got on her daughter's phone and just posted a load of bollocks. Because yes, on Instagram, one of the daughters in this situation saw all of the controversy and decided to give their 2 cents on everything and just disprove all of the angry people, disprove all of the video footage of everything that we've seen. So let's take a look at this. And firstly, I should just say, I'm not mad at the daughter in this situation, because honestly, as I said, I just don't really believe that these are the authentic, genuine words of any child in the 8 passengers. So all of the TikTokers, 13-year-old girls and 40-ish-year-old men who want to adopt us, no thanks, creepy guy. I mean, you can instantly from that intro see where this is going to go. They are very clearly going to dub concerned adults as well as creeps. And when it comes to children, they're just going to dub them as, well, you know, children, which is quite ironic because this is being posted on the account of a child. But this is a very manipulative tactic from the start, and this is why I think this is Ruby at least putting words into her daughter's Instagram post. And obviously I don't have any proof of that, but just based on everything that we're going to go through, to me, this is a very intentionally manipulative post, because you can brand one age category as one thing and then the older age category as the other, in a way to kind of deflect all forms of criticism. But me and you know that this is absolute bollocks. Who have no idea who we are, yet are making these claims. Get a life. No, I don't think I will. Thank you very much. To all of our dedicated fans who are truly concerned, I thank you for all of your support, but this is ridiculous. A 30-second clip out of a 20-minute video out of a single day is not evidence for abuse. And ladies and gentlemen, this may be a bit of a controversial thing to say, but I actually believe that a 30-second clip out of a 20-minute video out of a single day can actually be evidence of something horrific happening. Because, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds is all it really takes for something. I mean, a second is all it takes for something wrong to happen. Just because that behavior may not be repeated in consistent patterns doesn't necessarily mean that something terrible has not happened to you. And once again, I should just say, I don't believe this is genuinely the child speaking here. I don't believe that this is their authentic words. I believe that the mother or the father has got involved in this situation. But yeah, I just thought I'd say, if you're ever feeling like, oh, something bad happened to me, but it only happened once, that's not a defense of the person that did that bad thing. That bad thing has still happened, and you should try to accept that, because just because something happened once doesn't mean it's okay. It still happened, and it's fine to just think that one time is enough. But then it gets even worse when they say you have no idea what real abuse is. It's amazing the change that a few people can make in the world, which is why I asked you to find a real person or situation that needs this help and dedicate your time and energy to help them. I will add my voice among yours if that happens. Thank you to all of the ones who continue to show their love and support. You do not go unnoticed. Translation: thank you to all of the people that don't criticize us and actually think that what we do is actually normal, when absolutely it is the complete opposite of normal. But yes, this post is obviously extremely weird to look at. And back in 2020, most people immediately saw this as the parents manipulating and gaslighting their children, or if anything, just taking control of this Instagram account and posting it themselves. So, I mean, based on everything that we've seen so far, I really would not be shocked if that was the case, but obviously I should just legally say that is just mere speculation. But I think it's also kind of backed by the fact that Kevin actually responded to the post saying how proud he is of his kids for standing up against the social mob, and just in general, Kevin was very defensive. And there's a lot of people throughout the last few months that have been saying Ruby's the monster, Ruby's the only bad person, and Kevin's innocent. And I'm thinking, are you guys stupid? The bloke was there for this entire thing, and I don't care how many statements this man puts out trying to excuse himself in a situation. Oh, I didn't know what was happening. This guy knew everything, and it's so incredibly obvious, and this comment oh so badly represents that. This is a disgusting comment, and to me personally, it does just show the manipulative hands that Ruby and Kevin had in their children for so many years. And I think we need to bring up the very common fact that I hear get reiterated, rightly so, in a lot of these types of videos, is that victims in a lot of situations can really take a long time to realize what has happened to them. And I think here with the children, if they genuinely did post this information, it obviously is now a case of that, because skipping a long story short, obviously the children have now gone against the 8 passengers as they've gotten older, matured, have learned what happened to them was actually wrong. And we should also just bring up the fact that when you're younger, you really want to look at your parents like they're these golden people that could never do anything wrong. You know, they're amazing, they're wonderful. But when you get older, obviously a lot of us realize that a lot of family members who we once looked up to weren't exactly knights in shining armor. In fact, some of the family members that we had have done things that when you look back on it, you think, wow, that's really bad, and I don't know how I didn't see it. But obviously it was because you were a child. You were blinded by just innocent childhood love. You didn't know the cruelties of this world, and you just thought what those family members were doing was just a normal, regular thing. But when you experience life, you then go on to realize that, hey, that was bad, that was not normal, and this is very much a case of that. And the fact that this grown man with these children tried to actually act like this was a good post makes this all so much more disgusting. And yeah, I definitely feel like Ruby Franke is the main villain in this situation. I feel like she has definitely orchestrated most of the things that have happened here. But let's not pretend that Kevin Franke is some form of saint or somebody that is innocent in this situation, because that is obviously not the case. And I think based at where we're at in the timeline right now, despite it only being around halfway through, if even that, it is just genuinely shocking to me that this group, this family channel, somehow managed to still after this cultivate an audience. This channel where they have so obviously exploited their children for so many years continue to make millions of dollars from this and get away with it. Regardless of this controversy that we're now going through, it honestly didn't have that much of an impact. Yes, some people thought that these guys were still bad, but they were getting millions of views despite the content was the parents saying things like this.
It's important to remember that I, parent, am not responsible for how my child feels. If my child feels sad, that is my child's emotion, and it's not my job to make her feel better.
This doesn't sound like a nice person. This doesn't sound like a parent. This sounds like an evil supervillain who has a script and they're reading some villainous character that they're playing in a Marvel show. Well, not a Marvel show. It's just any from a Netflix show, some terrible Netflix show that's going to get absolutely lambasted by people on Rotten Tomatoes. This is what I am seeing here. A supervillain. I'm not seeing somebody that runs a wholesome family channel and somehow garnered millions of viewers. I am seeing somebody that is doing everything that you should not do as a parent. But ladies and gentlemen, quite like literally everything that I speak about, somehow it continues to get worse, because shockingly enough, this statement from the child, of course, it did not go down well. Of course, people were like, well, this is obviously either the parents or just the parents manipulating their child. So instead, how it went down was obviously more and more YouTubers came out and spoke against the 8 passengers, saying they are absolutely terrible and we need to stop them. So how did the 8 passengers then respond to that? Well, just like all signs of the people with an innocent conscience, they sent out cease and desist orders? I don't know, cease and desists. Ruby and Kevin Franke, in brackets 8 passengers lawyer, has sent me a cease and desist. OMG. Yes, in this situation in 2020, how they really decided to handle all of this, because, you know, there wasn't an actual way to handle it in a way that would make them look good, is, well, threaten people into silence, because that's always the sign of somebody that has genuine intentions and is not trying to hide some absolutely heinous and horrible secrets. And if you want more proof of that, let's look at the people that have tried to sue me in the past.
This is my vegetarian
Jarvis, pull up those crimes. Yeah, it's not necessarily looking good, and every single time, well, nearly every single time where I've seen a YouTuber sue somebody or anybody sue anybody for defamation, it's usually not a good case of an innocent conscience. Now, obviously, not in all cases. There is some genuine reasons to sue somebody for defamation if somebody just outright lies about you. But in this case, this tweet doesn't represent that. This represents people, well, silencing people. That's what it represents. But it wasn't just this content creator that received a legal threat. It was actually a lot of content creators. And in fact, it kind of seems that when you look back to this phase in 2020 of where people were speaking about this situation that we've been going through, a lot of videos have now mysteriously disappeared, and I think that's because a lot of content creators, out of sheer fear, removed their videos. And that's not me being critical. I understand the fear that you get when somebody with a lot of money and in a position of power tries to silence you. It can be a terrifying thing. I've actually received a cease and desist from a major content creator that I will not name for legal reasons before, and it does make you scared, you know. It does put the fear into you, and I'm not going to criticize anybody for deleting those videos, because honestly, ladies and gentlemen, we live in tough financial times, and I don't think we all have the money to not just pay some legal fees, but also if you lose those legal battles and you actually have to pay some form of compensation, we all haven't got the money to do that, you know. We haven't got the dough. That sounded weird. Basically, not all of us can afford a legal battle and having to pay some form of legal compensation at the end of it, even if you have won the debate in the public opinion. Of course, it's all about having the best lawyers, and not all of us can afford that. So yeah, there was this very strange time of where it seems that a lot of videos were deleted, and as you can see right here, this is a cease and desist sent to a commentary YouTuber known as Sloan, and I think we just need to have a little read of it. It basically says, "We are a legislation cancel," I mispronounced that word horribly there, "to Kevin and Ruby Franke, owners and operators of popular parenting themed YouTube channel called 8 Passengers." And once again, I think this backs up my point of this wasn't just a whole Ruby Franke operation, this was also a Kevin Franke operation. And as much as people love to try and retcon this, people being Kevin, I think we need to really keep these facts into our mind and not just focus on Ruby Franke, even if she is absolutely terrible in this situation. We are writing regarding your YouTube channel in which you falsely accuse my clients of child and present my clients in a false light to order harm to my clients' representations for the sake of your own financial gain. No. All we did was play clips that your client put onto their YouTube channel for millions of people to see. And all we all did was just say, don't you think this is a little bit dodgy, fellas? And all the fellas were like, you know what, fella? It is pretty dodgy. Let's do something about it. And what did we do? We made more YouTube videos. We made more angry tweets. None of us were trying to financially disable your client's situation, whatever that means. We were just going on the internet and saying these guys are honestly dicks. And I think this is the best part about any of these situations, because honestly, I don't really hold that much power whatsoever. Most YouTubers don't. The only power we have is to come on here and say, I think this guy is a bellend and this is why. I'm not stopping anybody's financial situation. I'm not demonetizing their channel. I am just saying my opinion based on a few clips. And I think the problem is here that the 8 passengers, Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke, could absolutely not handle the negative reputation that they were getting, because they had built a massive ego for themselves after cultivating this audience that we've gone through, and they could not handle that in the real world people see what they do as disgusting. And yeah, instead of dealing with that in a mature way of being like, oh, maybe we should change our content, maybe we should change our parenting style to a more positive thing, maybe we shouldn't send them away to a desert, and maybe we should give them a bed, and maybe we should send them children to school with food, maybe we should do that. No, they obviously didn't do that. Instead, they sent out this cease and desist. We demand you remove all videos from your channel referencing my clients and infringing my clients' intellectual property rights. It's a YouTube video. Hold the phone, because now we're actually getting into some slippery slope moments here, because we can have debates about if somebody's a bellend or not, but now we're getting into intellectual property. I'm sorry, these are YouTube videos. If somebody wants to react to this video and say why I'm saying is wrong, what I'm saying is wrong, they're welcome to do that. I'm stumbling over my words here, but they are welcome to do that, because that comes under fair use, critical commentary. They are reconstructing my videos in a creative way, and just like most of the people were doing with their 8 passengers videos. This isn't an intellectual property debate that we need to have, and I think the only reason they're mentioning intellectual property is because they want to make it look like they've got a bigger case than they actually do, when they absolutely don't. And then it goes on to show examples of these slanderous statements where it shows quotes from Sloan saying they exploit their children for views. Is that defamation? Is that really slander, or is that just a human being giving their humble opinion on their YouTube channel? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, these people are meant to be Americans. What happened to free speech? Everybody loves to go on that free speech. You know, I thought this was America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah, obviously, this is an absolutely terrible route to go down. I mean, whenever a YouTuber sues somebody for defamation, how many times has that actually worked out? Oh yeah, basically never. This is just a clear indication of guilt, and they have resorted to the worst possible means of getting around that. Now, I don't believe that they actually had any form of a case here, but as I said, I think some people did take their videos down, and I cannot blame them. The 8 passengers are millionaires, and they clearly, in this moment of time, were taking advantage of the position of power they were in to silence people in lesser positions. And with this, obviously, more debate happened, more people got angry, more people spoke up, because while some people did, stop saying things, some people also started speaking even more, and pretty much for the next year of 2020, everybody just started to build an extremely negative opinion on the 8 passengers. In particular, Ruby Franke, the person who had now been centered as the mastermind of this entire operation, and mainly because she was the face of the YouTube channel. The father, Kevin Franke, who also, is absolutely terrible and clearly enables and performs the same horrible actions as Ruby, didn't really get as much criticism because he had his own job, he was not in these videos as much as Ruby, and just in general, the audience started to very much focus on the actions of Ruby Franke and just in general the horrible behavior represented throughout the 8 passengers videos, and how there was an audience there that had clearly been deliberately cultivated to allow and enable the 8 passengers to get away with every very horrible and heinous thing that they did throughout 2015 and 2020. Yes, there were people in the forums that we went over earlier calling out the actions of Ruby and just in general everything that went on throughout this channel, but ultimately that was a very, very small part of the 8 Passengers fan base. For the most part, 99.9% of the people that were watching these videos between 2015 and 2020 were very supportive of everything that Ruby and Kevin did in these videos. They thought it was the right way to bring up the children. They thought it was the best thing they could possibly do. And what makes that even more worrying is that people probably saw the actions in these videos and applied it to their own methods of parenting, which is just so unbelievably disturbing. But the sad part is, with this part of the story, it doesn't really go anywhere. There wasn't any justice. It wasn't like YouTube got involved. It wasn't like anything really happened other than a month of controversy. Like most controversies, people moved on to the next thing and spoke about the new popular topic, and they pretty much forgot about this topic despite weird things like this being continuously said throughout the videos.
Looking forward to the most in the new house. For sure, my new room, not my room, mom's room that she's letting me have.
I feel like this clip is a perfect representation of everything that we have spoken about so far. In the clip, the child is afraid to call their own home their home. Everything is the mother's. Ruby clearly had full control over everything in her life, and if anybody, even her children, tried to challenge that to the most minute of ways, she would clamp that down. She would stop that, and she would always reign supreme in the 8 Passengers empire. It's a very disturbing story, but as I keep saying, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because with this, we now need to move around a year and a half into the future and go to the beginning of 2022, because for the rest of 2020 and 2021, yes, there were a few conversations here and there about more and more horrible clips to do with the 8 Passengers, but realistically, there weren't many developments, and they weren't as spoken about throughout 2021 as they were in 2020. So yes, let's get into the next chapter of the 8 Passengers, where things really started to get even worse. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the year of 2022, also known as the year of the downfall of the 8 Passengers. Well, I'd say it's the year, but 2022 and 2023, they're both 2 really bad years, but we've kind of got to get through 2022 to get to 2023. So far in this video, we've had terrible moments, controversies, and people in general around the world being generally just quite alarmed about how insane this family channel is. But in 2022, things didn't just get worse, but the real nature behind the 8 Passengers and Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke was truly exposed. And I guess the question you're all wondering is, well, what happened? And it's quite a weird question to ask considering you're 2 hours into a YouTube video, but alas, a lot happened. And the place we have to start with when it comes to 2022 is actually 2021. Because yes, this is the 2022 chapter, but basically 2022 started controversial for something that the 8 Passengers actually did 6 days before 2022. And what was that? Well, Ruby Franke cancelled Christmas.
Scared by this, and quite frankly, I'm scared to share this because knowing people these days, I don't know if people are gonna, how they're gonna respond. So Kevin and I, we have 6 children. The 2 youngest are showing long patterns of selfishness. They have been showing through their choices, their unwillingness to repent, their unwillingness to feel sorrow over some pretty egregious choices that they've made.
Ah yes, there's nothing quite like getting in the Christmas spirit of calling your children selfish to thousands of people millions of people on the internet. There's nothing quite more enjoyable and lovely to witness your own mother beefing you over the internet. I mean, I think I've said this plenty of times. I'm doing different recordings on different days, but I just don't understand how a mother can come onto the internet and speak about their own children in this way. This isn't like it's for educational purposes. She is quite literally just slagging off her own children for views on the internet. It's utterly despicable, but this video obviously caused a lot of problems for the 8 passengers. And I think that's only proven by the fact that this video did inevitably get deleted, but pretty much what this video is Ruby explaining that this year she is not going to give the 8 passengers' children presents because she doesn't believe that the children deserve presents this year because they've been really selfish, nasty, demonic little creatures. And rather than just, you know, being an actual good parent and maybe not making content out of this supposed issue and concerns that she has for her children, Ruby decided to respond to all of this by doing this.
So Kevin and I have decided that we are going to give the gift of truth to them this year for Christmas. We want to go back to those words, Jody, so I can use.
Yes.
Oh, here they are. Okay. So we're going to give them the gift of boundaries, and we're going to give them the gift of repentance.
Just to cut in here and interject, I feel like that's quite ironic that the gift of boundaries is being given by the woman that has supposedly taken doors off hinges to actually take away privacy from her own children. The same woman that basically says that secrets aren't allowed with her children. The same woman is saying, I'm going to gift them boundaries. Who are you lying to? But sorry, let's get back into it. It does continue to get worse.
So we sat down with them and we told these two what our expectations were again. And we let them know how deeply sorrowful we've been because of the choices that they've been making and how it's affected their teachers at school. It's affected their peers. It's affected our home, the siblings, and we just laid it out very clear. And we told them that this year they are not going to be visited by Santa.
The one thing I really love about this is absolutely nobody was agreeing. Everyone was just kind of staring like, you know, maybe that's a bit silly. And yes, there are an absolute multitude of problems that I have with this specific style of parenting and just in general what Ruby is saying in this video, but I firstly want to address a few of the comments that I actually saw going around in forums and posts about this specific bit of controversy. If the kids are behaving badly, then why should they be rewarded? They should be punished. Firstly, let me combat that whole argument by saying you are a very stupid person, and if you are a parent, I truly do feel sorry for your children, and I hope CPS get involved sometime soon. But secondly, children, I don't know if you noticed, ladies and gentlemen, but children actually mimic their parents' or guardians' behavior. This is something that happens quite a lot. If a child is behaving badly repeatedly, there is usually a source for this bad behavior, and a lot of that can actually come from being in a negative environment to where they are growing up. As you can see from parentscounts.org, it says right here, even at a very young age, children imitate their parents' behavior. Parent or caregiver's behavior presents powerful lessons to a child and leaves impressions on the developing mind. Children store in their mind both positive and negative images that can be imitated or tested at a later time. Translation, ladies and gentlemen, the children were acting in these selfish and negative ways because, most likely, of Ruby and Kevin Franke. And I feel like this is also probably the time to let you guys all know that I do understand that I have been mispronouncing Ruby Franke's name the whole time in this video. I just prefer to say Ruby Franke. I know it might annoy a lot of you, but I don't really care. But pushing that aside, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into my second issue with this style of parenting and thing that Ruby Franke is doing when it comes to Christmas with her children. Let's speak about the whole irony of this situation. Ruby Franke, or Ruby Franke, is a self-proclaimed millionaire. She has made a lot of moolah from the 8 Passengers Empire YouTube channel, whatever you want to call it, absolute disaster. And where does all that money come from, ladies and gentlemen? Let's just think about it for a second. Where does the money from the 8 Passengers Family YouTube channel come from? Oh yeah, the content. Now, I don't know if this is quite difficult for you, the viewer, or Ruby Franke or Kevin Franke to understand. Well, what is the content? Oh yeah. It's the children. Without those children, Kevin and Ruby are most likely not rich. They're going to be in a regular standard life. They'll probably still have a house and all the things that they had beforehand. But think about all the things that this family love to do. Well, when I say this family, I mean Ruby and Kevin. Think about all of the luxuries they have, the privilege that they've gained from their YouTube empire. That comes from the children. So I think taking away gifts from these children, calling them selfish and bad and negative in all the ways that she was saying it, I just don't really think it sits right with me, especially knowing that these kids are probably acting this way because of Ruby. But then for a second, ladies and gentlemen, let's just look at everything we've gone through so far in this video. I mean, we're not going to go through it all again because we'd be here for another 2 hours, but just think about all of the things that we've discussed so far today. Do you really think that these kids have actually been doing anything particularly terrible? Or do you think that Ruby Franke is just a control freak that can't handle it when somebody goes against their word in any way, shape, or form? And I'm not just saying like they did something terrible. I'm saying that maybe they kept a little secret from Ruby. I think that, given what we're going to go into in the future part of this video, is more likely what she is saying in the part where she said the kids have basically been terrible throughout the year. And I don't think that this is good reasons for taking away Santa and Christmas from your children. And I think we all kind of need to realize, not just parents, but just in general as human beings, that children are just children. I know that sounds really stupid, but kids will do things that kids do. Kids will mess up. They'll be annoying. They'll be negative in some ways, but that's just a part of growing up, you know. These kids don't have the life experience to truly make them understand what the bad things they're doing actually are and why those things are bad. And yes, there are ways you teach those kids that that thing is bad, but I think to completely strip away something like Christmas is honestly one of the most cruel things I think you can do to a child, especially in a world where Christmas is fundamentally such a massive thing in cultures all around the world. And I think to take that away from a child is utterly despicable. I know it might sound like not the worst thing on planet Earth, but just think about this for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Think about if your friends were all celebrating Christmas, they were all getting gifts and stuff, and you had to tell your friends that, oh, I didn't get anything this year because my parents gifted me boundaries instead of an Xbox 360, and that shows how old I am. And look, I know she said that not technically taking away Christmas, but let's be real, fellas. When you're a kid, Christmas is mainly about the presents, and I know you could say, oh, well, this is teaching them it's not just about the presents. I mean, just let them get to that part of their life when they're like 24 years old and realizing, oh, all this stuff I'm getting, I could have just bought myself a month ago, you know? Like, just let them get to that part naturally. At least let them enjoy the fun aspect of Christmas for whilst they can, you know? Let them enjoy Santa, because by you saying Santa's not going to come, it's also just going to properly just tell these kids that, oh, Santa's not real, and the reason I know that is because mum and dad said he's not coming this year. But at the same time, I'm being gifted the present of boundaries. It doesn't really line up with the lore of Santa. You're either on the naughty list or you're on the good list. But to be honest with you, I feel like the only person that should be on the bad and naughty list right now is Ruby and Kevin. Because, ladies and gentlemen, things get even worse when you hear the full context behind this story. Because right now, you think that the 8 passengers' children, they've had their presents taken away from them, they've received the gift of whatever Ruby offered. But the worst part is actually some of the children are still receiving presents.
Christmas morning, their 4 older siblings will be getting Christmas presents to open, and that they will have the gift of love from their dad and I.
I mean, it's honestly such a shame that you didn't get a call from CPS as your Christmas gift. Now, obviously, this is just terrible parenting in my personal opinion. Now, yes, there has always been the threat of the naughty list of when you're growing up of, oh, you better behave, you know, because the naughty list is right there and you won't get presents. But, you know, you usually still get presents to an extent. I don't know, like, I've never had a year where I've behaved badly and my parents have taken away everything from me for Christmas, but here it seems that is Ruby's parenting method, and I think this is a big indication of who Ruby Franke is as a person, because she says here that the gift that the children will be receiving is the gift of love.
They will have the gift of love from their dad and I.
And I think this is the most deplorable part of all of this, because it really does just show that Ruby it sounds bad, but she really doesn't understand what it is to be a good parent, because love shouldn't be this conditional thing that you offer your children and use as this manipulative tactic or weapon to get them to behave in the manner that you want them to behave in. Love should be an unconditional thing when it comes to your children. I know that might be a controversial thing to say to some of you who have their parents go to the milk shop and never come back, but love should be, in an ideal world, unconditional when it comes to your children. You brought them into the world and it is your responsibility to love them. And it's clear that Ruby doesn't understand that, doesn't participate that, and just sees love as this manipulative weapon that she can use to further install negative values onto her children. And I think it's just so utterly sad to see the stuff that these kids have had to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Because don't get me wrong, this is some of the tamer stuff, but I think it's all about how these kids grew up. It's all about their upbringing in general, and I think it shows even outside of when terrible things are happening, just on the day-to-day, things absolutely were not great, and if anything were just bad. And it's just sad to see that this woman uploaded this onto YouTube and uploaded thousands of other videos of where she negatively treated her children, and she just got away with it for so long. Obviously, the whole point of this video is to show you that this could have been prevented. The things that we will go into could have been stopped way sooner than it actually was, but sadly, obviously, it wasn't. Ruby said that the reason that she did this was because her children were acting out, not acting in the way that they should. Well, ask yourself the question, Ruby. Why were they acting this way? Was it because that you are a parent that uses conditional love as a form of weaponry to manipulate your children into doing the things you want them to do? Because personally, I think that's a pretty logical explanation. And ladies and gentlemen, if that's not the reason, then maybe it's all the other things that we went through today, or maybe it's other reasons like Ruby saying things like this.
So up until now, I was really hoping that like keeping them home from school and wiping the floorboards would like really bring pain.
Ruby is genuinely just such a bizarre human being. I've covered a lot of people on this YouTube channel. I speak about people and their things quite a lot on this YouTube channel. That's a great description for everything that I do, isn't it? But yeah, I speak about a lot of people, and I go through a lot of topics in very long videos, and Ruby is definitely one of the more peculiar individuals that I have ever covered, because this is just her going on a rant about her children, but at the same time also just openly admitting the terrible parenting that she regularly does every single day. And this conversation is just really weird, because it just seems that Ruby is outright angry at her own children, and there are other people in this call and nobody's really saying anything. It's just Ruby going on this weird ass tangent for about 10 minutes. And look, nobody's saying that your kids can't annoy you or do something that specifically pissed you off that day, but I don't know if it's controversial to say, but I just don't think that going onto a live stream with thousands of people and telling them that your kids are terrible is really the way to go about solving those issues.
So that is our gift. Our gift is a reflection of truth to our child of this is how selfish you have shown up. And it's not like once or twice. It's not 1 week. This is like months and months and months and months and months you have shown up this selfish. And so I'm going to reflect truth to you equally, which is about the equivalent of Santa not coming.
Now, I want to kind of go back. I want to take it back a few steps for a second and go back to a thing that I referenced earlier when Ruby was speaking about her children's friends and saying that, oh, you guys are allowed friends. And then the kids reminded her, Mum, we don't have any friends. And the reason for that is, do you really think it's possible for these children to actually have real friends, real connections with individuals outside of their household when your own mother is saying things like this about you on the internet to millions of people?
This is how selfish you have shown up.
Look, I know what the British school system's like. I was a kid in middle school, and I know what Americans are like, and I know what every kid in school is like pretty much. They're little heads, you know? That's just how kids are. And I think if I was in school and somebody found out that, oh, Fraser's mum was saying this about him on the internet, Fraser's mum made a YouTube video where she took away Christmas from him, I would probably get bullied for that, and I'm not saying that's a justified reason for bullying, but to ignore that would be very ignorant. To ignore that bullying happens and to ignore the fact that bullying can stem from embarrassing situations for certain individuals would be very ignorant and silly. And Ruby, do you really not believe that what you're doing in these videos was going to cause more issues for your children? Do you really believe that these kids could genuinely have connections and make friends with other new people whilst you're making these YouTube videos? Because I think if you do believe that, you're genuinely even worse than I realized. You're even in a terrible state of delusion, or you are just a terrible person. But then let's go back again, ladies and gentlemen, and let's take it back to Kevin, because I've been speaking about this bloke. I've been saying that people are just weirdly desperate to exonerate this guy from his wrongdoings in this situation, and again, not really sure why, especially when he's basically outright agreeing with everything that Ruby is saying in this clip, in the same clip.
The greatest gift that I could have received, going back to my experiences that I shared as a child, would have been an outcome, a Christmas just like the one Ruby described.
Oh, yeah, that's really interesting that the guy that some people want to exonerate, or Kevin himself wants to exonerate himself from the situation, completely agreed with what Ruby was saying there. It's really interesting, Kev. I quote, Ruby Franke's estranged husband won't point fingers in child case. When I'm gonna point fingers, mate, I'm gonna point them at you and your wife. Now yes, this situation obviously caused a lot of controversy at the time. People started to make videos about it. People once again started to speak about the 8 passengers after a pretty quiet 2021. I'm not denying other things happened in 2021, but albeit in comparison to 2020 and 2022 and 2023, it was a very quiet era for them. So 2022 started off with an absolute bang for the 8 passengers. Videos were, as I said, being made, and people were just in general talking about them. And I think the question was starting to become, how much is too much? Because it wasn't like a regular YouTube controversy. It wasn't like regular YouTube drama of, oh, this makeup actually stinks of poo. It wasn't anything like that. It wasn't some basic drama where, I don't know, Tana Mojo did this and said that, or Jeffree Star, not a good example, actually, he's terrible. It was, what I'm saying is, it wasn't regular drama.
He is trying to get away from me as fast as he can.
Every single time the 8 passengers appeared, it was, they've sent their kid away to a desert. Oh, they've taken Christmas away from their children as a form of parenting. Oh, in one of those videos, it looks like there's no door on that bathroom. Oh, the children are literally not eating food when they're going to school. And oh, the mother is refusing to bring the food in. It wasn't very good. It wasn't a good time. And I think people were starting to get a little bit confused about how is this even allowed to continue, and how are there fans of this channel. It was a very, very strange moment, and I think this snowball that I've been mentioning throughout this video, it wasn't even an avalanche at this point. It's just like a nuke had gone off and people actually finally started to say, maybe we should stop this. And to be honest with you, I kind of always strayed away from the 8 passengers thing because I saw that everybody else was speaking about it, and I thought, well, I haven't really got an input until I can make a 6-hour video about the situation, and albeit, here I am, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how long this video will be, but it's probably quite long. But yes, because of the start to the year in 2022, the 8 passengers were being more focused on than ever, and it pretty much just led to a lot of people once again going through the clips on the 8 passengers YouTube channel, finding things that had been said that was very out of pocket, seemingly very wrong, just very weird statements here and there by Kevin and Ruby, and people were just pointing out that yes, this family is even weirder than we originally thought. And was there any real resolution to all of these things in 2022? Honestly, no. But there were some very entertaining moments. So I say entertaining, more insane moments. For example, the 2022 was the year that Ruby actually first discovered music.
I am so upset. I am so angry. I could scream.
Oh no, Ruby, you okay? You seem really upset. I mean, what could have possibly? Who's done this? Who's upset, my darling, my love, my Ruby? Sorry, that sounded really weird, but yeah. What has caused Ruby to feel this way?
So I went in and I had an appointment with the principal, and she had the assistant principal who never responded to me like he said he would. And then I guess there's 2 assistant principals, so there was 3 of us. She invited me in. We sat down and she said, oh, my head, I'm probably shaking all over the place with this video. Let's see if I can steady you. So she said, you know, what can I help you with today? And I said, I have a concern about the TikTok dances.
Yes, Ruby is really upset because people are doing a little dance. They're doing like the Peter Crouch robot dance, and she's just personally devastated. Can't believe Crouchy's taught them how to do the dance. It's just absolutely horrific. And to be honest with you, I don't think half of you even know who Peter Crouch is, especially American viewers, who is basically all of you. But you don't need to know. It's a good dance, though. Yes, Ruby goes on to explain her story and why she's so devastated about how she basically marched down to her children's school and basically just had a complete go at the teachers about the dancing in the schools. It's just so stupid.
She said she said in the fall semester and in the spring semester, we need to have a performance. A flash mob is a great way to get it in. It's efficient. The kids love it. They have fun with it. And they are able to check off their performance for their grade. I said, my problem is the choice of songs. And she says, well, all the songs were approved by me. The teacher put together a list of songs and she gave them to me and I approved them. And I said, okay, so you approved this song that has all of these lyrics in it. And she says, well, we're not dancing to those lyrics. It's just a portion. And she says, I think it's really great because I actually really like it because Smiths used it in their commercial. It's part of pop culture. It's all over the place. And I said, so your standard, what you allow in your school is pop culture?
Jesus. I mean, teachers aren't paid enough, are they? Like, honestly, if you're a teacher, please go down to the comment section and just let me know. And if you see any of the teachers in the comment section, just give them a bit of praise, a bit of love, because these fellas and fellettes and fellems are not paid enough. To deal with an individual like this, coming up to you and saying, yeah, is that what you base your morals on? Pop culture? Yes, maybe I do base my rules and regulations and morals on Ice Spice. Maybe I do. Is that a problem? I personally don't think it should be. I mean, obviously, this is just complete and utter nonsense, but yes, this is something she was personally devastated about. I'm honestly not sure why. I think it was something to do with the overall song having some explicit lyrics in, but the kids, they were just dancing to a segment of the song which wasn't explicit, so I don't get the problem. This whole thing is just unbelievably, as I said, stupid, but it lasts for like 13 minutes. She goes on this massive monologue and tangent about this TikTok dance, and I'm just sat here thinking, like, you earn way too much money, don't you? Because if you've got the time in a day to sit in your car for 13 minutes and record a video like that, you are getting paid way too much money. I mean, maybe take some of that money and spend it on Christmas presents, you know? Maybe do that instead. But after this, ladies and gentlemen, it just somehow continues to get worse because she basically has a full-on meltdown. And I know you could say, well, isn't that what she's having right now? No, this isn't the meltdown yet. This is the meltdown.
You're not going to answer to me who is telling you this is wrong. I said, you will answer for what you brought into this school and exposed these children to. And she says, yeah, I will, and I'm fine with it. I am 100% fine with what I've chosen. I'm like, that's sick. I said, that's sick, and I looked over at the assistant principal, who's a man, and he's got his head down like this. He won't make eye contact with me. And I look at the woman, she couldn't have been more than 25 years old. She was just a young girl. This young adult. And her face was just full of pain. I felt like she heard what I was saying, but she wasn't in position to... I don't think she'd ever seen anyone hold her principal accountable. I don't know if anyone's ever gone in and held that principal accountable. She is evil. For her to have a parent come straight at her and tell her how evil this is.
It's a TikTok sound. It's a TikTok sound. What? Can you guys not do this? Like, I know most of you are relatively sane, but if you ever think about, like, you need to go to the school and set up a meeting with the headmaster to complain about something as minuscule as a TikTok sound or dance or just anything really that doesn't matter, just don't. Like, honestly, these teachers, they've got not enough time in the day to complain about this. And these fellas get 6 weeks off during the summer, and I agree with that, by the way. But even then, those 6 weeks still isn't enough time to deal with stupid things like this. Just don't do it. There's just no need. And once again, this got the internet speaking about the 8 passengers. It just continued the trend of them in 2022. And I think because of videos like this, because of other videos of them speaking out of pocket, it just basically led to some channels being created where they pretty much only cover the 8 passengers. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I think it really did just show how much bad stuff was coming out of the 8 passengers, whether it was actual horrific criminal behavior or just in general unbelievably cringe behavior like what we just witnessed. It seemed that in 2022, Ruby Franke in particular was just on an absolute mission to embarrass herself, to embarrass her brand, her family, her children, her friends, if she actually has any of those. But just in general, it was not a good time for the 8 passengers. And I think one thing that we can kind of take from this is, was it always like this? Because I know that I've covered them from 2015, and I know that I've said that there have been bad things since 2015, but it does just seem that in 2022 and even 2021, things were just getting worse at an increasingly faster rate. It just felt that something was different, in particular with Ruby, and yes, Kevin is involved here, but Ruby was the main face of this channel, and it just felt that something with Ruby had changed. I feel like she's always been bad, but it just felt like something was different. It felt like her ethics was somehow even worse now. It felt like she was just a little bit more extreme, and I wasn't the only one that felt like this. People started to dig up even more old clips of her. For example, take this clip from 2018. I think it really will show you how much things have changed.
My job as a parent is not to force them to do anything. I don't force my kids to go to church, and I don't force my kids to keep the commandments. I can't make them have the same values and principles I do. I've seen members of families stop talking to each other for decades because they didn't agree on a value. And I just think that's so sad, and I don't ever want that to happen in my house.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this part of the section of the video brings up a topic that I haven't actually discussed yet throughout this video, and I feel like a lot of people may be confused to why, because some will suggest that this is a massive part to this entire story, and honestly, I would completely agree with you, but I didn't really feel a need to bring this topic up until now, and of course, that is religion. You see, the 8 Passengers family are a self-admitted Mormon family. Kevin and Ruby Franke follows the religion, and up until this point in the video, I genuinely didn't feel any need to comment on this. So far, going through everything that we've gone through, it really did not seem that the Mormon religion was necessarily a topic that was really, I guess, relative to anything that was coming up. People could say that, oh, it affected their parenting styles up until 2022, but up until now, all I can really see are 2 very bad parents. I've met Mormons in my life, and I'm not going to use the 8 Passengers as a way to completely brand a religion. I don't think that would be fair, and it's something that I don't think is, well, yeah, fair. And with the video that I just played you from 2018, I think that only backs what I'm saying here, because yeah, she confirmed that she will not force religious values onto her kids, and pretty much will allow those children to make their own choices when it comes to the religions that they choose to follow or to not follow. But this is where the weird changes start to come into things in 2022, and where religion starts to come into things, of where Ruby clearly has changed her mind since 2018 and is clearly now using God as a way to kind of manipulate people who aren't necessarily believers in God, or just in general don't have the same values as Ruby, and she is taking God and using it as a way to kind of, I guess, just cause a bad time for everyone else who doesn't even know her. Going back to the clip from when she was ranting about the song, there is a moment which I haven't actually showed you yet, of where she basically uses God as an argument to why this song should not be played, or at least the TikTok dance should not be performed in the school that her children are going to.
And I said, that's really disappointing. That is so disappointing, because I would hope that the principal where my kids go to school, that the standard would be truth, that the standard would be principles, that the standard would be morality. And she says, well, what's moral for you isn't going to be moral for other parents. You know, you're complaining about this song, but I've got 30 other parents that just think it's wonderful. And I said, it's what's moral according to God.
You know what? I don't remember reading the Bible and there being this specific segment where it says, oh yeah, Jesus doesn't like this song, and in particular, this song. No, I don't remember that, and I feel like all she is doing here is using God and using religion as a way to be extremely annoying. People have different beliefs, people enjoy different things, and I think that's fine, and I think we should absolutely accept that. But the problem is Ruby just loves to use love, religion, and a bunch of other manipulative tactics into getting whatever she wants. But again, this is really weird, because in 2018, as we saw, this was not who Ruby was, and 2018 and 2022 aren't exactly that far apart, 4 years. So the question is how did this woman change so unbelievably much in the last few years? She went from saying things like this,
I can't make them have the same values and principles I do,
to then completely flipping and saying pretty terrible things like this.
I've got 30 other parents that just think it's wonderful. And I said, it's what's moral according to God.
Living in this home, which I provide, this is my home, and we go to church on Sundays to give thanks for that. And if you choose not to, abide by the expectations of this household, then you are in effect saying, I don't want to be part of this household. And that would be your choice. And you are welcome to leave.
Again, this is another fine example of Ruby using very manipulative tactics into getting whatever she wants. She says here, you are welcome to leave. But obviously, me and you, Ruby, Kevin, and even the children themselves know that it is an extremely unrealistic thing to expect that in 2022, her children could move out and leave. I mean, given how expensive everything is nowadays, given how expensive rent is, given how expensive it is to buy a house, it obviously is not financially viable for a young child to move out from their parents and have to fend for themselves. But what Ruby is saying here is, I don't care about that. I don't care about how terrible the world is and how expensive things are right now. If you don't abide by my rules, my lifestyles, my religion, you will have to leave. And as somebody that has gone through the unfortunate process of being kicked out before, that's an absolutely horrible thing. Like, to even threaten that. I know it didn't exactly happen here, but to put the idea out there, not just personally in private to your children, but onto the internet, where you're inspiring other parents to most likely do the same thing, it's just utterly disgusting and despicable. It seems that at every single angle, this woman is going to use anything she has to get one over onto her children and get what she wants, whether it's religion, whether it's love, whether it's just the ability to have a bed to sleep in that night. She will take all of these things and use them to threaten her young children. And again, it comes back to that conditional and unconditional argument of love. I can't believe or sit here and say that I think this woman unconditionally loves her children when I am consistently hear her say horrible and threatening things towards her own children, whether it's Christmas, whether it's taking away their bed, whether it's sending them to a camp, whether it's saying they will have to leave the house if they don't follow the rules completely. It's just absolute insanity, but it sums up 2022. This was the year where the penny dropped. This was the year where she basically completely took off the mask. And I think we should, again, ask the question of, well, what happened? Why is so much changing? And why has she just randomly this year decided to no longer be, I guess, a little bit secretive about it? Because going back to earlier, when the kids said something on video, she realized that what the kids were saying was bad, and she said, you shouldn't have said that. But now she is herself saying these horrible things on videos, on live streams, and the question is, again, why? Well, allow me to introduce you to the answer. Connections.
I'm Jody Hildebrand. I am sure you're here because you have a desire to heal, a desire to have joy in your life and connection in your relationships. I have that same desire, not only for myself, but also for you. And so I'm very aware that many people are coming and they feel like they can't figure out how to have those things: joy, connection, clarity. And the truth is that you can. Those of you who have been given a diagnosis, I want to tell you that your diagnosis is not who you are. It's not you.
Hello, mate. Just ringing up about cancer diagnosis thing from the other week. Yeah, I just want to say, like, I don't think we're going to need to go through the chemo, because I've just learned some information that the diagnosis doesn't need to be me, and I can change. Okay, but yeah, this is a YouTube channel which you're probably a little bit confused about right now. Why am I showing you this random woman that you've not seen so far throughout this entire video? Well, this is, as I said, Connections, which is like one of the more weird parts of this entire story, and one of the things which truly led to the downfall of Ruby Franke. Pretty much, Connections is a training group that has been designed to empower hundreds of men and women of all ages to create joy in their life and relationships. Transform your pain into joy, empowering joy, becoming a member of Empowering Joy for just $21 a month. So pretty much, yes, this is a paid service led by this person right here, Jody Hildebrand, and Connections mainly became to be known for its YouTube channel, which was seemingly curated in the early 2010s under Jody's name. This is the woman, this is the curator that made all of this and led this into the modern age of 2022. Pretty much, this was originally just a Jody project, but then a few years into that, around, I guess, like 2018, 2019, it rebranded into Connections. And fundamentally, this YouTube channel back in the day of 2014, and when it was not called Connections, didn't actually seem like really a bad thing. It kind of just seems like a YouTube channel where it was somebody giving advice. They were trying to help people enjoy their lives, change their lives, and do something better with their lives. And honestly, I can't really see any negatives in that, any issues. If it was helping people, that is great. And when you look at the archive to this YouTube channel, it did really seem like not exactly an absolutely terrible thing. It seemed innocent, and this Jody person seemed like, well, not a bad person. But then mysteriously, in the year of 2022, something changed with the Connection channel, because whilst it had already rebranded into Connections, something changed in the fact that the videos have gone from around 40 views a video to thousands of views. And I guess, again, the question is, well, why? Well, look right here. Yes, who is that in the thumbnail? Oh yes, once again, it's Ruby Franke. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, rather than just making videos for the 8 Passengers family, Ruby and Kevin found time for themselves to join up with the Connections empire. It was the collaboration that nobody asked for, but it certainly happened, and throughout this video, I've actually been playing some videos here and there from the Connections YouTube channel. For example, the one that I played earlier, this one right here, comes from Connections. And that's a little bit weird, considering that I said in 2014 Connections was actually like not exactly the worst thing on planet Earth, and then in 2022 you've got Ruby Franke pretty much just saying how to treat your children absolutely absolutely horrifically. In 2014, we have these videos right here covering some very serious topics, and then in 2022, we have Should Schools Be Endorsing TikTok? Christmas with No Presents, confronting the school board. Fundamentally, something had changed here. Something in the ecosystem of the Connections and Jodie Hildebrandt channel had just gone a different direction. From something that was designed to seemingly help people, had now become a content farm to farm the most dramatic clickbait videos possible. And I know some people will say, oh, well, don't you do that? Look, I'm not telling you to, like, treat your kids terribly. I'm just coming on here telling stories about things that happen on the internet. That's all I'm claiming to do. I'm not claiming to be some form of self-help guru membership service, although maybe we should look into doing something like that, because maybe we can help people like Ruby and Kevin from not being bellends. So yes, it went from content like this, where Jodie seemed to actually want to help and change people, to content where they compare themselves to Rosa Parks.
Someone stands in a position of truth, and many people get attacked. Like, you and I get attacked.
We're attacked every day.
Every day.
And we must be doing something right.
That's right. We must be living in truth. We must be, like a Rosa Parks.
Yeah. This video doesn't exist on YouTube anymore. Obviously, it got removed from the internet. But if you're wondering why they're comparing themselves to Rosa Parks, basically the context is that Jodie and Ruby are like warriors against the woke mind virus. They're trying to fight back against the woke lefty liberals, and that's why they're comparing themselves to Rosa Parks, because they're taking a stand against the bad people. I can't even bring myself to even describe this. It is obviously absolutely outrageous, but for one, it shows how much this channel had changed from 2014 to 2022, but it also shows us the mere state of insanity that these two individuals were currently in. And when you combine a little bit of insanity, what do you get? This movie, but also this. It is kind of like a really, really bad Joker and Harley Quinn sort of thing, but in this case, I guess it's like can't say that. It's like it's just messed up. It is just messed up. But yes, due to the content that was being posted on Connections, a lot of people around the internet started to speak about this really weird new career path for Ruby Franke, and it really started to indicate the reasons to why Ruby had changed so drastically over the last year in her videos. Of course, she was never exactly great, but it was very obvious that something had changed in her, and a lot of people out there saw Connections as the main reason to that. They saw Jodie Hildebrandt and thought this is the influence to who is making Ruby act this way. Now, of course, there are plenty of other reasons that we will explore, but at this moment of time, people immediately saw this Connections YouTube channel and thought this is a bad thing, and it is clearly not helping Ruby or her family. And that leads us into the next part, with what was going on with the 8 passengers at this time. Because with the Connections channel going full throttle, plenty of content being uploaded daily, the question was beginning to be asked of, well, what about 8 passengers? What's going to happen with that channel? Because a lot of people noticed in 2022, there was a 7-month gap of where no content was uploaded onto this YouTube channel. It pretty much felt like the 8 passengers had been abandoned so Ruby could randomly focus on this much smaller YouTube channel, which was definitely making less money, and that was obviously a very confusing path. But ladies and gentlemen, the weirdness doesn't even seem to end there, because people started to notice other side projects that Jodie and Ruby were working on at the same time, which also seemed to be connected to Connections, if you'll pardon the pun. Introducing the Mums of Truth Facebook page ran by Jodie Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. And this is somehow where things start to actually get even more insane. And I know I keep on saying that, but the rabbit hole that Ruby Franke went down in 2022 is just truly insane. So the actual description of this page does say, welcome to the Mums of Truth. This is a support group for mothers to ask questions and receive feedback on the parenting challenges that you're facing. And at face value, that doesn't really seem like the worst thing on planet Earth. You know, a bunch of mothers, they've got together and they're teaching each other the lessons of parenting, you know. At face value, that sounds absolutely fine. But now I want you to go to the comment section and let me know, do you think that this was fine? Do you think that what happened in this page, in this group, before we go into it, do you think that it was all wholesome and bubbly and lovely? Because it wasn't. It really wasn't. But yeah, then it goes on to say that Jody and Ruby are mental fitness trainers. With Connections Coaching, they are available to give you truth-centered, principle-based training to help you create joy with your family. And those principles are pretty much everything that I've shown you so far when it comes to Ruby Franke. List every terrible thing that I've gone through so far today, and just take into the context that this woman and Jody are now teaching these principles and values and lessons to other parents out there in the world. And I think that is just genuinely very, very worrying, because whether you like it or not, Ruby Franke is an influential mother on the internet. She is an influential parent, and she does kind of dictate what some people out there do. Whether you can't believe me or not, take this for example. Onision, one of the most despised content creators, if not the most despised major content creator on the internet, actually still has fans to this day. And that man has done worse things, I think, than Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke. So think about the fact that if he has fans, who else could have fans? Well, the 8 passengers' parents. And people will listen to these two. People will take what they're saying as gospel and apply their lessons to their very own children. This is the influence and power that Kevin and Ruby have, and I seriously would not be surprised if Ruby and Kevin have negatively impacted children that they've never even met before, just based on their own teachings. And this whole thing here, the Mums of Truth, only contributes to that even further, and really does just shine an even bigger negative light on Kevin and Ruby. And whilst a lot of the content from the Mums of Truth has been purged from the internet, based on videos that still exist about this group and based on the screenshots that I've seen, pretty much it did just seem like Ruby and Judy were just forcing their way of life, their beliefs onto everybody that came to that group for genuine advice. I really wouldn't be shocked if there were some people with innocent intentions that came into this group, just who looked up to Ruby or Jody. They came in just wanting to make some issues easier for themselves, and they got horrible advice, but then still actually then applied that advice to their own children, which is just absolutely terrible. But it's the reality of what we need to face in this situation. This situation is bigger than I think we actually all realize. It's not just about the 8 passengers family, it's about all of the families that they have affected. For example, let's take a look at the Mums of Truth's opinion when it comes to abortion. Are there principles of truth that support abortion? Is abortion based on principles of truth? No. I mean, where's the parental advice here? This just seems to be somebody guilt-tripping somebody into following their own set of beliefs by saying horrible things like this. Principles of truth. What does that even mean? It's just utterly despicable. This isn't advice. This just seems to be a bit more of a cult. And based on what I've seen, it's also been used to harass the school that Ruby's kids go to, where Jody makes a post about confronting the school board and urging the school to evaluate their policies in regards to using explicit music. And seemingly this sort of behavior had only inspired other parents in the Mums of Truth to pretty much just do the exact same thing that Ruby and Jody were doing. Because yes, Ruby was extremely mad about a certain piece of media and pretty much demanded that nobody consumes that piece of media because she doesn't like it. And now somebody else who was a part of the Mums of Truth, another parent's clearly influenced by Jody and Ruby, emailed in to be like, oh, I don't like this media that my kid's consuming, and I think it's terrible and nobody else should consume it. And what was this piece of media? Stranger Things. And look, I didn't like the Vecna twist. I'll say it. I'll just get it out there. I know some people liked it. Personally, it just showed to me that they didn't exactly have a plan from the very get-go. But I didn't like it, you know. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to email into the mums of truth complaining about this media and deem it to be basically the devil. But that's what this person's done here, where they say they took the computer and checked the history, and they noticed that their kid had been watching a show that they had not approved them to watch called Stranger Things 4. I watched a tiny portion of the episode and they were horrified. I mean, they must have not been watching season 4. I can only imagine they were watching like that weird X-Men episode from season 2, which we all just kind of forgot about. And if that's true, I can understand why you would be horrified. Terrible episode. In short, portion of the episode I watched, topics of gore, hardcore violence, drugs, horror, and homosexuality appeared. Those damn gays. Alcohol and satanic imagery were heavily featured, and I'm just so upset. I mean, just imagine this parent in absolute tears about this. She saw Noah Schnapp on screen and just started breaking down, and relatable, really. I do not know if I should be angry at my children or myself. They know that they're not to watch a TV show unless it's approved by me. This is pretty much me to every single friend that I have. You're not going to watch that show. You're going to watch the show that I like, because, well, we don't need those shows. But in this case, it's obviously coming from a much worse place. I'm just a judgmental person when it comes to media. This person seems to just be terrible parents. However, I feel like this is my fault. The computer is taken away until further notice, and I have punished my children for lying and sneaking around. And this, my friends, is what the mums of truth are all about. If their kids do anything, it leads to punishment, and that is just absolutely insane. This mother admits that she thinks that this is her fault, yet she still punishes her children. That's not accountability. That's just you being an absolute bellend and deflecting your own issues onto other people, i.e. your kids. But this is the morals and ethics and principles of truth that the mums of truth love to teach to the members in this group. It's not about actual life lessons. It's not about increasing the happiness of their children. It's about just having more control. Fundamentally, that is what Connections is about. That is what Jody is about. That is what Ruby is about. Control. If you don't follow their way of life, you will be punished. And there is something interesting to take from that post about Stranger Things, where they're saying that they punished the children for sneaking around. And this leads us into a post from Ruby herself, where she uploaded a video, which in this video she speaks about children being sneaky, children having secrets, children having diaries. Can you read your daughter's journal? This was a genuine conversation that people were having on this Facebook page, and personally, I think the answer should be very obvious. No, I think everybody has a right to privacy. In fact, it is a human right. So I feel like if you're breaking that right, you are breaking their human rights to an extent. Well, not even to an extent, you just are. Everyone should have their own private bubble. And yes, that includes children. Children have a right to privacy, just as we all have a right to privacy. But clearly, Ruby Franke is somebody that doesn't agree with that. And I think it's time to look at this clip of where she speaks about this. And it really helps understand how the parents like this one right here got to this point, because they have people like this teaching them.
Hello and welcome back to Moms of Truth with Jody and Ruby. Today I had a question come in, and this mother touches on a subject I have wanted to talk about for a very long time, and that is the topic of privacy and children. Do children have privacy? Is privacy a principle of truth? If so, how do I gauge the privacy of my child? How much do I give them? Is privacy something that I can give my child?
This whole segment right here is genuinely quite confusing to me, because yes, it is literally them saying, well, should I give my children human rights? And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Look right here. Privacy is a fundamental right. The right to privacy, or a private light, is enshrined in Universal Declaration of Human Rights Article 12, the European Convention of Human Rights Article 8, and the European Charter of Fundamental Rights Article 7. Yet Ruby Franke seems to feel the need to come onto her YouTube channel or Facebook page and dictate whether other mothers around the world should give the right to privacy to their own children. You are quite literally breaking human rights, and I need to say that for a third time there, because it's one of the more baffling things that I think Ruby has done. Not only has she actually applied this level of parenting to her own children, but she's also going on the internet and telling other parents to pretty much do the same thing. And yeah, I know I haven't played the full clip, but it's pretty obvious to where the full clip is going to go, and the conversation starts to move towards the topic of a child having a diary. And yeah, let's look at what Ruby has to say about kids having private diaries.
Bear with me as this gets a little bit choppy. My daughter and I are cleaning her room together, and I was helping her organize some of her belongings into boxes for our upcoming move. At one point, I came across a small black journal, buried, or in all caps, buried, obviously very concealed from my viewing. I had never seen this item before, and I was genuinely confused when I held it up and questioned my daughter. Almost immediately after seeing it, my daughter's face went pale. Okay, so I want you to hear how this mom takes notice of her daughter's reaction. This mom is really awake. She says her face went pale. She basically threw herself over my lap. So the daughter's pale. She's throwing herself in an attempt to snatch the journal from my hand. So the daughter went into a flurry of control. This 14-year-old daughter lost all the blood in her face, went into fear. She threw herself across the room into her mom's lap, trying to snatch this journal.
And rightly so. This is a 14-year-old girl we're speaking about here, and at that stage in your life, you're going to be going through a lot of different changes socially, at school, with your own self. It's a part of your life where things are a little bit weird, you know? You don't really know what's going on, and I think a big part to helping that development and growth at that age is having a right to privacy. And something like what's being described here really is a minimal level of privacy, a diary, something you write about your personal feelings in your day-to-day lives, how you are getting on at your school with friends, your family, and I think everybody, no matter what their age, should be able to have a comfortable space where they feel like they can get their thoughts out, vent, without somebody bearing down on them saying, show me what's in that diary. And surely the mother, who is also giving advice to other mothers, Ruby, understands this. Surely Ruby Franke understands that every child in the world should have privacy. Right?
Privacy has been used today greatly to hide and to sneak and to be deceptive. Privacy can be used in truth. I have 4 walls in my bedroom, and that gives me a place of privacy. I have 4 walls in the bathroom. That gives privacy. When my child begins using those 4 walls to do things that are deceptive, they lose the privilege of privacy. Why? Because they're not concerned about privacy. That is the last thing they're concerned about. They're just trying to hold that word over your head. They're trying to hold you hostage, saying, you need to give me privacy. You need to honor my boundaries. You need to honor my feelings. You don't care about me. What else? You're invading my space. Those are my personal feelings. No. In this home, you don't get personal space, because this is my space, because I'm the parent. If you want your own personal space, you'll need to get your own space. This is mine. And as long as you're living in my home, it is my job to know everything about you. You don't get to sneak, you don't get to hide, you don't get to have secrets. Not in my house.
So what Ruby is basically saying here is my children and your children should have privacy until it inconvenes me personally, which isn't privacy. That's just you trying to sound a little bit better and completely removing privacy from your children's lives. Just because your child misbehaves in a certain angle doesn't give you the right to go through their private things and look into their diaries and look at all the things that they're writing about in there. A child deserves the right to their own private life. And obviously, some people may disagree with that, but I really don't understand why. I think if you're in a position where you genuinely can't speak to your children on a personal level, so you feel the need to go invade their private space, read their diaries, I think that's a big indication of who you are as a parent and a human being in general. If you can't just sit your child down, have an honest-to-God conversation with them, see how they're actually feeling and why they're feeling in that way, I think if you can't do that, you're not fit to be a parent. And I think if you're doing what Ruby says here, you are absolutely not fit to be a parent. Please, for the love of God, do not invade your child's private diary. It's such a minimal thing, yet it obviously will mean so much to your child if you do break into that private spot and you do kind of violate that privacy. Because if I had a parent that did that, I would no longer trust them. And I think the same would go for all of you when you were children, and the same for Ruby when she was a child. And I think with Connections and the Mums of Truth, it truly is one of the most damning parts of this story. Not because necessarily her views were changing. I think Ruby has always been a bad person, but the fact of the matter is before 2020, she did try her best to kind of hide things. If her children said something which could be perceived as bad, she would usually kind of try to make it sound a little bit better, cover it up, almost disagree with them. But the fact is, now in 2022, with this platform she has garnered from Jodie Hildebrandt, she is now actively sharing her terrible views and actually trying to get other people to have the same views as her. It was absolutely wild to see at this point of time, because this was something that she hadn't done before. At least with the 8 passengers, the bad behavior was kind of swept under the carpet. Yes, it was still there. Chad, for example, as we covered earlier, was sent to the Anasazi camp, but obviously, even with that, they tried to make it sound better. They tried to defend themselves. It doesn't justify it, but they clearly at that point had acknowledgement that what they were doing could be perceived as bad, whereas now it really did seem that Ruby in particular was just desperate to share and teach her horrible views onto other people. It very much felt in 2022 Ruby was deliberately cultivating her audience, not like before, but to a whole new level. But that does also bring in the question of, well, during all of this, what is actually going on with the 8 passengers? Because yeah, we've discussed this Facebook page, we've just discussed Connections, but it feels a bit weird that 8 passengers isn't being mentioned right now, because this is obviously the 8 passengers story, but weirdly, the only time I've actually mentioned the YouTube channel 8 passengers in the last hour is when we spoke briefly about the hiatus on the channel. Because yes, in 2022, between the month of January and July, there was absolutely no content. For 7 months straight, the 8 passengers were pretty much silent, and that is obviously extremely weird to see. This is a YouTube channel which was making millions upon millions of dollars, getting millions of views every single month. It was an empire, as we have covered throughout this entire video. There was a massive, rabid fan base there who were just desperate for content, yet Ruby and Kevin were mysteriously silent, and then something else changed with the 8 passengers, where the actual Instagram account for the 8 passengers rebranded into the Mums of Truth. And naturally, this confused and mystified a lot of people out there. Why were they now randomly following this parental advice page with 400,000 followers that they've never seen before? What was going on, and where had the 8 passengers Instagram page gone? They were big fans. They needed to know what's actually going on in this scenario. Who is the Mums of Truth, and why are they now seeing this? Because of course, not every single person knew about Connections. Not everybody knew about the Mums of Truth, mainly just the dedicated 8 passengers fans at the time, and all of the other, YouTubers that were mocking them. So, what was going on? And why was this happening? Which is basically the same question that I did just ask. But yes, there was an answer for this.
Wait a minute. I thought this is 8 passengers. How come the name changed? My children are getting older. My kids are... Sherry has already flown the coop, and Chad is closely behind her. And then before you know it, in a handful of years, all of my children will be gone. And I have a real powerful message. If you want to stick around, if you would like to learn, I hope you stay. The world has very many people have accused me of exploiting my children, and then those very people have turned around and exploited my children. And so I am not going to share my children or family with the world anymore in that way.
So yeah, the 8 passengers is now, in this point of the timeline, over. And this is really confusing. When this first happened, people were just wondering, what caused this? Why is she now saying this? Because obviously she's giving some reasons here, but it did seem very suspicious. Not everything seemed right, and I think the main reason for that is, well, she's been called exploitative for around 7 years up to this point. Why would she now in 2022 randomly decide to quit the 8 passengers? Why would this criticism now finally get to her? It really did just seem that Ruby was not exactly telling the full truth. But yeah, the 8 Passengers YouTube channel had now just ended abruptly. There was no goodbye video, there was no final video. It was just this weird Instagram story to confirm that all she was going to be doing now from the 8 Passengers family channel was the Mums of Truth connections. This was now the career path that Ruby has decided to go down, which is utterly so confusing if you don't know the full context, because the 8 Passengers made millions for Ruby and for Kevin. I don't know if any of that ever went to the children, I kind of guess not, but it made a lot of money for Ruby, and she has just dropped this for this random YouTube channel with 10,000 subscribers and a Facebook group, which has a subscription service, yeah, but I can't imagine that's going to make as much money as the 8 Passengers did. It was a very weird moment in this part of the story. It really felt like there was something we were missing, a key part of information, a part to the puzzle that was not in the puzzle box, something we just didn't know about but was staring us in the face. And ladies and gentlemen, we were not wrong when it comes to our suspicions. There was absolutely something missing here, and that does lead us into the next chapter of this video. And it is still in 2022, but I think we need to do a whole new chapter for this, because so far between 2015 and July 2022, it has been, yeah, a chaotic downfall, but the next part of this video is where things start to get dark and disturbing, and I should obviously put a warning for a lot of sensitive topics that are going to be on screen right now that we will be covering in the next part of this video, because ladies and gentlemen, from July 2022 onwards, it pretty much just was not just the downfall socially for Ruby and Kevin Franke, but also the legal downfall of both of them. Now yes, ladies and gentlemen, this part of the video will be probably the shortest chapter in the entire thing, and that's mainly because, yes, this is only half of a year, but I kind of think it is essential to split this half up from the other half, because the beginning of 2022 is, you know, pretty much more of the same with the things that we've gone through today. Of course, there have been a lot of extreme developments, there's no doubt in that whatsoever, but ultimately, nothing had particularly changed in the story so far. Pretty much, things were the same, there was the same controversy surrounding them, but ultimately, yeah, it was all the same. But the second half of 2022, my friends, is definitely the beginning of the end. Because when we go back to this clip here where Ruby speaks about why the channel is ending and why she's moving on from it because of the things such as she doesn't want to exploit her children anymore, or at least receive that criticism despite receiving that criticism. Obviously, everyone when they immediately heard that thought, you know, well, that's obviously complete and utter bollocks. It's not true. It's a facade. It's a fugazi. You know what I mean? It just doesn't exist. It's not real. Something else was going on behind the scenes. And this caused a lot of people to start to do their own research. Little freaks like me. Not freaks, but little people like me thought, you know what, we're going to look into this. And some people on Reddit start to look into where the first place you go is when it comes to controversies, and that is, of course, who you follow. And people started to discover that Ruby's own siblings had unfollowed her on Instagram. And yeah, I know, unfollowing, it's not exactly an indication of anything serious or terrible, but ultimately, when you're unfollowed by one person, yeah, you can kind of look past it. Maybe something's happened, maybe it's just sheer coincidence, maybe it was a mistake. But when all of the siblings of this one individual have unfollowed her, clearly there is something going on in this situation. I just don't believe that there can be a moment of coincidence when all of them at once unfollow this one person, especially with all of the things that we've covered so far in this video, and also the fact that the 8 Passengers channel had now rebranded into the Mums of Truth. It's clear that behind the scenes there was a lot of turmoil going on. And with these unfollows, you could say that this was a bit of a strange moment in the story of the 8 Passengers empire, but honestly, I think this was always coming. Like, just think about this logically. Imagine you have a family member who is big and famous on the internet, and they were kind of loved for years, not by everyone, of course, you know, most of the internet didn't really like the 8 Passengers, but for a while, they had a few million people that absolutely adored them, and then as time progressed, things got worse and worse. More people started to dislike them, and then there was justifiable reasons to disliking them. The extreme views which came from connections, the mums of truth. And as time progressed, you'd see this person who you once knew become an absolutely worse person who was causing a bad impact on the world and on people around them. Of course, you would start to think to yourself, is it time to distance myself from this person? Not necessarily because you're afraid of social persecution via social media, but because this person isn't exactly a good individual. This person isn't who you once thought they were, and they have changed and grown into this terrible individual, which of course is Ruby Franke. And this was pretty much confirmed by Ruby's own sister Julie, that said that connections tears families apart. It is not a group to be affiliated with, and hopefully one day she, being Ruby, will realize it. And of course, yes, this is sad and depressing, although I'm not really making it sound that sad, I can understand that, but it is sad to read, you know, seeing a family be tore apart, especially a family full of children, you know. Children deserve to have parents in their lives who are surrounded by them and constantly looking after them, but as we've seen, Ruby absolutely does the complete opposite of that. She prioritizes herself in every single situation, prioritizes making people follow her rules and regulations and her way of life, and not actually giving real, you know, unconditional love to her family and children that surround her on the daily. And yeah, this is a sad thing, but ultimately I think it's a completely and utterly self-inflicted thing. This is simply the consequences of Ruby's own actions. But yeah, with any situation with the 8 Passengers, especially when there is clearly something going on, as with this comment or the unfollows, actually, the rumor mill, especially on Reddit, started to get even bigger. People started speculating, and even individuals that claim to be in the same vicinity as the 8 Passengers family started to make some pretty wild claims, which just show that the turmoil going on behind the scenes was far worse than we actually realized. On an 8 Passengers speculation Reddit page, a user claimed to live in the same town as the 8 Passengers and posted something quite interesting where they said, Kevin and Chad are currently not living with the rest of the family. I live in the same town as this family. Currently, Kevin and Chad are living in a different home as rest of the family. I'm wondering why. What's going on here? Now, naturally, my friends, with any anonymous post on any social media platform, you should usually not just take it with a pinch of salt, but honestly, for the most part, just assume it to be a lie. There's no evidence with this, there's no proof that this is a real thing, but given the claims that they're making, this is a bit of a peculiar claim. It's not like they're directly claiming anything horrific, it's just Chad and Kevin are no longer living with the family. And given the other things that we have seen so far with families being torn apart, as this comment claims from Ruby's own siblings and her siblings unfollowing her, I wouldn't be shocked if this post actually turned out to be true. I wouldn't be shocked if Kevin and Chad were exactly no longer living with Ruby and the rest of the family. And then after this post, a lot of people naturally started speculating in the comments section, basically saying that it actually makes sense because Kevin hasn't been active on the Mums of Truth Facebook page lately, and also hasn't posted anything from his family. And some others said that Jody would be thrilled by this information. And the main reason people say that is because I think a lot of people have started to come to the conclusion that Jody Hildebrand is basically the Phantom Menace, Emperor Palpatine behind the scenes, putting her claws into Ruby Franke. Like, Ruby is now becoming Darth Vader slowly. But in this story, in my opinion, she's always been Darth Vader. There's no Anakin and Padme love story. I'm afraid Kevin and Ruby are definitely not Padme, although maybe Kevin can start cosplaying as Padme. Why did I say that? That's a weird thing to say. But yeah, there's no romance here. There's no story which started off with hope and prosperity. It's just depressing, but ultimately I can kind of understand why people think that Jodie is controlling everything behind the scenes, and why, if Kevin was no longer in the picture, that would benefit Jodie, because she'd finally have Ruby all to herself to control and manipulate, and she would no longer have to deal with Kevin possibly swaying her away from Jodie's own opinions and views. And yes, again, this is just speculation, views and beliefs created by some nutty Reddit users and people like myself. But ultimately I can kind of understand why some of us are believing these theories, mainly because look at the information I've given you today. This woman has allowed her family to be torn apart by this random woman that she only met a few years ago, and we will get into that origin story later on in this video, but ultimately, at face value, you don't really need context to understand how insane it is that Ruby happily let Jodie tear apart their family with connections and the mums of truth. And that only gets backed even further after, with all this speculation, with all the rumors, with all the people speaking about it in their YouTube videos and Reddit posts, Kevin actually deleted his social media accounts. And that one particular account he actually deleted was his Instagram. And I know what a few people will say, oh, you know, this doesn't mean anything. I don't know why any of you would say that, given that you're 3 hours into this insane story. Surely at this point, you're buying what I'm saying. I'm not selling this anymore. You're just taking in more. This is like DLC upon DLC in the 8 Passengers story. It never ends. We're basically like EA at this point. I'm just releasing Sims packs to the 8 Passengers story. I don't know if I should compare this to Sims, but I'm gonna. But yeah, the Instagram account got deleted, and trust me, my friends, as an influencer, Instagram is a very important thing. It's an important tool. It allows you to connect with your audience. Don't know why I failed to say that word correctly. With Instagram posts, live streams, Instagram stories. I mean, my Instagram account is utterly dead. You could go check it out and follow it and comment beans on my last post if you really want. But yeah, Instagram is a very important tool, and for somebody to just outright delete a massive part of their social media platform, that's a pretty big thing, especially with Kevin, who basically only used Instagram, other than the 8 Passengers YouTube channel itself, to connect with his audience. It was seemingly his second main form of social media, so to get rid of that, I think speaks volumes, and I think it only backs up all of the theories and all of the other things that we've seen so far in this part of the video. And all of these theories only continue to get backed even further with more Instagram speculation and controversy after this, where Shari, one of the daughters of Kevin and Ruby, changed her Instagram name from 8 Passengers Shari to Shari Franke. And look, if we're going to take a look at this in a perspective from 2022, because that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this video, I'm trying to go through the story chronologically without really referencing the future too much, but obviously we all know with a 2023 lens why she did this. We all know what happened after this, but ultimately, if we're looking at this from a 2022 perspective, it still did not really seem like much of a coincidence. So much was happening with other members of the family in the 8 Passengers, which seemed to look like they were pretty much distancing themselves from Ruby. I think at this point, there is no theory or coincidence anymore. I think it's just very, very obvious to what is going on here. Her own husband is seemingly distancing himself. There's theories that he's moved out with one of his sons. There's now her daughter distancing herself away from the 8 Passengers brand. Her own siblings have unfollowed her. They're making comments about the group that she's a part of. It's very clear that this definitely was the beginning of the end of Ruby Franke, and not just socially, but also criminally. And now we need to go back to that video that I showed you earlier, where pretty much Ruby betrays herself to be the good guy in this situation. She wanted to make it look like she was doing everything that she could to protect her children and family, but it very much seems that her family are now trying to protect themselves from Ruby herself. And look, I think it would be really easy to sit here and just say that this all stemmed from connections in the Mums of Truth, but the reality is we've now been here for about 3.5 hours. We've now seen absolutely everything, and I think it would be very almost negligent to assume that this only started from this one group from 2022. I don't believe that's the case. I definitely think Jodie Hildebrandt made Ruby a much worse and more extreme person, but ultimately we've seen 8 years of neglect. Jodie Hildebrandt didn't send Chad to that summer camp. She didn't do that. Ruby and Kevin did that on their own accord. The treatment of their children, Jody didn't do that between 2015 and early 2022. Ruby and Kevin did that. To just blame this one individual for changing her or making her worse, I think is absolutely insane, and also ignores the fact that we are dealing with two grown adults here. And I can understand that adults can be manipulated, adults can be swayed into cults and stuff like that, but ultimately, you need to take some responsibility. You need to realize you're a parent, Ruby, you're a parent, Kevin, and nobody is getting out on this of a case of manipulation and, oh, this person did this, and oh, I was manipulated by that person, oh, I was vulnerable. No, we're not going to do that. We're not just going to blame Jody and the Mums of Truth. Absolutely terrible things and people, but ultimately, we can't just place the blame on one individual, because that would allow these two, Ruby and Kevin, to get away with everything that they have done in their whole empire of the 8 passengers. These people have documented their lives every single day for 8 years. They have shown us who they truly are, not just as parents, but as human beings in these vlogs. We have seen every aspect of their personality, whether they're trying to justify bad parts of it or celebrate supposed good parts of it. We have seen everything because what they posted on social media. It's pretty much a self-report. Yes, things have changed, and yes, things have gotten more extreme, but I think there are reasons for that. Of course, I do believe that Jody has manipulated Ruby in a very large extent, but I also believe that Ruby most likely realized that her children are getting older, which she claims in the video that I showed earlier, but I don't think the reasons she gives then after that are necessarily true. I think she realized that her children are getting older, and that means they're going to be less easy manipulated. I think she realized that controlling these kids is going to be a much more difficult task than when they were more financially dependent on her and much more impressionable and younger. As Chad, as Shari, and the other children get older, they are going to realize how much of a bad person Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke truly were, and they are most likely going to distance themselves further and further from these individuals, and honestly, I cannot blame them. So with that, I think Ruby thought to herself, well, how am I going to make money now? How am I going to control people now? And I think the Mums of Truth and Connections pretty much just fills that void. You know, if she can't control her children, she'll just control the thousands of weirdly dedicated fans that she supposedly has, and also give them a subscription-based fee, which she will make money off. It's honestly a bit of a perfect system for her. Yes, she's probably going to make less money than she made with the 8 Passengers YouTube channel, but ultimately, she's still going to be making some money, which fills up that box, and she's still going to be controlling people, and also pretty much controlling other children out there by teaching these parents her parental skills. And it's such a depressing thing to think about. It's such a depressing thing to think how much influence Jody and Ruby have most likely had out there when it comes to parents, how both of them have probably separated families and made things so much worse for children out there. But sadly, that is the reality that we're going to have to face here. And you know, when it comes to Connections, I think the main interesting part here is when you go back to the beginning of it. Obviously, we were talking about how it seemed to have more innocent intentions right at the beginning when it was only Jody. As you can see from the video titles that we went through earlier, it seems that this was pretty much just a mental health support group, and it did just seem that Jody was an innocent figure in this situation who maybe had her mind swayed by Ruby Franke. Maybe the manipulation was ultimately done by Ruby in the beginning, and then it kind of started to mix in with each other, and that's kind of a lot of the speculation out there, when ultimately those theories aren't necessarily true, because a lot of people out there also, with all of the things going on here in mid-2022, started to do even more research into Jody, and what people discovered was actually a much darker origin to what we thought Connections had when we first went over it in this video. And the main reason I bring this up is because throughout this part of the video, I've kind of been building up this picture like Jody is this other bad person and Ruby is another bad person, and they've kind of manipulated both of each other into believing each other's beliefs and following each other's ways, which has kind of led to Connections becoming what it has. But ultimately, this beginning actually paints the real truth behind all of this, and that truth is that Jody and Ruby are pretty much two peas of the same pod. They are basically the same person in terms of how terrible they are, and that comes from a very, very weird post people found from 2012. You see, Jodi Hildebrandt had her license put on probation by the Utah Clinic Mental Health Consider Licensing Board for 18 months, effective in 2012, for telling the LDS Church about a patient without the patient's permission. Pretty much, she went to this church to spread information that the church did not need or have permission to know, which obviously, from any medical practitioner's point of view, a psychologist, a therapist, is a terrible thing. I don't really think I need to explain why, but I think this is a good representation of who Jodi is as a person. She doesn't care about boundaries, she doesn't care about respect, she only likes to be able to have things to use against other individuals who she does not like. Does it sound familiar? Of course it does. That's basically the entire practice of connections. They don't like certain things, they'll use certain pieces of manipulative information to get those things out or away from families or friends, and they will use that and teach that to other people to do that exact same thing onto other children and family members and friends out there. Whether it's a family member is gay, whether it's some piece of media they don't like, whether they just don't like the new season of Stranger Things, connections pretty much runs on them not liking something and using horrific and manipulative tactics into convincing other people why that thing is bad, and that's pretty much, I think, what was going on here. All the claims made by Jodi to the church were false, the man asserts, but they led to his loss of privileges in the church and his ejection from BYU. She just lied wherever she went to further an agenda to destroy my life, said the man who objected to bills that were as high as $2,000 a month. Again, that's pretty much what I just described when it comes to connections. If they don't agree with you, they will do anything they can to get rid of you. And that is seemingly what happened with Jodi in 2012. She didn't like this patient and she sought out to ruin his life, allegedly, which then got her put on an 18-month probation. Is this the individual that should be giving parental advice? Is this the individual that should be giving advice to anyone? Not just parents or children, but in general, anyone. I think given what we've read here, this is a person that's not fit to be in that position of power. But now you've got to think, she's got this group where she's pretty much radicalized thousands of parents with Ruby and other people, and she's also getting paid to do it. It's a pretty insane system that I'm shocked that anyone would be willing to be a part of. But yeah, the reason that I mention this is because it does represent that, of course, from the very beginning, Jodi and Ruby are the same person. If you don't agree with them, they will get rid of you. Jodi did that with her client. Ruby basically threatened her children every single day with that exact premise. You don't agree with my rules, you don't agree with my beliefs, you will go. And it basically shows that there is no manipulating another person here. It was basically these two were perfect for each other. I think the only reason that Jodi's social media page seemed innocent at the beginning was mainly because she didn't understand SEO. She didn't understand how the YouTube game necessarily worked, whereas when Ruby came along and met Jodi, she combined her YouTube knowledge with her friend's manipulative, horrible teachings, and what do you get? A cult. That's what you get. But yes, my friends, with all of this drama, of all these terrible things going on involving Ruby, Jodi, and connections and the Mums of Truth, we're now at around September 2022 in the timeline, and this is pretty much where the public disavowing of Ruby progressively got even worse. It became a snowball that became an avalanche, and one particular individual that stood out in all of this was Ruby Franke, of course, the daughter of Ruby. Throughout the next part of this story, she will pretty much become one of the main figureheads in this story, and that's because she consistently, after this point for the next year, bravely spoke up against her mother. No matter what, no matter the threats she may have received or the horrible comments she may have received, she bravely spoke up against her mum continuously after this point. And I feel like that's such a, I keep saying it, but a brave thing to do, because it's not like you're going against some random social media influencer or a bully. This is, well, she is a bully, but this is obviously her own mother. I cannot imagine the mental turmoil it must take on somebody to have to publicly speak up against a family member like that. I mean, it's just so cruel that Ruby has put her children in this position, but that's ultimately who she is as a human being. And by the way, she never backed down. She never apologized or said sorry. I feel like that's skipping the story a little bit, but ultimately, I don't really think that's a surprise, given that she's not said sorry in the 8 years of the timeline that we've currently gone through. And yeah, around this time, Shari made a post thanking people for their bravery of speaking up against connections and the terrible things that went on within that group. And I think this comment right here is extremely damning on Ruby to see her own daughter speaking against her like this. And whilst this was just a small comment, I don't think Shari is stupid. She knows that if she makes a comment like this, people will see it, people will reference it and speak about it, and it will cause the rumor mill to continue and build and get further and further. The speculation will build, and more information will most likely be leaked. These people in this story aren't stupid. They know one little comment can change everything, and it also is backed by the fact that not just Shari was speaking up, other members of Ruby's family were speaking up in other ways, such as liking posts by other individuals who were speaking up against Ruby and connections. And even though this is a very minute thing, I think it's very important for this part of the story, as it will ultimately lead to the inevitable and eventual downfall of Ruby. But ladies and gentlemen, with all this information coming out about Ruby, with all the people speaking up and saying all these terrible things, and people validating terrible things and pretty much confirming terrible things, how do you think that Ruby responded to all of this? Because obviously, she can't just ignore it. The whole internet are now speculating about her to a level which has never been seen before. Videos are being made almost every minute. Everyone is speaking about her. So did she, respond to this? Did she admit to her wrongdoings? Did she take a step back and realize that her family should be a priority and not some weird, freakish internet cult led by some weird woman who barely even has a license? Did she actually take a step back and realize all of this? No, I don't think you needed me to confirm that, but obviously the big answer is a big fat no. Did you honestly really expect anything different though? This is one of the most egotistical, narcissistic person that I've ever spoken about on this channel, so I'm not shocked that she didn't do any of those things. And in fact, what she did wasn't a post on her social media, it was a post, of course, on connections in a video titled "Your Child Needs Principles, Not Opinions," and the description read, "I was a disconnected parent for many years. Learning to be honest, responsible, and humble changed my life." And then when you look at the thumbnail, it says, "Why I left 8 passengers." And yes, my friends, this video, in my opinion, is pretty much a direct response to everything that has been said about Ruby by her own family members and posts that have been liked by her own family members in 2022. But I also think it's pretty much a good representation of how she went so extreme from 2018 to 2022. Now, yes, you could argue that those beliefs have always been there and Jodie just kind of enabled them beliefs into coming out. But I think we should just sit back, relax, and take a look at some of the clips and quotes in this video. And trust me, ladies and gents, this video is absolutely, of course, terrible, but it does really show how terrible not just Ruby is, but how terrible Jodie is.
You hear in your mind that you're getting reactionary and you want to come at one of us or at someone else who has made a comment in the Facebook page, and you feel like that's wrong, and you're upset and you want to tell them how wrong they are, you are in classic distortion. And that is what we're inviting you to actually see and to humble and change.
I have an example of a curious question that came in. So I had answered someone's question about this mother had a 17-year-old who didn't want to go to church any longer, and I made a video response. And in it, I had made a reference to The Walking Dead. Now, I've been in social media for many years, and I have been a mother in distortion more years than I've been a mother in truth. This is new. I've been studying this for 4 years, and so I've got video footage of me being in distortion for years before that.
You see how humble that is? That's humble. She's telling you, I was in distortion. I was harming my kids. I was being selfish.
Being super neglectful.
Now, my friends, I know it may seem like I'm going a bit back on some of the things that I said earlier, or maybe I keep flip-flopping between this, but it does very much appear from that clip that Jody does have a lot of control over Ruby. I mean, just look at the way that Jody interjects when Ruby is speaking, saying things like, oh, you are harming your kids, you were doing all these things, and Ruby just kind of sits there and takes it. It's honestly embarrassing to see this grown woman, this mother of multiple children, just sat there letting this person say these things, and I think it very much indicates how much control Jody has, or at least has the claws into Ruby's back, and it's sad to see. It really is, but it's also quite, in a really sick way, funny to see. I just can't believe what we're witnessing here. And the fact is, when Ruby says, or Jody says that they were harming the children, what they actually mean was, back in the day, the kids actually were allowed to somewhat live their lives. It was still strict, but ultimately they could enjoy things, but then here comes Connections, making that sound out to be a bad thing. And then they actually progress on after this to speak further about the children and about the comments made about Connections in 2022, well, indirectly, and what they say is just even more embarrassing of what we've just previously gone through. It just progressively gets worse and worse.
And she said, I'm being genuinely curious. You said you made mention of The Walking Dead not being appropriate, but yet I saw you had a video where your son liked The Walking Dead. And so I understood. I know. Ouch.
Good job, Mom, for pointing that out to her.
Yeah, and it felt very genuine. The curiosity was there. And so I responded. I said, thank you so much. You're actually helping me. You're shedding a light on this distorted, disconnected parenting that I used to go into. Me allowing my child to watch The Walking Dead was me being selfish because I didn't want to ruffle the distortion inside of my child, which meant I knew if I said no, he was going to get mad, and I just, I don't want to deal with the kids being mad. That's my selfishness. And I didn't get curious about what was in the show. I didn't ever sit down and watch it. Years later, my littles who were even littler at the time, I mean, they were just little. Oh, it breaks my heart. They're telling me all the things that they saw in this show. There was pornography, there was extreme violence, there was killing, there was murder, and they have been bothered for years, and they've never felt comfortable to come tell me about it. Why? Because I was such a disconnected mother. So not only did it hurt the older son who was watching this show, it hurt the little ones, and I didn't know about it. It's been rotting in their system for years, and now it's finally coming to the surface.
I'm sorry, but this isn't you being a mother in distortion. This isn't you becoming a mother in truth. This is just you being an irresponsible parent. You've allowed your children, your young children, to watch a violent show like The Walking Dead. You didn't do the research into the show to see if it was violent, to see if there was adult scenes in it. You didn't do the groundwork to make sure that it was, suitable for children. A show which is notoriously gory and has a lot of adult themes in it. You, the parent, didn't do the research. That's not being a mother in distortion. That's just being an irresponsible parent. Every parent around the world does groundwork and research into the things that their children consumes, the media that their children consumes. Based on what I've seen so far, it pretty much just seems that Jody and Ruby do terrible things, and rather just own up to it and be responsible adults, they instead blame the rest of the world, create these insane groups, and use that as a way to kind of cope with the fact that they are terrible parents. And with that, they then make their children's lives even worse, because their children, they're not allowed to have anything good. They're not allowed to have anything beneficial to their lives because their mothers one time messed up and were completely irresponsible. Now, by the way, it is fine to make mistakes, but don't allow your mistakes to make you go down these extreme, insane paths. Just accept some responsibility. Ultimately, that's what it seems here. You have two individuals that are so unwilling to take any consequences of their actions that it has led to these insane paths that we are now currently at. Rather than just admitting to being irresponsible, Ruby has gone ahead and created a cult. Do you not understand understand how mental that is? And I also want to cut back to what was said at the ending of that clip there.
So not only did it hurt the older son who was watching this show, it hurt the little ones, and I didn't know about it. It's been rotting in their system for years, and now it's finally coming to the surface.
This, to me, is pretty much a direct response to everything that has been said about Ruby in 2022 by her children and other family members. This just shows that she is not a responsible parent. She doesn't care if her kids were watching terrible shows when they were younger and they weren't meant to watch those shows. She just wants to use that information as a way to justify her terrible actions by being like, oh, it wasn't me that contributed to my children coming out and speaking against me. No, that was definitely The Walking Dead. That's how delusional this individual is. Rather than taking any responsibility, she has blamed Rick Grimes. She hasn't blamed herself, she has blamed Daryl Dixon or even Negan. I don't think these three individuals are responsible for you starting a cult and your children, family, siblings and friends all disavowing you. I don't think Rick Grimes is responsible for that, or Michonne, or, I don't know, T-Dog. I think who is responsible? You're responsible. But what I find even more interesting after this is, despite not actually taking any responsibility, she actually starts to admit to a lot of bad things she does, or did. But it's quite interesting to hear, because Ruby isn't admitting to these things for an actual good reason. She's not doing it out of self-reflection in a sense of, oh, I'm such a better mother now or a better person. No, she's admitting to these things for all the wrong reasons.
I need to repent for being so selfish. I need to go in and say, this was my responsibility. I did not protect you. I allowed this to come into our home. I can see clearly that you've been in fear for many years. You've had nightmares, you've had thoughts, and I was not there to protect you, and I should have been. And so now I go in and do that cleanup, and that's what we're inviting you to do. That was my motivating drive. It is my motivating drive for creating this content. I was a hugely disconnected, selfish, aggressive, neglectful mother.
Entitled.
I wanted my kids to be happy, which AKA translated into, I want my kids to get off my back because I want to do what I want to do. I want to be able to go to Target. I want to be able to shop. I want to be able to have a moment of silence where I can just think. It was all about me. And I made my kids responsible for that. And so I allowed them to have what they wanted.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Ruby is actually finally admitting to being a neglectful mother. And this is quite interesting because, as I said, I don't think she's saying this for the reasons that we think she's saying this. Because typically, when you hear this whole spiel of, oh, I was neglectful, you think, oh, she's saying that she was neglectful for everything that we've discussed today. For sending her kid to a camp. For constantly exploiting her children's pain for views. For blaming her own young child for turning up to school without lunch. Maybe she was neglectful for those reasons. But no, of course she's not doing that. Of course, the main reason she actually believes she was neglectful was because, in my opinion, she didn't treat her kids like soldiers. I know that might sound really weird, but what I'm about to show you is her basically saying, oh yeah, I did give my kids everything at one point, but then I realized shortly later on that maybe that wasn't a good thing, and maybe I should start treating them like they work for me, rather than that they're actually my children. Now, obviously, you shouldn't give your kids absolutely everything and make them spoil and stuff like that, because that can lead to bad things. But just listen to this clip. This doesn't sound like somebody that's genuinely feeling sorry for all the horrible things that we've discussed today. This just seems to be somebody sorry that they didn't control their kids as much as she's trying to now when they were younger. It feels like she's more gutted, that she's kind of like missed out on installing these controlling, manipulative behaviors into the kids at a far younger age, and now she's only trying it when they're older. It's not necessarily working that well.
And so I allowed them to have what they wanted. Yeah. A lot of these disconnected comments that are coming in are all about, they're coming from this perception that loving my child means letting them have what they want. Mm-hmm. And this is a phase. The outcomes are just a phase, and that will dissipate. And the truth is, loving your child is holding them accountable. Loving your child is expecting them to show up humble. Loving your child is expecting honesty. And when those don't happen, you reflect and hold them accountable.
The one thing that kind of confuses me about all the parents here, including Ruby, Jody, and all the people in the Mums of Truth, is that they all speak about their children like they're soldiers in the military. This is not normal behavior. And obviously, we've worked out a long time ago, Jody or Ruby aren't normal. Anybody in a Mums of Truth Facebook group is not going to be exactly the most sane bunny on the block. But this is very strange to hear. I don't think it's a good thing when people speak about their children like they're soldiers that need to be held accountable constantly. Now, obviously, kids shouldn't be spoiled. They should be held accountable for their bad actions. But me and you know, based on everything that we're going through in this video, in the context of everything in this massive situation, the accountability that Ruby and Jody are speaking about here and the way they're speaking about it isn't regular accountability. It's not like you got into a fight with your brother and you beat your brother up or something like that and you've been grounded for weeks. It's not that. It's, oh, the kids wanted a diary. They wanted some level of privacy and you didn't allow that. And that is you giving them accountability. That's not accountability. That's just you being a bad parent that doesn't respect your child's boundaries. And that's the main thing I've noticed with this support group, is that they are basically teaching all of the parents in there to give the children absolutely no boundaries, and they're putting that under the whole idea of truth and accountability, when the reality is they're just trying to basically militarize their children into working for them. That's how I'm taking this. This isn't a normal thing. This is just publicly embarrassing your children whilst also teaching their parents to control their children in much more horrific ways. And the thing is, ladies and gents, it's not like this group has no impact and it's just a bit of a joke and meme that we're all laughing at. No, this group does have impact on kids around the world. It doesn't take much research to find posts from the group of parents pretty much complaining that their son has come out as gay, and they're basically ranting about it and asking, what can we do? And we will go further into that, but honestly, I really don't think that posts like that are a shock when you have these two individuals leading this group and teaching their own way of life. I think it's obviously always going to end in disaster. It's not really a shocker. But I think what is shocking is when she actually finally starts to speak about the 8 passengers and why she left the group. Because obviously, we've heard the supposed reasons before, but when you actually hear about her speak about it in long form, it's just even more insane.
They were hurt. Their souls were killed. The stuff that I allowed into my home killed their spirits, and it has taken a whole, I have been full-time. You wonder where I've been on my vlogs? You wonder why I left YouTube? It's to save my kids. No amount of money. And I'm telling you, I was making millions. And I left it because my kids were being hurt. With entitlement, they were being hurt with people's advice, and they didn't have a mother up the front saying, I don't care what the world's opinion is. This is the truth, and this is where I stand. And fortunately, I had a chance. I had them in my home long enough to do it, and I'm not going to lose them.
Alright, I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. Now, yes, the actual reasoning she gives for quitting the 8 Passengers channel is obviously complete and utter bollocks. Me, you, and everybody else knows that at this point. We obviously know that the main reason the 8 Passengers channel ended was because some of the main kids involved were getting old. Kevin no longer wanted to be a part of it. The connections page was pretty much tearing their family apart, and there was no longer 8 passengers for the 8 Passengers channel to continue. I know it's all about speculation and stuff at this point, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this response is a complete and utter lie and a very desperate attempt to kind of put herself as the good guy in this story, which she didn't in her Instagram story, but this is just a further example of that, a more detailed example of that, her blaming things like The Walking Dead for ruining her kids. Rick Grimes didn't take away your kids. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself there. Rick Grimes didn't ruin your kids' lives. You absolutely were responsible for that. Kevin was absolutely responsible for that. And this whole reasoning is a complete lie. And the reason I know that is because this situation just continuously gets worse and worse. Because yes, this video is obviously terrible, and obviously it gives us a representation of how far gone these two individuals are, and obviously it is pretty much a terrible response to how her children are acting in 2022 and justification for her previous actions. It's all terrible. We know that. You don't need me to say that for a 50th time, but the fact she believes she's not going to lose her family or children is pretty hilarious, because at the ending of 2022, once again, Sherry spoke up against Ruby and said that she pretty much has no contact with her family. I know there are many rumors circulating online about my family. While it is true I am not in contact with my immediate family and don't support the extreme beliefs of connections, please remember that this is my real family. Despite good intentions speculating rumors and gossip, it doesn't help us. I'd like to ask for privacy for me and my family as we work through this very difficult situation. Please know that many are working on this situation, and I hope one day that we can be whole again. Please respect my privacy as I work through my own healing as well. And I think the statement is sadder than it actually seems, mainly because she obviously refers to her family in this post, and instantaneously people will think, oh, she's talking about Ruby, she wants to make up with Ruby. No. There are a lot of innocent people in this story. Of course, you can say that, oh, this person should have did this and this person should have done that, but it's obviously way harder than that. It's not as easy as just getting up and saving the world. We can't just all be a superhero, unless you're me, of course. But ultimately, yeah, it's not as easy as it seems. And this situation for the family of Ruby is probably just so unbelievably difficult. To see your own mother going down this route that she is going down through connections and the Mums of Truth so publicly, the whole family being speculated and spoke about on the internet for years, I imagine it's a very, very hard process. And obviously you can say, well, aren't you doing the same thing now? Yeah, I am. And I can imagine a video like this may be a little bit stressful to view, but I think it's also good because it can help us, get the information out there about this terrible family. It can actually help people learn about this family and why this sort of thing happens so often on YouTube with family channels going down terrible routes. I think it's important to speak about this stuff and learn about this stuff. And honestly, it is an interesting story, and I think we all have the right to give our opinions and speak about it as long as we do it in a respectful manner. And yeah, that pretty much brings us up to the ending of 2022. Most of Ruby's family have seemingly distanced themselves from Ruby herself, one of her own daughters publicly saying that she has no connection to that part of her family anymore, and just in general, things were now looking pretty dire for Ruby. Of course she still had connections, of course she still had Jody and the Mums of Truth, but naturally it did just seem that things were getting worse. Notice in that post that she says that she is working through this situation and people need to know that. That obviously caused a lot of speculation. What did that mean? What's going on with the family behind the scenes? And there were obviously some very, very heavy rumors going out about Ruby and Jody. And naturally, that does move us into 2023, when it wasn't just the beginning of the end. It was simply the end. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Pat yourselves on the back. We finally made it. We finally made it to 2023. And I'd argue this is the year where, most of you actually only came for this video for. And honestly, I can't really blame you. There's been a lot of information which maybe you would deem as useless. I personally think it's all integral to this story. But finally, we're in the year of current day. Unless this video doesn't come out this year, which, if that's the case, it's an absolute disaster. And hello, 2024. I hope you're a better year than whatever 2023 was. But yes, 2023. This is the year of the end of the 8 passengers, Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke. This was the year where things absolutely not just came to a conclusion, but just so much was exposed about the sheer horrific nature of everything going on behind the scenes in the story of the 8 passengers. From 2015 all the way to current day, there was just so much that we didn't know about, which is truly, over the last few months, unless you're watching this in a few years, in the last few years, utterly horrified general audiences around the world. So far, we've investigated terrible forums, gone through old videos, researched into connections and the mothers of truth and all that horrific stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that has been building up to this culmination which we are now finally getting to. And yes, I will say it for a third time, this is the end of Ruby Franke and Kevin Franke. And 2023 pretty much started off just like how 2022 ended, going straight back to the story of unfollowing people on Instagram. But this time, it wasn't Ruby being unfollowed by somebody else, it was actually Ruby unfollowing her oldest daughter, Shari, who, as we've spoken about, has been a pretty vocal critic when it comes to connections and just in general, making it pretty obvious that her and her mother are absolutely not on good terms. And yeah, this unfollow isn't exactly the biggest shock on planet Earth, and honestly, there has been speculation over whether she did directly unfollow her or maybe Shari removed her from the following, but based on what we can see, I feel like if there was going to be a removal of the following from Shari's end, it would have happened a good few months before. So I'm just gonna say I feel like Ruby has definitely unfollowed Shari here, and obviously, yeah, there's no surprise. I mean, Shari, as I said, has been a critic of Ruby, but at the same time, there have also been some slightly, I guess, more disturbing reasons to why people believe that Shari was unfollowed by her own mother. There have been a lot of people speculating, like they love to do on websites like Reddit and Twitter, and some people have come up with a very, I guess, dark, coincidental reason to why they think this unfollow happened, and that is this. You see, around the time of Ruby unfollowing Shari, Shari actually made a post of her holding a sign that displayed the LGBTQ colours over text saying, "Everyone is welcome here." Now, obviously, this doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, Ruby unfollowed her because of this post. She could have obviously just unfollowed her at a whim, and this could be a mere coincidence. But we now need to go back to the mums of truth, because this is where things start to kind of link together, and you can kind of understand why a lot of people out there were putting, you know, 2 and 2 together. Basically, a concerned mother made a post asking for advice in the Mums of Truth Facebook group, and I'm just going to read it to you now, and all I will say before we get into it is this post is definitely disturbing and a very sad reflection of what the Mums of Truth have done to a lot of parents out there in the world. I'm a mother of 2 boys, one 12 and one 16. My 16-year-old has always been respectful of his family, he's a lifeguard, plays violin, has excellent grades, and always has been a joy to raise, never giving us any trouble aside from the odd Ernie mood the way teenagers can get. Now at this point you're probably thinking to yourself, wow, what a lovely, you know, model child, you know, this is what everybody wants their kid to be doing. They've got hobbies, great grades, they seem to be living life to the absolute peak. What could have possibly gone wrong to the point of where somebody needs to join the Ruby Franke, Jodie Hildebrandt Mums of Truth Facebook page? Because honestly, if you do get to that point of desperation, I feel like CPS is required. Recently, he told my husband and I something that has shaken our family. I've been hesitant to share this with anyone until now, but I feel like this group is a place where judgment will not be cast on me. At least, I hope not. Oh no, what has he done? Has he committed a horrible crime? Has he done something terrible? Please tell us what he's done. Last week, he came out to us as gay. Oh no! Oh God, Jesus, you're embarrassing. You've got into a Facebook group to say this. You are genuinely a despicable parent, and I hope your child has actually disowned you, because you do not deserve to have children. I know that sounds a bit horrible, but you don't. My husband and I have been torn apart by this. We are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and have always raised our children in the church. My son knows the church's stance on homosexuality and that my husband and I agree it is wrong and not in gospel. Still, he is adamant that is who he is. I fear he may have been corrupted by the media, particularly the app TikTok. What what is actually going on in this group? I know this is absolutely tragic and horrific, and obviously it reflects how negative this group is and how horrible it is making these parents. But how can you get to this level of brain? Sorry, okay. But either way, let's continue. No, let's not continue. What is with this group of individuals and not taking any levels of responsibility? And I'm not saying responsibility for the son being gay. I mean responsible for actually not being a supportive parent and instead being a complete and utter bellend. Blaming your child's sexuality on TikTok is just utterly, not just hilarious, but despicable to so many levels. And honestly, I don't know how I continue to get more shocked when I work on this video, but it keeps on happening. I fear he may have been corrupted by the media, particularly the app TikTok, that I hear from other women in the church is propagating of homosexual lifestyle. Ah yes, logging onto TikTok made me love cock. I hold myself particularly to blame for this, as I allowed him free access to a smartphone age 15. I know, obviously I know saying taking responsibility is obviously a heinous and horrible thing here, but even when they want to take some level of responsibility, even again though there's nothing to take responsibility for, he's gay, that's it, but even though they're trying to take some level of responsibility with their son, they still blame something else, even when they think they've broken the worst possible rule of being gay. They blame the mobile phone and the applications. They can't just take full responsibility in any scenario, even when it comes to their own rules. Do you not understand how insane that is? And also, what happened to the whole thing of love thy neighbor? Isn't that like a really big thing? Are we just ignoring that, throwing it out? You go to the Church of Jesus and you're not doing the main thing that he said. But yeah, they go on to say, my husband and I are both confused, but his confusion and hurt has translated into anger. He is angry not only with my son, but it's causing fights in our marriage now. They're gonna break up because he's gay. That's horrible to laugh at, but it's just like, what? I'm always very aware that my 12-year-old is taking in all of this too, being exposed to the concept of homosexuality. They're speaking about it, it's like it's the dark side of the Force, like they're Sith Lords coming in and influencing all the Jedi younglings before he's really old enough to understand why it's wrong. Now, obviously, I don't think I need to go on a big tangent again. I've said enough about this post and why it's terrible. I don't think I need to explain even more why it's terrible. And I should say, when you look at actually some of the comments made on this post, it is a lot of people being like, love should be unconditional. It doesn't matter what happens, what your beliefs are, you should love your child and stuff like that. And it was a very nice moment to see. People finally grew a pair of balls and actually started to speak against people in this group for these horrific statements. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, what are the leaders of this group thinking? What do Jody and Ruby think? Are they going to say, hey, this may be differing from our beliefs, but they're your children, you should love them unconditionally? Obviously not, because we've worked out unconditional love is not a thing in Ruby's book, because unconditional love does not mean you can manipulate your child into your own beliefs and actions. So yeah, let's take a look at what Ruby had to say in response to this. Loving and supporting does not mean enabling. Loving is reflecting principles and inviting your child to be charactered. Translation, love in Ruby Franke's views is not unconditional, and if you go against my rules and regulations of how I live my life, I will no longer love you. Yes, you, my children. But then it gets even better when Ruby goes on to claim that there are no homophobes, and that's just a made-up word to shame those who are moral. Wow. And just like that, homophobia has been eradicated. But then it gets even worse when she says there is a difference between love and lust. Truth creates. Stop using the word truth. I don't actually think you know what the word truth means. This is not hate gay people. I don't even feel comfortable saying that, even in context. It doesn't mean that. Truth doesn't mean that. Truth creates. Man and woman lawfully joined in marriage is the only honest relationship where two souls can be truthful and share themselves sexually. Anything outside of a connection marriage of a man and woman is dishonest, lustful, and destroys the soul. Now, Obviously, this is utterly horrific, but there's something about somebody who is so extreme where it just doesn't hit the same. Like, if I saw my friends say this, I'd be like, oh my god. But when I see Ruby Franke say it, I'm like, are you a weirdo? That's how I feel when it comes to this, because she's so extreme and so insane. But the one darker and more depressing element we can take from this is I feel like this is a proper representation of how extreme the mums of truth are. This is a page where two individuals are absolutely trying their best to install the worst possible beliefs and values into thousands upon thousands of parents. No matter what they say or what they do, these parents look up to them, and it leads to depressing posts like this. Absolutely heart-wrenching post. As much as I can laugh, ultimately, this is a real parent speaking about their real child, and this is the damage that Ruby and Jody have done onto these families. It's horrific, and it does just really show how this is becoming a cult. And that is a word that is used way too much, honestly. It gets overused a lot, but what else is this? I mean, the very definition of cult is pretty much a summary of the mums of truth. A system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. I guess the object being, in this case, truth, which truth translates to Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt. But yeah, this is the mums of truth, and I feel like there's not really many more posts we need to go through, but the reason, ultimately going way back to the beginning of this chapter to why I have shown you this, comes back to Ruby unfollowing her daughter. Let's look at that Instagram story for a second, look at the LGBTQ plus colours, and this is why in early 2023 a lot of people seem to believe that Ruby unfollowed her daughter because of this. She saw that her daughter had broken her personal rules and regulations of the mums of truth and connections, and she could not handle that any longer. And look, maybe it is a bit of a reach, maybe it isn't exactly the main reason to why Ruby unfollowed. Maybe she unfollowed her daughter for the sake of unfollowing her because she was unfollowed by her daughter, but ultimately, I really would not be shocked if this was the reason, and I think this is a good way to kind of display the extreme views of the mums of truth. Obviously, there are a lot of wacky and outlandish things that they've said in this group, but it's clear that as time progresses, things are getting more and more extreme and far more harmful. This is no longer a point of a joke. This is actually getting to a dangerous territory where I'm genuinely worried for a lot of the children of the parents in the mums of truth. I feel like this page needs to be further investigated, and if you're watching this right now in that Facebook page, have some shame, maybe leave the page, and maybe go apologize to not just your family members, but your children and your friends, because you most likely have gone down a deep, disturbing path and have been cultivated by these two manipulative figures, perhaps without even realizing. But that's not an excuse. That's you being a pathetic, easy manipulated idiot. And I don't care if that seems harsh. I feel like when you're putting these weird internet figures that you've never met first over your children, you deserve to be honestly at least criticized. And with this, a lot more people out there started speaking about their views of the LGBTQ plus community, and people started to find more and more outlandish things said in the mums of truth and in connections videos. Even stuff like this said about Ruby's business partner Jody.
We live in a world where there is a lot of evil going on, and people are being very confused about the philosophies of men, the philosophies of us as people that we've created. And one of those philosophies is homosexuality, gender confusion, not understanding, am I in the right body? All of those things are made up ideologies of man.
Look, I could sit here for hours and hours and dissect these videos and say why they're terrible, but I honestly don't feel like I need to at this point. I can play you it and you can absorb it and take it in and say, yes, that is obviously terrible. And obviously in early 2023, this made more and more conversations spread out there. And it gives us more of an understanding to, again, why the family is tearing further and further apart as the days go by. And it really feels like at this point of time, Ruby was going down some very, very dark rabbit holes where she was standing her ground no matter what. No matter how many people left her, abandoned her, publicly said they are no longer associating with her, she continued the tirade of the mums of truth and connections. If there was no legal repercussions, she was going to continue. This was almost like a war for Ruby, in my opinion. She felt that she was on a righteous path, and that path was the right path, the path of truth. Which honestly, as much as it is funny, it is also depressing. It's depressing to think that this woman has picked a Facebook group over her children. Do you not understand how insane of a thought that is? And by doing that, she's now caused other mothers around the world and fathers around the world to do the exact same thing. Look at this post. This is another post of where somebody is pretty much coming to this group for advice about their son being gay. They discovered it. It was something that the son basically kept from them, and they have come into this group revealing their son's private information, and it is just utterly despicable to read. I don't even want to go through this word for word because it's pretty much a repeat of the last one we went through, but this is the reality of this group. This is the reality of the impact of Jody and Ruby. It's disturbing, it's despicable, it's disgusting, but it gets so much worse as you look further and further into this group. And in 2023, there were so many deep dives into this. So many people were truly realizing the extent of the rabbit hole that Ruby had gone down, and obviously it led to even more exposés. And I think, my friends, that moves us in nicely to April 2023, because talking of exposés, this was the moment where Ruby was truly exposed. Not by a YouTuber, not by me, not by somebody on Reddit, not by some random anonymous commenter, but by Shari Franke once again. You see, in April, Shari went onto a podcast called Into the Light, and the episode was titled Breaking Free from the Learned Norm, Shari Franke's story of personal empowerment in finding a relationship with Jesus. And this podcast was different. This wasn't like what we've been doing throughout this video. This wasn't like what people have been doing for years, where we've put in pieces together like it's a puzzle to try and work out and connect everything. No. This was somebody from the 8 passengers giving their personal experiences with everything from their childhood, to do with their parents, to do with certain groups that their parents joined and they were forced into being a part of, and just in general showing how negative it can be for somebody to be on camera repeatedly as a child and posted onto YouTube for millions of people to see. And this got a lot of people around the world and on the internet speaking. A lot of people obviously already had extremely negative views of Ruby and Kevin Franke, but this video only made it a million times worse, and rightly so. But also, it wasn't just causing critiques of the 8 passengers, but just in general, it shined a broader light on the family channel genre on YouTube, and it really did represent how terrible that genre can truly be. And this is something that I personally do have a big problem with outside of just the 8 passengers story. I think the family channel genre, whilst I don't necessarily think it should be banned, I think it is something that needs to be watched over more carefully. I think it needs to be a bit more regulated. I think there even needs to be further rules installed for these channels in particular, because ultimately it is content surrounding children, and that will most likely lead to some very exploitative situations, which of course we've seen with not just the 8 passengers, but plenty of other family channels out there, major family channels which still post content to this day. But also, before we actually get into this podcast, I want to speak about the actual podcast itself. It's obviously a very religious podcast where they're speaking about Jesus and their experience with God, and I feel like this is a time to just say, I don't want this video to come off like I'm criticizing religious people in general, Mormons, Christians. I don't want this video to be that. I don't want to be that person in general. I've mocked religious content creators in the past, like Gal Defined, but that isn't because of their religion. I don't hold any grievances with religious people, Christians or Mormons. If you want to practice your religion, you should absolutely be entitled to. But I don't think what Gal Defined or Ruby Franke do is practice religion. I think they just absolutely love to control people, and they weaponize certain little pieces of text which are completely out of context and use that to manipulate people into following their own personal views. I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong, and I think we've seen multiple examples of that throughout this video, and that's not fair. It's wrong, and yeah, that's what I want this video to be, a critique of extremely manipulative people, not religion. If you're a Mormon watching this right now, please don't think I hold any grievances with you whatsoever. I think religion is genuinely a good thing, and I think these people on this podcast are a good example of that. But yes, let's actually get back into the topic of the family channel genre in general. Now, I've always had the criticism mainly of, I don't think it's a good thing for a child to be on camera every single day. I don't think it's good for growth. I don't think it's good for just in general developing your personality and who you are as a child growing up and becoming a teenager and an adult. I feel like being on camera every single day, having to entertain that camera, do wacky and outlandish things for the camera when you're at that young age, is obviously going to install a lot of negative traits in you. And it's very clear that Shari Franke pretty much went through that experience. She pretty much agrees that being on camera every single day at the start was not a good thing.
How was it growing up being on camera all the time? Because it's a lot, right?
Yeah, so I started being on camera. I should remember the exact age. I was like 12, maybe 13-ish.
Yeah.
I thought it was strange at first, honestly. I was like, this is weird. Like, we take a camera with us everywhere. And
oh, was that like legit?
yeah, like we took a camera when we'd go on vacations. We'd film going to the store. We'd just like always kind of film everything. But over the years, like I got used to it more. It's like, yeah, this is like our job. Like, this is how we pay for vacations. This is how we get to do fun stuff. Like, you don't love it every day, but you do it because it's work. But even still to this day, I get embarrassed to go out and like film in public, even though I've been doing it for like 8 years. Yeah. I go out by myself. I'm like hiding the camera in my stomach, and it's, yeah.
Now, of course, they're speaking in a very pleasant way here. They're not exactly sounding heartbroken or devastated, but personally, I do still think this is quite sad, and I think you do need to take some facts into context here. Between 2015 and 2020, when the channel was at its peak, Shari would have still been a child from the ages of 12 to 17. And her life at that point basically became a job. Her life was being documented, and whilst being uncomfortable with that at the beginning, it became weirdly normalized to her, mainly because she believed that was what was paying the bills. Her life was paying the bills, and the only reason that sort of thing, which is completely out of the ordinary, was normalized was because of her parents, Kevin and Ruby. And obviously, I personally don't think that's a good thing. I don't think any kid should have to live their life like it's a job, like they have to entertain a viewer constantly. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. But to Shari, that was just an average day to day. She wakes up, she's on camera, she entertains the camera, she goes to bed, repeat and repeats. No child should have to deal with that, but sadly, Shari was dealing with that every single day for at least 5 years. And it wasn't just about being stressed about being on camera constantly. Shari also went on to confirm that at the ages of 13, she received bullying on a daily basis. And things like this did not need to happen. They absolutely could have been prevented, but due to the selfishness of her parents and having to get every embarrassing moment possible on camera, they did not prevent that.
Did that ever get hard? Like being in the limelight all the time?
Yeah, it got hard, especially
growing up.
Yeah, growing up. I mean, junior high phase, just I don't think was great for anybody.
Yeah, oh no, I would not want my life on camera.
Yeah, and then I feel like as I got older, people got like meaner in the comments. They would say things like, "Oh, she's just a Molly Mormon. Like she's just gonna grow up, become a baby making machine. Like
wow, oh
just because she's a member of the church." And so there was a lot of attack on religion.
13.
Yeah, so that like there was a lot of attack on religion. People made fun of me because like I took school seriously, and they were like, "She needs a life," and which like I agree, I did need a life besides school, but
yeah, but it was not hopeful. You had like bully, like people have like the typical bully and like the person making
but
fun
it was
of you
like
at school.
strangers
who are grown adults.
Yeah,
genuinely, this is just so depressing to hear, and this is something that a 13-year-old, 14, 15, 16-year-old shouldn't have to deal with. But as we can tell, Shari was dealing with this for a very, very long time, and I can only imagine the negative impacts that will have on her and her siblings. It's just such a sad story, and I know I've probably said that about 1,000,000 times at this point, but when you actually hear it from one of the people impacted, the people that were experiencing this the most, it just feels so much more real and just so much more devastating, especially when we consider the main reason I made this video, the main point to the beginning of this video was this could have been prevented, but it sadly wasn't. But it just gets even sadder when the host asks the question of how did this impact her life and just in general how she acted on a day-to-day basis, and the answer is just really, really depressing.
How did that affect you as a young kid?
I found myself like I would tell myself it doesn't matter what they say, like I know how I feel about myself, and I think I believed that for a while. But I always would find myself just like checking comments on Instagram, on YouTube, just to see what people had said about me.
Yeah.
Whether it be good or bad, you feel like it was okay.
Because I just wanted to like be aware of what people were saying, I guess. And that probably got to like an unhealthy point where I was just checking all the time. And even through college, sometimes I've had to just like check and check and check. And
really?
Yeah. So luckily, I'm like breaking that habit.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that a child should never have to deal with. This is something that I wouldn't really wish on anyone. I know how it is to get negative comments, and thankfully I haven't gotten into a pattern of going through my comments and reading negative ones, and I don't recommend anybody ever goes through that stage. I feel like that's rule number 1 of an influencer, is to really not read your comments after like 3 days of actually posting the video, because you will just get tons of negative negative and hateful comments, regardless of whatever you've said. It will just be hateful for no reason, and that's just sort of a factor of the internet. But obviously, Shari Franke was a very, very young person back then. These were things installed to her mind that she had to experience on a day-to-day basis, and it's very clear that her parents did not do the right things of helping her get through this, helping her understand to not check the comments, to not listen to the comments, and this is something that clearly still impacts her now. And I think this is a great yet sad representation of what family channels can do to a child and the long-term effects of them. The fact that this is still affecting Shari in her 20s is so depressing and honestly quite soul-destroying. I think it's something we need to learn about and realize and understand that yes, social media is a very, very hostile and negative place, and it's not really a place where a child should be posted every single day. No matter what you think, no matter how wholesome the content is, ultimately you need to understand that just if content isn't negative, if it isn't exploitative, it isn't bad, there are always going to be people out there that bully, say hateful things. And when it comes to the family channel genre, is it fair on a child being recorded by their own parents to also have to deal with bullying and hate? I personally don't think so. It's something that doesn't really get discussed much when it comes to family channels, but I think it should. The bullying that Shari faced clearly impacts her still, and that is just horrible to hear. But just imagine how many other children from family channels also get impacted by this. Shari, only 8 years on after starting this podcast, has managed to start to break the negative habits created by this channel, and just in general avoiding the horrible stuff said about her, and that is not fair. She deserved a normal upbringing with privacy. All children in these family channels do, but sadly, because of financial gain, they could not have that. And yeah, this is obviously quite a depressing listen, and honestly, I can't lie to you, it really doesn't get any happier. The whole podcast is just utter sadness, and I'm not using that as a criticism. Obviously it's going to be sad. It's speaking about her life and her upbringing, and obviously, as we know from this video, that has not been the most positive experience, and that then moves us into the group that we love to discuss, connections. Because yes, a big chunk of this podcast is speaking about Jodie Hildebrandt's group. Now, they don't necessarily name the group, but it is very obvious what they're speaking about when you listen to what they say. A group, basically word for word described as connections, just without saying the name. And now, this isn't just her saying how bad the group is. I feel like what Shari says in this podcast is actually very interesting, because it gives us a bit of an understanding of how the group became more extreme over time, especially when they joined the group. I feel like it kind of backs the theory that Jodie and Ruby are just as bad as each other, and honestly just egging each other on, manipulating the other, and the other one manipulates the other, kind of like both having hands in each other's backs. It's like Darth Sidious and Darth Sidious, or Darth Sidious and Darth Plagueis. It's a horrible, manipulative group that only got more and more extreme over time, and Shari is going to explain that now.
When did all that start, and how has it affected you?
Yeah, so when I was in 10th grade, so I was like 15, my family joined a group, like a mental health, kind of like a self-help group, basically, because we wanted to, grow closer as a family. We wanted each of us individually to become more like self-sufficient and
growth-oriented.
Like growth-oriented. And so we started in this group, and like it was great at first. Like we were learning like a new, learning lingo for stuff, and we were able to communicate in ways that we understood each other. And then, when we interact with other people and we'd use the same language, like they were very confused. They were like, I don't understand what you're saying. And so in a sense, I feel like that brought us closer as a family, because we knew what the other person, how they thought. We knew like how we could communicate with each other. And then as like the years progressed, this group became more extreme, and they began to equate like their curriculum and their teachings kind of with the gospel in a sense.
Mm-hmm. So at first it wasn't with the gospel.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I never remembered that. Maybe they said it and I just forgot it. Yeah. But
when do you feel like, what was the thing that made you become more aware that they were equating it?
I think when they started like talking about God while they were also talking about their same curriculum and stuff.
Self-help.
Yeah.
Growth.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so I was like, oh, well, the gospel and this go together. Like, if I live this curriculum well, then I'll be a better church member.
Now, this part of the podcast is very interesting because there are two big revelations here. Revelation number one being that Connections wasn't originally so extreme. It felt like over time, it became more extreme based on what Shari was saying here, and I feel like that only then starts to back the theory that Ruby and Jody were perfect for each other in terms of these two enabled each other's behaviors to kind of fester and truly come out. It's no shock that once Ruby started coming into the fold, that things started to become more extreme. So of course, it's very easy to blame everything on Jody, when the reality is I think these two are as bad as each other. But the other revelation is that Connections has been in the lives of the 8 Passengers family for far longer than most people realized up until this interview. I think at this point, a lot of people thought that Connections had only been around since like 2021, 2022, but it turns out Connections has been around for a lot longer than we realized, and I think that does show, given the fact that after 2019, a lot of things started to get weirder and weirder, and as the group got more extreme, like Shari was saying here, I think that started to display more in videos, and the things like the Mums of Truth became to be, and things obviously got worse and worse.
But there's also, I guess I just don't know this, but there's also licensed therapists and people who are very well written that are not great.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean,
just do your research
the
on
same thing
whoever
applies
you go
to therapists.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. I'm just
yeah.
trying to stay on the same page.
As far as credibility goes, definitely therapists and counselors have more official credentials.
So this was a life coach group.
Yes.
Okay. Now I understand.
Now, I'm not going to definitely say that that's absolutely a shot taken at Jody, but given the stuff that we heard about Jody's license being suspended and stuff like that, I'm personally gonna take that as a bit of a shot towards Jody. And yeah, I think it's very clear how disliked Jody is, in my opinion, based on just the negative implications given about this group Connections. I think the story is far worse than we actually realized, and Jody is a far bigger player in this story than we realized before 2022. At first, I feel like it did kind of seem that, yeah, Jody was only around in 2021 and maybe 22, but it seems that the Connections storyline goes on for years. But then after this, ladies and gentlemen, the story just continues to get even more depressing, because in the podcast, Shari basically goes on to reveal the emotionally negative impact that Connections had on her life and still continues to have on her life to this day. I know we've been speaking about that throughout all of this, but this is the true revelation of how it impacted her as a child, and some of the things said are just so wrong, and it makes you really wonder how a mother and father like Ruby and Kevin, like any mother and father, stood for this and allowed this sort of thing to happen, especially Kevin, who we will get into in the future part of this chapter. But this is a man who has tried to face himself as almost the good guy in this scenario, yet he was happy for what we're about to play to continue and be enabled and allowed. He was happy as a father for this to happen.
So how did you feel about it? Like,
yeah, so I remember going into it, and one of the people had said to me, like, I don't think you have a lot of like empathy for other people and a lot of compassion for other people.
Like towards you individually?
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, like I'm gonna work on it. And so I would say my prayers at night and be like, Heavenly Father, like, why don't I have empathy? Like, please help me to like have it. And I mean, obviously everyone could have more empathy, I think, but I don't think I was like deprived of empathy. Yeah.
Like cold-hearted. Yeah.
So
you look at Cherry, you don't think she's cold-hearted.
No. So
unempathetic is the first word that comes to mind. I'm just kidding. It's like the last thing.
Oh man. So I look back at like a lot of the things that I prayed for at that age, and I like feel bad for myself that I was like so concerned with like, help me be clean, help me be empathetic. Like, I don't know what to do. And then I feel like I would work on it, and then I would go and talk with these people, and they'd say, you're still not getting it. And I would just like lose my mind over like, what else am I supposed to do? Like,
what was the benchmark for them? Like, what was the
that's hard.
Yeah, I don't know. So like every week we would keep track of like how many times you used black and white thinking, how many times you like denigrated yourself, and so it was like a very, like I was always focused on the negative things that I was doing, and had to report on those. And so I started to notice those things in like other people as well. So like I would look at somebody and say, your eyes look dark. Like you're hiding something. And I still find myself to this day, sometimes I make snap judgments about people, and I'm like, crap, no, I don't want to do that. So it's like, it's taken a lot of work, and still is, to like undo that kind of like snap judgment mentality about me and other people.
It's genuinely just so unbelievably depressing to hear that somebody had to deal with this from such a young age. She was being convinced that she didn't have empathy as a child. Do you not understand how confusing that must have been, to be at a place in her life where she probably didn't have that much life experience, and she didn't have other people around her to help guide her away from these things or just support her, because it seemed that everybody in her life, including her parents, were basically following this sort of ideology or belief system that Connections were teaching. And it's just painful to know that it's not just her, but it's all of the children from the 8 Passengers family that have had to deal with this from such a young age. And as you heard her say there, she is still to this day dealing with the behavior that she developed because of the things that she learned in those group sessions, which it's just horrible. It really is. And again, I have to bring it back to the parents, Kevin and Ruby. How have you allowed your children to go through this? It's just utterly despicable for so many reasons. And yeah, Connections is basically being exposed here for being what everyone speculated it to be, a cult. And not just a cult, but one that has mentally damaged so many children on the long term, whilst financially exploiting parents around America. It is utterly disturbing, and I truly do wish nothing but the best for the people impacted by the horrible people that work at Connections. And again, Ruby and Kevin, if you're watching this right now, you genuinely should be ashamed of yourself for everything, just not from just the connection stuff, but everything that we've gone through today. You should be utterly ashamed of yourselves. And we've not even gotten into the absolute worst of this entire saga, but even at this point, I genuinely, and I don't say this often, I really don't say this without thinking about it and having to build a judgment based on so much information, but I don't think these two people are fit to be parents, considering what they've allowed their children to go through throughout the last 8 years. And then we don't even know what they went through before that, but just in the era of the 8 Passengers, what we've witnessed throughout this video, I don't believe that Kevin and Ruby are fit to be parents. And hearing all of this stuff about Connections, you do also just have to wonder to yourself of how did nobody notice what was going on here and notice that it was wrong? I understand that it isn't easy to see directly what's going on in somebody's life. People can hide things from other people. I get that, but surely, based on everything that we've spoken about today, surely somebody realized that what was going on here was bad and it needed to be stopped so long ago. Again, the whole reason I'm making this video is to show that this could have been prevented so much earlier, and I think that's important to speak about so we can prevent these sort of things from happening to other family channels on YouTube and just other situations like this. How did nobody notice what was going on with Connections and how it was damaging young children's minds out there? It's just utterly insane to me that nobody said anything until the kids started to get a bit older and realize what was going on was wrong. And Shari does actually go on to explain how her and her family joined Connections, but also why she started realizing that she needed to leave this group and start to distance herself from it, mainly due to the fact that the group was increasingly getting more and more extreme, as we've witnessed, and starting to use things like religion to manipulate people in the group.
What is the joining process?
Like do you have to sign up?
So the joining process for it, like you can pay for like workbooks online. They have like weekly conferences you can join. You can do like one-on-one sessions with the main life coach. It does involve like paying to get in. So
yeah.
But they also do like social media stuff, and some people just look at that and they're like, yeah, this is great.
Sounds like a basic life coaching company.
Yeah. So, like I said, I joined it when I was in 10th grade. I got like more strongly involved throughout high school. So I graduated like very much on board with all of it. And then I came to college, and I mean, high school is like a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. And then I broke out of one of those bubbles, but I came to BYU. Still in some bubbles, but less. So I started to, like, interacting with roommates and people that I hadn't met. I was very judgmental. I was like, wow, she's wearing that. Like, she's going to hell. Wow, she's wearing that. God's so mad at her. Or, so, like, I was still very, like, judgmental about people like that. And I would take religion classes, and they would talk about, you know, God is so gracious and kind, and I'd say, well, they've got it wrong. And so I was just very, like, critical about the world. And then I think, like, some things within my family were happening that I started to question, like, I don't know if this is okay. Like, I don't know if God would actually support this. Like, is this really the gospel? And so for a long time, for like 7 months of my freshman year in college, I was just debating. I was like, I don't know what to believe. Like, I believe the gospel is true, but I don't know exactly what that gospel is.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know where to draw the line between
life coaching and
the
gospel.
like life coaching and the gospel.
Now, to quickly interject here, I feel like what Shari is saying here is very important, because it would be very easy for somebody like Ruby and Kevin to come out and be like, oh, people only don't like us because we're religious, when that absolutely is not the case. As I've said in this video, I don't have a problem with anybody being religious. Shari is religious. The people that host this podcast are religious, and that's absolutely fine. And in fact, what Shari is saying here indicates that the things that Ruby and Jody and Kevin were speaking about and teaching were not actual religious teachings. They were simply using the mantra of religion and taking their own personal beliefs and kind of using religion as like a Trojan horse to kind of manipulate their followers, their children, their viewers into believing and doing what they personally think is right. It wasn't like they were teaching the gospel. They were just teaching what they think is best and what they think should go. They don't care about actually giving you moral teachings or anything like that. They just want control, and therefore they want you also to control your children in the way that they're controlling their children, to kind of normalize it and justify their horrific behavior. And what Shari says here is genuinely very depressing to hear, because it's clear that this level of teachings and behavior went down towards the kids, and they were then teaching it onto other people. By when she was being taught about religion in her university, she started to turn her head and say, oh, that's the wrong way. But it turns out the way she was being taught was, of course, the wrong way. She was being taught cruelty, malice, manipulation, whereas the people at her university were just clearly trying to help her learn the real ways that her religion should be taught. So yes, this is nothing to do with them being Mormons or anything like that. I genuinely don't care about that. That's not for me to critique or discuss. I'm only really discussing religion here because I actually don't believe that what Ruby and Jody are doing has anything to do with religion. I think that's the great irony of this entire thing. They just love to use religion as a way to kind of force their beliefs into other people, when those beliefs are just them being bellends. But yes, let's continue with what Shari has to say.
And then I still remember one day, like, I was praying. I was like, I need like a very clear indicator, like if I'm going down the wrong road or if I'm should change something in my life. And so I woke up one morning and I had the story of Jesus at the well with the woman. And a saying stuck out to me that he said. He basically said, like, you should worship God in spirit and in truth. And I was like, wow. And like, I didn't think much of it at first, but it stayed with me for days. And I looked at that, like, we should worship in spirit and in truth. And I had just been doing one of those things and not the other. And so at that point, I was very convinced, like, this is too extreme. I need to do something, change something. But I wasn't sure how, because, you know, I want to honor my family. We're supposed to honor our parents. And I felt that to disagree with them was sinful, and and that God would be mad at me too if I did that.
And here is the true revelation of the manipulation behind the 8 passenger parents and also Jodi Hildebrandt. They have convinced their children that if they even start to question their teachings or just them as human beings and as parents, that is almost a sin against God. Do you not understand how horrifically manipulative that is? Especially for somebody who is part of a religion. To say doing this thing is a sin against God is obviously a massive thing. You're going against, in their eyes, the creator. That's insane that this is what they have taught their children. They have put their children in a permanent state of fear in a way to have full control over them. And I think what's hilariously ironic about this is the ones that taught Shari what was being taught to her was wrong was also other religious people, just people that are normal human beings. They came along and said, hey, that is definitely out of pocket. But the sheer levels of manipulation hasn't actually been fully revealed yet, because after this, Shari then goes on to reveal that at first, when she started to feel that she didn't want to be a part of Connections and those extreme teachings anymore, she didn't reveal her true feelings because she was worried if she did that, she would no longer be included in, I guess, family activities and just family get-togethers and stuff like that, which obviously is just unbelievable. You shouldn't have to have the exact same belief systems or teachings to remain family members that do similar things. Of course, I'm not saying that you need to love and like every single family member. I'm sure we've all got family members that we don't like, but ultimately, that's probably not because, I don't know, they no longer agree with you on this one specific thing. There's probably a whole build-up to things, whereas in this situation, it's just, she's now a 20-year-old adult, she wants to live her life in her way, and the parents simply could not handle that, and the levels of manipulation and cruelty that have been put onto Shari is really represented in what she next speaks about.
How do you think you kind of, I guess, mentally worked through that?
I gave no indication that I disagreed with what was going on because I wanted to still be like included in things. And so again, for those like whole 7 months I was doubting, whenever I'd go home, you know, it was like, oh, we use this language, we talk about things like this. And then I noticed, like, when I would leave my family, like, I would just feel, like, spiritually drained. Like, I just wouldn't feel great.
Yeah.
I would, like, overhear conversations and just, like, find myself internally, like, this isn't right. Like, this isn't okay. And so it got to the point where I was like, I can't keep pretending like everything's fine.
Religion aside in this argument, I feel like this is a thing a lot of people from abusive households can relate to, where they know what's going on is wrong, but because of their attachment to their family, they don't want to almost pay attention to the wrong things that are happening. They will optionally choose to ignore it because they still want that family despite they know what's wrong. It's a very hard thing to explain to people that come from, you know, loving, nice families, you know, because obviously at face value, bad thing, you avoid that. But obviously in this situation, Shari has been put in the unfortunate position of, if she avoids these things like Connections and the teachings put onto her throughout her entire life, she will basically be shunned by her family, which, as we've seen from Ruby unfollowing her, very much happened. And you know, there is a very clear impact that people like Ruby and Kevin have on their kids. For example, after this, Shari goes on to speak about how, yeah, she has now changed, she's now moved on from this part of her life, but even in the past where she had moved on and she spent some time with her family, she noticed that she started to almost regress, go back to her old ways. This was how the family was. It was so easy for them to manipulate their children going back to where they were at previously because they probably had so much control over them for 20 years. It's hard to get out of that. I think, again, a lot of us can relate to that. You know, even with friendships, you know, you move on from a toxic friendship, but sometimes you may accidentally or somehow end up speaking to that person again, and you'll notice even for like an hour, your personality will slightly change. You'll go back to some negative ways that you had previously, which you thought you conquered, but they're very much still there at the back of your mind. And that is a sign of getting away from a very manipulative person, and you can accidentally in some cases slip back, and it's very clear that is exactly what was going on with Shari and her family.
Do you feel like you started to become aware of that as you spent time with your family than away from your family, that you were feeling the spirit more in like the calm,
yeah, and I had friends that would point out to me when I'd come home from my family, they're like, you're different. Like, you are going back to how you were in high school. Not that I was a terrible person in high school, but they're like, we can just see something like different about you.
Really?
So like, I remember.
Did you see that in yourself?
I mean, looking back, I can. At the time, I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, I think a lot of us can relate to this. I think we've all had a friend where, you know that they make you a worse person, and at one point you decide, you know what, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. You cut yourself off and you move on. But sometimes you accidentally bump into that person or spend time with that person even though you didn't mean to, and you feel yourself going back into that previous old way that you so desperately tried to get away with. Now, that's always a terrible thing, it's never a nice experience, and it's very environmental. But now apply that to your family. Imagine if that was the experience you had with your parents. I can't imagine how horrific that must feel, especially given the horrific nature we've seen the children in this family be treated. It's not like it's a regular toxic relationship or friendship. Again, there isn't really a case of a regular one, but this is one of the most horrific cases I think I've ever experienced and witnessed over the internet. This is truly awful from every single point of view. And the thing is we are only halfway through this podcast, and we've pretty much learned that it seemed that Shari was under constant negative impacts from the moment her parents started to get involved in social media. And you think from that very moment of where the kids started to feel some form of negative experience with social media, the parents would either, stop recording them every single day, maybe lessen the amount of content that they were putting out, maybe make it focus more on the parents, or they may just stop in general, stop doing this thing which is clearly harming their children. But obviously they didn't do that because they prioritized themselves above their children, they prioritized money above their children, they prioritized fame above them children, just pretty much, everything above them in every single scenario and case. I don't think throughout this entire 5-hour video I've witnessed one moment of where Ruby, actually said something good about her children, or at least made herself look like a good parent. Actually, no, there was one moment of where she was saying, oh, I wouldn't force religious beliefs on my children or my own ways on my children. But then what do you know? She absolutely did that. She changed her view. So even then, I can't even give that, because she contradicted it only a few years later to an absolute, not just big degree, a maximum degree, just she's broken the barrier, man. Like with her whole switch up to connections, the whole thing is just mesmerizingly awful. But the worst part is, ladies and gents, the whole thing with connections and how terrible it was, it still hasn't been fully revealed to how terrible it was. And I'm going to get on to, probably in my personal opinion, on an emotional scale, the biggest case of it being terrible. And that's when Connections was seemingly teaching the children that they shouldn't love themselves.
A few months ago, started going to therapy, and that definitely helped to have an outside person not tell me how to think, but be like, this was wrong, or you're totally okay to feel like this. And so that was more of validating just how I thought, because a lot of times I'd want to love myself, and I'd want to, but then I'd always be like, no, I'm lying to myself, I need to be hard on myself. And so to have someone else tell me, no, it's okay to, love yourself. And I was like, oh, those thoughts had been there the whole time. I just never, took them seriously.
I mean, this is just genuinely, and I've said it already, but this is just so depressing. Everybody should feel that they can love themselves, but it's very clear from what Shari says there is that a big, teaching in the Connections community was that you shouldn't love yourself, that you should just be harsh on yourself and almost just punish yourself. I know she doesn't word for word say that, but you can pretty much take from what she is saying there that they prioritize almost punishment and being hard on yourself over just loving yourself. And obviously, in times in your life, you should be hard on yourself, but at the same time, it's all about balance. And I think that a big obviously there are many problems of Connections, but just on a fundamental level of their teaching, it seems that it's so focused on being horrible to your own self. And I think you should have a balance of loving yourself, being harsh on yourself, being realistic of yourself. But it seems here there is only one method, and that is being harsh. And I don't think that comes from a genuine place of authenticity. I think the reason that the harshness is so pushed on these children is because when their parents like Jody, Ruby or Kevin are harsh on them, they think it's normal. Oh yeah, I'm being in truth. This is just the teachings that we learn. No, that's not normal, and it obviously took a very, very long time for these children, in particular Shari, to learn that that is obviously not right. That is completely wrong. But sadly, this mentality that she's been taught throughout her life clearly is still in her mind, deeply buried in, because when you've grew up with something for so many years, it's almost impossible to fully get those teachings out of your mind. You can train yourselves to hide them and get most of them out of your brain, but ultimately, at the very bottom of your minds, there probably is still going to be a few of those teachings just lurking there, even if you don't want to. It's negative behavior. It's a negative habit. It's hard to kick when you've done it for so long, and that is just so sad to think that the reason that these teachings are in her mind and the beliefs is because of her own parents. The 8 passengers, as we continue to go through this massive story, just get more and more despicable and disturbing. There are not enough words in the dictionary to describe how truly terrible Ruby, Kevin, and Jody are. And let's again then go back to that video earlier of Ruby in her Instagram story saying that she's quitting for the benefit of her children, or the video that she put on Connections where she's saying that she won't lose her children and that she's going to be a better parent or something like that. You know now how big of a lie these 2 videos are. We knew when they were first released that these videos were complete and utter bollocks, but now they seem so much more unbelievably sinister. When you listen to her own daughter speak about these things, you can't really help but look at these videos of Ruby and just feel a little bit sick. Everything in this entire story, from the very creation of the 8 Passengers YouTube channel to where they were presenting themselves as this wholesome, innocent family, was a lie. When the cracks started to appear, everything that came out of that was a lie. Every response was a lie. Every single moment that Kevin and Ruby Franke spoke, it was always a lie. Do not trust anything these individuals say. No matter how much they want to pretend that they love their children, there is absolutely no way in my mind that these parents genuinely love their kids if they could have and have put their kids through the things that they have done. No parent can do all the things that these parents have done and genuinely claim with some level of authenticity that they love their kids. Even half of the stuff they've done, it's just utterly horrible. And after this podcast, even more people on the internet started to speak about everything to do with the 8 Passengers and how devastating the impact has been on the children, and just in general the negative impacts that the family channel genre has on children, not just with the 8 Passengers, but just in general from the entire genre. Connections, the 8 Passengers, the children involved, this became one of the biggest topics on YouTube, and people to this day have not stopped speaking about it. And honestly, all I can really say after this podcast is I truly do wish nothing but the best for Shari Franke. I cannot imagine how horrible it is to basically be the main speaker out of all the children in this family, and that's not a critique on the other kids, but it's almost it's like prey. I don't know how to say it normally, but it's an extremely brave thing to do, to what Shari has done in this podcast, to speak up, knowing how many people may go against her, the crazy cult of the Connections, how they will come after her, and how this will probably impact her family. To speak up like this is truly a brave thing. But yes, with Shari speaking about this, with the internet going into an absolute frenzy, speaking about it in YouTube videos, tweets, TikToks, everything you can possibly imagine, how did the 8 Passenger parents respond to this? Did they, give a good response? Did they see this and think, you know what, my daughter is clearly upset with us to a maximum degree. Maybe now is the reason that we change our ways. Maybe this is the moment where we actually apologize in private and publicly and take accountability. Which ironically enough is something that the parents, i.e. Ruby Franke, loves to speak about in her Connections teachings. So, did Ruby Franke take accountability? No. In fact, after this, Shari actually went on to confirm once again that, shock surprise, she is not in contact still with her immediate family. Now, whether that's by choice or not, it was very clear that no apologies had been issued and absolutely nothing had been resolved. Which obviously is, well, I'd say it's extremely depressing, but honestly, is it really? I think Shari is better off not speaking to these parents, but yeah, I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing for Ruby and Kevin that nothing was publicly issued about her parents in terms of apologies, but alas, yes, we now need to move on further down the year of 2023, and this once again is where the story starts to change. And I know I've said that about 50 times at this point. Because yeah, pretty much the first half of 2023 was mainly Shari publicly speaking up about her family, her previous life, and just in general, how she dealt with her struggles. But the second half of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think the word carnage is genuinely enough to describe the absolute mess of the second half of 2023 and the 8 passengers. And it all starts off with the thing that actually begun this entire story, the 8 passengers YouTube channel. Because yes, this channel was abandoned, and yes, nobody was posting on it whatsoever, and nobody was really referring to it anymore. People had removed the tag from their Instagram handles, people had disassociated with it, but what hadn't happened at this point was the channel really be touched at all until this moment halfway through 2023, where mysteriously the channel was deleted. Yes, randomly, it just completely was removed from the internet. It ceased to exist. It was gone. Finito. Goodbye. This entire empire built over years in the space of a second had completely vanished from the internet. And this was strange. There was no reason given publicly, there was nothing said, it wasn't taken down for copyright abuse or TOS reasons, it was just mysteriously deleted, and what makes it even weirder was that it was actually seemingly manually deleted. And this naturally sparked a lot of questions. This got people saying, what's going on here? Because this channel ultimately, yes, it wasn't still being used, but it had videos on still. It was still garnering revenue, so surely that was a reason to keep the channel up. Why would it be deleted just out of nowhere? And this led to some massive theories going around on the internet. A lot of people out there were claiming to have insider knowledge about some terrible things happening, some outrageous things happening, and just in general, people were saying, I know the 8 passengers, this is what happened, it was a copyright thing. But ultimately, I think one thing that was agreed on at this point of time when the channel vanished is that something definitely was going on behind the scenes. Given the fact that Shari had amped up speaking about the family more and more, I think it made people think that something big was coming. And not like the stuff that we've spoken about so far, not like somebody was going on a podcast and exposing the family, not like somebody was making a big video speaking about the 8 passengers, don't know who would do that, none of that, no. What actually was being speculated about was people out there thought that the 8 passengers, i.e. Kevin and Ruby, were currently under a police investigation. And people thought the reason that the channel had now been deleted was almost to sweep the evidence under the rug, to delete everything and hope that it could never be found. Mainly due to the fact that a lot of the videos out there, as we've said throughout this entire video, are an absolute self-report. And what have I been saying throughout all of this? This could have been prevented. And how do we know that? Because the family themselves posted the horrible stuff every single day on the internet. And I think a lot of people out there started to think that Kevin and Ruby now realized that, and they thought the best possible move for them would be to remove everything and hope the police lost this evidence. And fellas, oh boy, after all of this theorizing and all the people out there speculating about what was going on, the inevitable finally happened. Ruby Franke, Utah family YouTuber, arrested on abuse charges after malnourished child in duct tape is found. Now yes, obviously this sent the internet into an absolute frenzy upon frenzy upon frenzies. This was just it was everywhere. Everybody was speaking about this. This was the topic to speak about on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Even people were speaking about it on Flickr. I don't even know if that thing still exists. But if it did, they would have been speaking about it. Tumblr, they would have been speaking about it. Even your 90-year-old dead grandma relogged back into her Facebook and spoke about this. Now, of course, some of us could react happily to this. You know, you could cheer and clap and say, this is an amazing news story. Thank God it's finally happened. And if we did thank God, that would be quite ironic given everything. But no, I can't really react to this in a happy way, given the sheer context of the reason to why Ruby was arrested in this situation. I don't feel comfortable about it. Yes, I'm glad it's finally happened, but I'm just going to have to go through the story, and a lot of you have already seen this, but it is just an incredibly uncomfortable thing to read. But before we do that, just consider that some of the children in this story are still as young as 10 years old. It's easy to think, given the sheer length of this story, that all the kids are adults, when that's absolutely not the case. And even if the kids are now adults, it doesn't change absolutely anything. It doesn't change what's happened. It doesn't change the actions of the Frankes. It doesn't change anything. But I think it's important to realize that there are some extremely young kids involved here. And it's just extremely disturbing. Ruby Franke, the Utah mum behind the now defunct family YouTube channel 8 Passengers, was arrested Wednesday on child abuse charges after authorities found a malnourished minor with open wounds and duct tape on their extremities, officials found. Franke's business partner Jody Hildebrandt was also arrested on the same charges. The two regularly collaborated on a relationship and parenting advice videos for Hildebrandt's life counseling service Connections. Connections has been criticized in the past for its teachings about parenting, including prioritizing the organization's principles of truth over a person's children. This obviously is absolutely massive news, and it's crazy to see that the media finally are paying attention to this. Again, too little too late. I really don't understand why it took so long for journalists to pick up on this. Yes, YouTubers have been speaking about it for years, but it would have been really nice for the media to see a story like this and actually speak about it. Now, of course, you can't go around throwing actual serious allegations of abuse without some form of evidence, but I think people could have easily made a story about this previously. People have been covering it, people have been speculating and speaking about some of the things said by the family members like Ruby and Kevin in videos, yet it took so long for the mainstream media to actually pick up on this. Maybe there were some articles here and there, but this was the first time I have ever seen the media speak about this. Now, maybe they didn't know about this story, but ultimately, the 8 Passengers saga has been going on for 5 years, and given that the media do regularly cover YouTubers, I struggle to see why this one was missed for so long. I know this is the first time that I've properly covered the story, but ultimately plenty of other YouTubers have. But when it comes to actually getting some serious gravity to a situation, I feel like journalists are still very important figures, more important than YouTubers. When you're working for big publications, I think you have serious impact. So I think it is important for journalists to cover the same things that I cover and other contrary YouTubers to cover, and it's quite disappointing that it's only now, after all of this, that it finally happened. But again, this is just more me being Captain Hindsight, and let's continue with this article. The Santa Clara Irving's Public Safety Department said in a press release Thursday that it received a report about a juvenile in need of help at 10:50 a.m. The juvenile was described as emaciated and malnourished with open wounds and duct tape around the extremities. The condition of the juvenile was so severe that they were seen by Santa Clara Irving's EMS and transported to a local area hospital, the police release said. And obviously this is just so unbelievably horrific, and I've said throughout this that a lot of things aren't shocking, but this was something which I think very much shocked the entire internet. People, whilst we knew terrible things were going on, I don't think people realized how terrible things were, including myself. I knew about the 8 Passengers, I knew that it was bad, but ultimately I didn't know that it would have been this bad, and I think even the people that had covered this story for years didn't know that it was this bad. But it only gets worse. Evidence led officers to a nearby home where another juvenile was found in similar condition and taken to a local hospital for treatment, the release said. 4 minors were taken into the care of the Department of Child and Family Services following a search of the home where the emaciated juveniles were found. Franke and Hildebrandt were arrested in connection with the incident, the release said. The two are still in custody, according to Washington County Sheriff's Department. Now, firstly, I just want to say I have nothing but best wishes towards the kids who were involved in this and affected by the actions of Jody and Ruby. Again, it's just so insane that this was allowed to happen. I don't understand how they got away with this for so long, and how kids were being treated about this, and how nobody knew about this in that area. I'm not blaming YouTubers or journalists in this case. I'm blaming the people who somehow didn't know what was going on in this situation. And if you're wondering who the people being are, the police. They apparently made 15 visits in the last 4 years to the home of Ruby Franke, the family blogger who had been arrested and charged with abuse. During at least 5 of those visits, officers were assisting the Utah Division of Child and Family Services, and one call was to investigate reports of young children being left alone for days at a time. Another after a DCFS care worker told police about unsupervised kids running in the streets. That's according to police reports and call logs filed with the Springfield Police Department obtained through public records request. This suggests that Ruby had been on law enforcement's radar for several years for concerns over the well-being of her children and reports of threats made to Franke herself. How were they allowed to get away with this for so long? The police knew about this to a certain extent. They knew that there was concern, and 15 visits in a few years? I don't think it's particularly normal to be visited by the police based on these concerns once in your life, let alone 15 times. So how were they allowed to continue with the kids in their care for so long? But yes, with this being such a massive revelation, obviously the entire internet started talking about it. Millions of videos were made about this. People on TikTok, Instagram, as I said, YouTube, everybody and their nan were speaking about this situation. But I think there were 2 big questions now being asked in this story. What was going to happen to Jodi and Ruby? Will they go to jail? But the other question was, well, what did the rest of the family think? And that was actually slightly answered when Sherry Franke posted an Instagram story that just said, "Finally." And there was a photo attached where it was seemingly the police arresting Ruby, and then shortly after this, another post was made by Sherry saying, "Hi all, today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead. Please keep them in your prayers and also respect their privacy." And now again, this only does raise the question of how was this allowed to continue for years? Based on the wording in this story, I can kind of imagine that a lot of the family members in the Franke family and people attached to Sherry were trying to get the police involved. Notice that she said they finally responded to this. The fact that the police had 15 visits and they still did nothing. You have to wonder, what were they doing for all of this time? But yeah, after finally getting involved, as you can see here, the official bookings for the jail confirms that Ruby Franke's arrest was made at 9:30 p.m. on the 30th of August 2023 and Jodi Hildebrandt's at 9:20 p.m. on the 30th of August 2023. And in terms of the question of will they go to jail, we will go into that further in the video, but ultimately, I think the main important thing to now focus on is how they were actually caught. And ladies and gentlemen, the details are just as disturbing as the details I read previously. New information shows that a child climbed out of a window to get help, which led to the discovery of arrest documents detail that the arrest was made after a child climbed out of a window at around 10:50 a.m. Wednesday and ran to a neighbor's home for help. That is just so unbelievably disturbing to think. It climbed out of a window. I don't even have words to describe how awful that is. To get to sorry, let's continue. The home belonged to Jodi Hildebrandt, who was involved with a parent counseling service called Connections and was also arrested in relation to the case. The child knocked on the door and asked for food and water, but the neighbor noticed duct tape on the child's ankles and wrists and called police. Now, my friends, this genuinely does seem like something out of a horror film. There was a little lapse in judgment from the parents. They lost their form of control for a slight second, and the kid genuinely had to escape from the house by climbing through an unlocked window because they couldn't get through the locked front doors. Do you not understand how insane that is? I genuinely don't think I've heard of anything ever like this on YouTube, and this comes from a family YouTube channel ran by 2 people where one of them is pretty much the head of a parent counseling cult. That it feels like I've put invent a YouTube situation in ChatGPT and this is what it's come up with. That's genuinely how it feels. this. And of course, the more details that came out about this story, the more people that spoke up now these real and horrific facts were out there, the more people were getting shocked about the true nature of this horrific and awful story. But one thing I find a little bit mysterious about all of this is that there is one particular name that is being left out right now, because obviously Ruby has been arrested, Jody has been arrested, but somebody has mysteriously gotten away with everything, and of course that is the father, Kevin Franke. Now, throughout this video, I have shown you clearly that the man stood next to Ruby throughout this entire thing was indeed Kevin. And what did this man do for the last 8 years? He enabled Ruby's behavior. He joined her on Connections. He featured on there regularly despite knowing about the utterly despicable teaching methods that Connections was giving to parents and to his own children. This was a man who had every single opportunity to turn against his wife and say, no, this is wrong. This was a man who could have protected his children in every single scenario, but he did not. This is a man who is as guilty as Ruby is, in my opinion. Yes, Ruby obviously on the public scale is the one that looks the worst, but ultimately this man was there behind the scenes enabling, well, not even behind the scenes, but in videos enabling everything, with Connections, with sending Chad away, with the videos in general, just everything. Kevin Franke was always there. So the question is, was Kevin arrested? No. In fact, what makes this insane story even more insane is the fact that despite all of this, despite all of the revelations and things that we've gone over for the last 5 hours, Kevin still has custody of his children. What? Kevin Franke, the husband of the 8 Passengers YouTube channel creator Ruby Franke, will be taking care of his children after his wife's arrest on Wednesday, his attorney told Page 6. Franke's urgent focus is to simply keep his children together under his fatherly care. Ah, isn't his fatherly care absolutely? What a lovely guy! What a lovely guy! A lovely guy that, you know, allowed his children to be indoctrinated into a cult. What a lovely guy! What a terrific bloke. You know what, Kev? Scrap everything, mate. Let's go for a pint, because you're just a top geezer, you know? Terrific bloke. Yeah, he wanted to keep his children under his fatherly care, according to his attorney Randy Kester, who told the publication on Thursday. When reached by Insider, Franke referred questions to his attorney, who didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Of course he didn't, because that man, in my personal opinion, is just as guilty as Jody and Ruby. And look, I can understand on a public scale why Ruby is the main target by everybody. Of course, she was the main face of the 8 Passengers YouTube channel, but ultimately, to just describe her as the creator of the channel, I don't know if that's fairly accurate. Of course, it seems that she did actually make the channel, but ultimately, they were both running the channel. They both featured on it pretty much every single day. They had so much control over it, in my opinion, seemingly equally, based on everything that I've looked at, based on all of my research. So why is he not getting at least some level of heat? In fact, when you go through articles and interviews with this guy's attorney, with Kevin, it seems that he's trying to be innocent in this situation, and I'm just like, mate, are you lying to me, son? Like, what, do you think I'm stupid? Like, I don't get it. Why are people eating into this? Now, obviously, on the public scale, not everybody thinks this man is innocent. In fact, I would like to say a majority think this guy is just as bad as Ruby, but I have seen people out there being like, oh, I feel so sorry for him. He was manipulated and gaslit by this woman for years. Stop! Are you guys idiot? Not you. You're a smart little bean. But some of you are stupid. What do you mean this man was manipulated? But yeah, maybe he was a little bit, but ultimately he is a grown bald man. Like, this man should have some level of consciousness when it comes to being a father of 6 children. This man should have some level of understanding of what is wrong and what is right. Because if he can't do that, then maybe he shouldn't have had 6 children and run a family YouTube channel and joined a cult, which he played a massive part in, which gives out parental fights. Look, I'm sorry if I'm seeming a little bit immature right now, but I just cannot believe that this man not only has custody over these kids, but also has seemingly won some form of PR battle in the media. I don't get it. Now, there were some interviews out there where news anchors called the man out to his attorney saying, well, why did he not call out this behavior years ago? Why is he now only trying to bring fatherly care? And this is all very accurate critiques. I'm not going to play the clips because I don't want to be copyrighted, but ultimately, yeah, this man seemingly has gotten away with, I wouldn't say murder, but he's gotten away with charges which aren't that far off, and I just don't understand how. And the situation only continues to get more disturbing when you actually look into what the people that knew the 8 passengers have to say about all of this, because some of the neighbors after the situation actually came out and spoke about what they think was going on behind the scenes or their personal experiences, and just some of these experiences make this whole thing so much worse, and again, only back the thing of why is this man getting away with it? Obviously, Ruby should be getting stuff too, but she is getting criticized. She is in a jail cell. She got that. So why is this man? I just don't get it, but let's go through some of the neighbors' testimonies. I can't speak English. Let's just go through these statements. Everybody's just breathing a collective sigh of relief because we thought they were going to come out of the house with body bags, one of the neighbors told NBC News. I genuinely don't even know how to respond to that. That is how dire this situation was. And again, how did the police let this go for so long when descriptions like that have been made? And also, how did the fatherly, loving, caring father Kevin let that go when descriptions like that were being made about his own family? Surely when people had beliefs like that from a distance, he should have had even worse beliefs about what was going on there. Why? Why did he not see it, and why did the police not do anything about it? I remember she took away their Christmas one year, and Mel told NBC News, and she would say things like, they're not repenting correctly, which is a Mormon term for they're sinning. Just complete insanity. In early 2022, it started getting weird, a neighbor told Rolling Stone. People were concerned because Ruby had completely stopped her YouTube stuff, and then it just kind of turned dark. She taped up paper all over her windows. She would disappear for weeks at a time, and there's just all these little kids left alone in this house. Again, how did anybody not do anything about this? How did the police not do anything about this? How did the loving, caring father not do anything about this? Now, obviously, there was the speculation earlier that the father had moved out in 2023. Obviously, that is something to acknowledge, but surely if he was a caring father, he would have an understanding of his kids' living situation. Surely he would have known about this and done something about this. But again, it only continues with more statements made from the neighbors, which just make this whole thing look unbelievably worse. Her youngest daughter, Eve, aged 10, would allegedly be left to wander the neighborhood to look for friends. She would just knock on your door and say, "Hi, can your kids play?" the neighbor said. And we're like, well, they're at school. They won't be home for 3 or 4 hours. And she'll be like, I'll wait. The man said that she's like this lost child, and it seemed as though she wasn't enrolled in school. And again, I hate to repeat myself, but it's just another thing on top of another thing on top of another thing of why was this not prevented years ago? But away from Kevin and Ruby, people were also speaking, of course, about Jodie. People were wondering, well, what's going to happen to her? And I don't think anybody was really shocked that she was also arrested, given that she was seemingly guilty of everything that Ruby had done publicly. I don't think it was a shock that she was also included, but it only started to get worse for Jodie in this situation because yes, Shari was speaking up against Ruby and also connections, but family members of Jodie also started to speak up against her, which I believe is the first time this actually happened in this entire timeline. Throughout this entire thing, if somebody was to speak up against Jodie or Ruby, it was mainly somebody on Ruby's family. So for somebody from Jodie's family to speak up, it only made things a million times worse for her and Ruby, and it actually only really made the cult allegations even more impactful. Because the niece of Jodie, Jessie Hildebrandt, came out and detailed the true disturbing nature behind Jodie and said, she would lock me in this room and write out my sins on paper, Jessie Hildebrandt told Chang in a new episode of Impact X Nightline streaming on Hulu. She made me sleep outside in the snow. She duct taped me. I wasn't allowed to speak to anyone. And again, I feel a bit uncomfortable. I mean, I don't know why, but it's a bit uncomfortable to make comparisons, but the duct tape thing does match up with one of the reasons to why Jodie and Ruby were arrested, which it makes you feel even grosser to know that this seemingly was a familiar thing that happened. Not a one-off, and even then, if it was a one-off, it would still be absolutely abhorrent and disgusting. But this seemed to be a thing that happened regularly in terms of Jodi and Ruby's family. It's again, I'm struggling to get my words out here just because of how horrible this is. But yeah, this seemed, according to Jesse, to be a very regular thing. We knew that Jodi does this. We knew 14 and 15 years ago that she's already done this to me, and people saw and people witnessed and did nothing, they claimed. And I think this is the main talking point we can take from this story, and it's not just applied to this story, but it's applicable to so many news stories out there where something horrific happens in the public eye, or at least somebody witnesses it, and for some reason the witness doesn't do anything or say anything or take some level of action, whether it's going to the police or telling somebody else or saying something publicly. They won't do anything about it, and I feel like this is something as a culture we really need to change. I know it's so much easier said than done, but ultimately, if we did just try and change it slightly, I think so many people could be saved in horrible situations. But it only continues to get worse when Jesse starts to speak about Jodi's teachings. And of course, a big conversation we've had throughout this video is, why did Ruby get more extreme with her views between 2018 and 2022? As we saw, Ruby did flip-flop, and Jesse does give a reason to that. They start to speak about Jodi's teachings and pretty much expose the fact that Jodi is fully responsible for Ruby's beliefs and parental teachings when they say Jesse Hildebrand also alleged that the parenting ideas shared online by Franke on her various social media pages were the brainchild of Jodi Hildebrand. I understand why the public is focusing on Ruby. It's Ruby's children, they said, but all of those theories and these modalities and those parenting ideas, they all come from Jodi. Which again obviously can lead us to the speculation of who is responsible in this situation. Is it directly Ruby or Jodi? I don't think it's fair, as I said earlier, like an hour or two ago in this video, to blame it on anybody. Of course, we can speculate that they're as bad as each other. I personally think that, but ultimately, I think it's very clear here that Jodi had put some horrible views into the mind of Ruby, and if it wasn't that, I strongly believe that she at least made Ruby comfortable enough to let those beliefs fester and come out that were deep-rooted inside of Ruby's brain. I think that it's either one of the two, and either way, I don't think speculation is really going to solve this whole story. I think all we can take from this is that Jodi and Ruby are two absolutely despicable human beings, but also parents. But getting back to the timeline of this story, what I think is mostly insane here is all these updates that I've given you throughout the last 30 minutes have basically all came between a 10-day period of August the 31st, 2023 and September the 10th, 2023. And with this, the internet wasn't slowing down. The conversation and snowball was only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. More and more people were speaking out, more YouTubers were making videos about it, more TikTokers were making TikToks about it. Everybody on the internet was learning about this situation and truly becoming more horrified as more details came out every single day. It basically felt that you'd wake up and a new reveal had happened, a new detail, a new part of the story, a new reason to see these people as even more terrible than yesterday. And obviously the question on everybody's mind was the question that I mentioned earlier. Will Ruby and Jodi go to jail? Well, I think it's important to look at the charges that Ruby is facing. She's now facing multiple CA charges and has been denied bail in a court appearance. So yeah, getting no bail is a very, very big thing here, and both Jodi and Ruby are facing 6 counts of aggravated CA. And a lot of people have taken this thing of her not getting bail as a very big part to show that she most likely will go to jail. Now, obviously, we're never going to really know until the actual court case comes to a conclusion of what's going to happen here. But personally, I really can't see a way out of this situation for Ruby or Jodi. I think that they have finally been caught doing all of the terrible things that they have done, and now because they've documented it so much on the internet, they are going to face the repercussions of it. It isn't like that there's a lack of evidence. There is 8 years of evidence. I have been able to make a 6-hour video from this situation because of all of the evidence that Jodi, Ruby, Ruby and Kevin have posted on the internet. So I would not be shocked if that both of these people would go to jail. The fact that they are facing 6 counts of this is truly disgusting and really does represent the serious nature of the crimes that they have been accused of. And with these crimes, naturally members of Ruby's own family came out and said that they are not a part of this. These crimes are not a part of them. Ruby's sister actually uploaded a video titled, "I am not my sister. I am not my sister's crimes." And the video is pretty much her speaking about how devastated she is about this situation. And yeah, I could sit here and be critical and say, how did you not know? How did you not know this or do that? And I think it's important to actually look into the context of this video and actually just let you hear what she has to say. So yeah, this is the first part I want to speak about.
This feels like a very impossible video to make. I know that my words will be used against me. I also know that my words may help people understand me a little. I can only speak for myself, and I will only be speaking for myself, other than the judge has asked us not to speak on certain topics that I will not be touching on. What my family and I have gone through the last couple of weeks is the worst thing that has ever happened to us. I spent the first week in complete shock, where I felt my body and my mind and my emotions were completely paralyzed because of the just absolute shock of all of this.
This video, when it first came out, was obviously critically received. I believe it has a 50% dislike to like ratio on YouTube, and the main reason for that being is obviously people have asked the question that I've been asking about the police throughout this video of, why did you not do anything? Why did you see the connection stuff and not think this needs to stop? Because obviously in the last 3 years with the 8 passengers' parents, things have gotten so much more extreme, as we've looked at throughout this entire video. Well, she actually does give an answer to this and says that 3 years ago, she was cut off from the family.
The first thing that I want to say is that we have kept quiet for 3 years on the topic of our sister Ruby and Jody and Kevin and connections. That is what we have stayed quiet about. We did not know what they were doing because, like we said, we were cut off. We did not have access to anyone. My thoughts towards Ruby and Jody and Kevin and connections is that it was all bullcrap. It was complete indoctrination of this thing that they created. I don't agree with how extreme they are on everything. I knew they were weird. I knew that they were off. Those are the things that we kept quiet about, because what was I going to say? What was I going to do? I was not going to come out and publicly say that I don't like my sister and I don't like what she's doing and I think she's weird. That is what we kept quiet about. It wasn't until about a year ago when we were able to reconnect with Sherry. Again, we kept that quiet. We never came out and said anything. You guys saw us together, and those were little glimpses when Sherry was ready to allow us to show those glimpses with her permission. And it was then that we were learning slowly bits and pieces of more. And that's where the part of behind the scenes, we did everything that we could. We did everything legally that we could do. And for those that were saying that they'd go in and bust down doors and do whatever it took to end up in jail, because from jail, I can't do anything. So I still stand by what I said, is that I did everything that I could with the knowledge that I had and within the legal rights to Ruby and Kevin.
Now, I think it's easy to sit here and be critical and say you should have done this and you should have done that, but obviously Bonnie knows Ruby better than we all know her. I don't think me or you can sit here and pretend that we know more or are more devastated by the situation. I can't imagine how horrible it would be to have to deal with a family member like Ruby or like Jody or like Kevin, and I think if she is lying here, that somebody like Shari, who is clearly very outspoken, would have said something and would have spoken up against this, when the reality is, as I think what she is saying here is true. I think this has definitely been a devastating experience, and I would not be shocked if they truly did try everything that they could to stop Ruby and help the children. And with every single day after this, it basically seemed, as I said, more and more details would come out, more family members and friends would speak out, and there are plenty of interviews that I'm not going to go over today, mainly because, you know, I think it's repeating more of the same things that I've said. Of course, it seems that Jody's family were devastated by this information and the reveals and all that stuff, and also Ruby's family were devastated, and just in general, it was a horrific situation that the internet for the last few months up until December 23 have been speaking about pretty much on a day-to-day basis. People want to know, will she go to jail? People want justice, people want the kids to be in a safe position, and of course people are still confused to what is actually happening with Kevin in this situation and why he has custody of these children. But ultimately, it started to feel that late in 2023 that justice was finally going to happen. Of course, nothing can take away from the years of turmoil that Jody and Ruby have not just put on Ruby's kids, but onto other children who were attached to connections via their parents. I cannot explain to you how many people have probably been affected by Ruby and Jody's parental methods, because look at all of the experiences that have been posted from the Mums of Truth Facebook page. As I showed you earlier, people were speaking against their own children who had come out as gay in the most horrible and disgusting ways possible. This was the reality of the group of people that Ruby and Jody had deliberately cultivated for years. Of course, this entire story is mainly about the 8 passengers and the children of the 8 passengers and how horribly they have been treated over the years, but ultimately it's also about the children that have been impacted by connections and the Mums of Truth. This story is so much bigger than we originally thought it was at the very beginning of this video. I've been working on this video for months now, and I truly did not realize the sheer gravity to the situation when I was coming into it. I thought this video might be 2 hours long, but as I researched more and deep dived into things just progressively got more and more disturbing, and here we are. This is a story about greed and power and money and how it can turn somebody from this into this, but I think even that makes this story seem a little bit more innocent. Honestly, overall, despite how much money and power has influenced Ruby and Jody, I think at the core of it, they are just bad people. And I don't say that about too many people that I cover on my channel. I think people can make mistakes, people can learn and grow from it. Like when I speak about something like the Pink Sauce Lady, I don't think that woman is an evil woman. I think she's dealt with situations in terrible ways. But I think when it comes to people like this, I don't think that any justification or reasoning behind their actions excuses them. I think at heart, Jody Hildebrandt, Kevin Franke, and Ruby Franke are not good people. In fact, I would say that these are some of the worst people I've had the misfortune of speaking about on my YouTube channel. Ultimately, I can really wish nothing but the best for the children and the families that have been badly impacted by them. And yeah, I think we're going to finally close the chapter here and finally move in to the conclusion. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know I shouldn't really be smiling given everything that we've just gone through and how utterly horrific it was, but honestly, I'm just kind of happy to finally be at the ending. I really don't know how long this video is going to turn out to be, but it's definitely going to be my longest video ever. So firstly, I would just like to say thank you for sitting through this entire thing, and I'm sorry it's taken so long to get through, but ultimately, it's an ongoing story. Things happen every single day. Stories change, new things happen. It's just a big mess. And with that, with this conclusion to this, I think we need to speak about what is actually going to happen. Of course, I believe that Jody and Ruby will hopefully end up in a jail cell, but there is also a slight chance that that could not happen. But overall, overall, I think that this is the end of the 8 Passengers, Mums of Truth and Connections. I think that hopefully there is absolutely no way that any of this can continue. I think the social media empire that Ruby and Kevin built over the last 8 years has finally collapsed. I truly hope that there is no way anybody would want to support them after these horrific revelations, but sadly, maybe there will be. Ultimately, as I said earlier, people like Onision still have fans, so I wouldn't be shocked if people like Kevin, Ruby, and Jody still have supporters out there that are probably still giving them money and donations and buying whatever terrible thing they have to offer via connections. It's the sad reality behind most of these stories. There are always going to be crazy people that support even crazier people. The ultimate motto of this video, of course, has been this all could have been prevented. But I don't want to end this on a negative thing. I almost want to end this in a weirdly positive way of, now we've gone through all of this, now we know how these things could have been prevented. I hope in the future people apply everything that we've spoken about today in future scenarios. When there is a family channel that eventually pops up that is doing equally terrible stuff like the 8 Passengers, hopefully as a community we will do better. We will say what we need to say, and hopefully when there are 15 police investigations or police visits, they actually do something sooner than later before something terrible happens. Because the reality is this situation has been very poorly handled, not by YouTubers, but in my opinion by the police. I don't know how Ruby and Kevin were allowed to continue with these kids for so long, but it happened, and that is something that people are going to have to deal with for the rest of their lives. And of course this story is open-ended. Right now there is no conclusion really in terms of what's actually going to happen with Ruby and Jody and Kevin, but if there's one update I can give, Ruby and Kevin have now actually divorced. Kevin, last week of me recording this video, submitted the files to divorce Ruby, and again, it was obviously always going to happen, but I still can't help but see this as this man trying to distance himself as much as he can from this story, which is incredibly cowardly, and that's basically what Kevin Franke is, a complete and utter coward, and also a liar. This man has tried to make himself look innocent in this story, when, as I will say for a 50th time, he is not innocent. He is just as bad as the other two, who are also terrible. Overall, this has been a wild and disturbing story with so many twists in the tale, and yes, finally justice is happening, but it is hard to have any form of positivity from that, given where the justice is coming from, and given how late it has took that justice to finally arrive. I'm just going to end this video again saying nothing but best wishes to the people who have been negatively impacted by Ruby, Kevin, and Jody, and connections and the Mums of Truth in general. If you have any stories, if you have been impacted by these people, and you want to reach out to me, please do. My email is in the description. Obviously, I'm going to need some form of evidence to prove that you are one of these people, but yeah, if you've got stories that I may cover in a future video, because I will do an update video to when the final ending to this story happens. Maybe it'll happen in this video, maybe I'll have to record another segment, but yeah, I'm going to say finally that is the ending to this video. Sadly, there is no end conclusion to them going to jail, but ultimately, at least we can end this on some level of a weird positive note of some sort of justice has happened. Ruby and Jody, at this point of time, are still in a jail cell, and I think that is the best possible outcome that we could have had so far in this story, and hopefully that continues with them actually being fully sentenced to jail. But yes, that is the ending, and all I can really say now is, please, please just like this video and comment beans or something. Just give me your thoughts. Honestly, if you can engage in this video in any way possible, that would be amazing. Share this video, comment, like. This video has been like 3 months in the making, and your support genuinely is what I need right now. I'm probably out of the algorithm, and all I can ask for is some level of help. I know it seems a little bit beggy and a little bit desperate, but hey, this video took a long time to make. Nothing but pure blood, sweat, and tears into this video, honestly. I can't believe this took so long, but it just continued to get longer and longer and longer. And please, for the love of God, go follow my editor, Jacket. She has done so much unbelievable work in this video. We both have put so much effort in, so please follow Jacket on Twitter. Jacket's probably put the Twitter right there, or anything else that they want to plug. It's just all there, pretty much. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on to the video. Please also go follow my socials, Instagram. inabber, I'm so tired. I think I'm just going to probably call it a day there and say regular videos are back. I'm going to be making some shorter ones. Hopefully, I always say that, and not another 6-hour video. There will be a long video coming soon, probably. I like making these videos. Probably not 6 hours, hopefully 2. I can't believe 2-hour videos sounds actually shorter now. But yeah, thanks for coming along. If you sat through this, please tweet me a photo that jacket is now putting on screen. I don't know what the photo is. My voice is going. Tweet me this photo, and that is evidence that you have sat through 6 hours of my big ugly mug. Thanks for coming along. Peace out. Love you very much, and I'll see you in the next one.